Well, I mean, if you got to get off at any time, just let me know. But yeah, we're officially live, man. Yeah,
All
let me
right.
put that banner up real quick. Oh man, I thought I fixed the ticker. Damn it!
Yeah,
I'm supposed to
fumbling
hit the
already.
What happened?
I said you fumbled it already.
Who did?
Yeah, you, because you said you thought you updated the ticker.
Yeah, I thought I update. You know where it shows the banner,
Yeah.
like the little banner thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. See, there we go.
So,
Yeah, we're
so
officially
I'm
live
afraid.
right now and watching the game. It's on ABC. So if we lose, we're eliminated. They said.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Pittsburgh just won, so it didn't help when Baltimore decided to tank the last game.
Yeah, I knew that Pittsburgh was going to win that game. So, now we just need your team to go ahead and win. And I got to go ahead and admit this right now, Stephen. I didn't have enough money to go ahead and pay off the rest for this game, but I went ahead and paid them off for the Tennessee Jacksonville game. So,
Oh, so the Titans are gonna beat the Jags tomorrow.
Yeah. So, I figured that's going to be, since Tony Khan used all his money and bought all that equipment for AEW, and he had to have Trevor Lawrence limp off the field, and they had to sell the cart because they had to pay for AEW wrestling. Then, I figured I'll go ahead and throw in some money to make sure that the Tennessee Titans get that win tomorrow.
Bro, all I gotta say is if the Texans make the playoffs, I'm not saying we're gonna come out of the AFC, but I'm saying we're gonna be a threat, bro. Hey, it's gonna be nasty for the league.
It's going to be
advance.
Well, yeah, I kind of want to see it too because, y'all played Cleveland without C.J. Stroud, and so I feel like you were kind of robbed of that game. So I'd like to see the rematch between Cleveland and Houston. Mm-hmm. So that's why I'm kind of hoping that Jacksonville gets screwed out, of that first seed by Tennessee, and y'all get that shot to go ahead and play Cleveland.
Damn, our defense is nasty. We just got a big sack on Gardner Minshew, put him at third down and long, bro. Nasty defense we got.
Well, they did beat y'all at home, so, turnabout's fair play, especially when the playoffs are on the line.
See, my question is, if hypothetically we beat the Colts, we're in. So that means Indy is going to need probably a Buffalo. I don't know if they break the tiebreaker over Buffalo. They're probably going to need a Buffalo loss for them to get in.
No, they would need a Pittsburgh loss. But Pittsburgh's already won. So, yeah.
So basically, loser of this game is eliminated.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Well, they just got a big run here, but it's not enough. It's going to be fourth down, and we're getting the ball back. Bro, I'm telling you, that C.J. Stroud kid, he's got a lot of fucking arm strength behind that arm, man. Woo! And we're already getting the ball back. So you know what that means. I mean, C.J. Stroud.
Whenever everybody was like, CJ, and they're saying the same shit that Jaden Daniels out of LSU, they're better quarterbacks coming out of this draft. And everybody's trying to position themselves to be Williams. Have you not learned that you don't draft for quarterbacks? Speaking of which, if Big Kev is watching, I want to go ahead and throw out this proposition and see if he would be up for it. Because y'all were talking about it on his podcast the other day. If you pick, the Mocs have New England landing Marvin Harrison Jr. So if Marvin Harrison Jr. is still on the
Well, you kind of cut out there.
Everywhere. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, you kind of cut out there for a minute. You said if New England lands Marvin Harrison Jr., then what?
Their offensive line is shit. They need a lot of help everywhere. So if they land Marvin Harrison Jr. and New England propositions, hey, Tennessee, we'll go ahead and trade back because we would rather have Joe Alt as an offensive lineman. Would you be willing to go and trade up for this number 3 pick and get Marvin Harrison Jr. so we can get our offensive lineman? And, we'll go ahead and take some other draft picks. I wonder if he would be for that. Giving us
Kev, if you're watching, that's a good trade proposal. To me, that sounds like a good trade proposal there, bro.
It works out for everybody.
So what are your Cowboys scenarios?
Yeah.
Like, what's the scenario for them tomorrow if they win?
Is loaded with wide receivers. Oh, as far as like for the draft?
Yeah. Or no, the playoffs for Cowboys.
Are you talking about? Yeah, okay. Oh, well, you already know I got the Cowboys going to the Super Bowl. I've had them at the beginning of the year, so why would I back off now?
Well, I know.
So yeah.
Well, yeah. If they,
but I didn't have them going against any of these.
What happened?
I think that Green Bay is going to come down for the playoffs. Maybe some there. It's a great storyline. Green Bay coming back because they call. And one of the guys is one of the supervisors at where I work at. He's like above me. He'd be kind of like an executive. Is a Green Bay fan.
Yeah.
And we talk football all the time. And we call Dallas Lambeau South, and I'm like, motherfucker. So, it would be. But I think it's the story arc for this. What about your Texans? What do you think they're going to do if they get in the playoffs?
There's a bunch of scenarios. They're saying we could face Cleveland at NRG Stadium, or if assuming Jacksonville wins tomorrow, then obviously we're going to be on the road. We would have to play. We could still play at Arrowhead and take on Kansas City, or we could go to Buffalo.
Oh yeah, that's right. No, y'all play Miami, not Buffalo.
Miami.
That'd be a wild card.
Yeah.
So yeah, that'd be an interesting story too. Is if y'all went to Kansas City, since Kansas City kind of came back in that AFC Championship game to beat y'all with what do you call him, the sexual Watson? Yeah.
Yeah, that was the AFC divisional round. Yeah, they came back down 28-0 and we were up 28-0 and they came back and beat us.
So yeah, that would be like a revenge match. That'd be like for us, Green Bay, y'all would be Kansas City. So
okay, third down for the Texans right now. 3rd and 6. CJ Stroud runs for it, barely gets it, but he got the first down on.
So what do you think y'all?
What?
Get hurt in the draft for the Texans. What do you think you should get in the draft for the Texans?
Late first round, won't we?
Yeah, it'll probably be a mid to late.
Yeah, I'm not anticipating we're going to draft really. We're not going to get a high draft pick, so it's probably going to be in the 20s, right? I'm assuming. Yeah, 20-something. Ah, damn it. Nico Collins just slipped. 2nd down. Well, the Colts are playing that Tampa 2 defense now, so they're not going to let us throw anything deep, which that's okay. It's no big deal. We can throw the short passes and extend the chains, but we're down to 5 minutes to go in the first. Texans are still up 7-3 in Indianapolis with 5 minutes to go.
I say y'all go after that T.J. Henderson out of Ohio State, the running back.
Oh, the running back?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you may not get him in the first round, but you can get him in the 2nd round, and then he can you can throw him in the mix with you still have Pierce there, and you have Devin Stingley, and then you can rotate your running backs. I think that he'd be good to add in that mix.
Hey, unknown, what's going on? Hey, Daniel Berry, what's up? I think he's a Rams fan, if I'm correct. And unknown's, of course, the Packers fan. Your Packers are in good shape, man. They just need to win the last spot, and they're in the playoffs. Okay, 4th down, we're going to punt. Damn, we try to run up the middle, and they read it. Did we fumble the ball? I hope that wasn't a fumble. Was that? Hold on, let's look at it real quick. Did he just literally rip the ball out of Singletary's hands? No, he didn't. They were just they both simultaneously had it, but it's still 4th down, so we got to punt. All right, so the Colts just held us to our first punt of the game, so they're going to get the ball back now. To be honest with you, I think they should have a couple more games on the Saturday and flexed a couple more just to get them out the way, you know?
Yeah, maybe one more.
Like the noon game. Like at least could have put like maybe a meaningless game like Browns Bengals, just something like simple, you know, like just to get one of those games out the way, I guess.
Yeah, because tomorrow will be pretty interesting, I think. Like I said, it just really kind of depends on how this game turns out, you know, because then you got Jacksonville and Tennessee, so really, with Pittsburgh winning and whoever wins this game, you're kind of going to get an understanding of who's going to end up being in what position. So they should start filling out those playoff rosters after this game.
You know, I'm not saying that Baltimore should have benched it wasn't the right move to benching their starters today. But to be honest with you, why would you want to give Pittsburgh a chance to get in the dance? You know, like that's one of your arch nemesis. If I'm thinking, man, I would have at least started the Ravens starters to like the 3rd or something, just then, because even with Huntley, they almost beat the Steelers, and I'm thinking, well, why don't they just beat the Steelers and knock them out of the playoff hunt? Like, do you really want to see them in a playoff game? Like, hell no.
Do you think that the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to get past the Miami Dolphins if they get in?
Probably, maybe.
Because they still haven't got in yet. They still have to. The Texans or the Colts will win, and then the Jacksonville Jaguars have to lose.
Oh, okay. So that's how Pittsburgh gets in?
Yeah. The Jags have to lose for Pittsburgh to get in.
And the Titans do you think the Titans can beat them?
Yeah. Last game of the season, building up some confidence, build up some momentum. And like I said, Tony Khan doesn't really give a shit about that team, I don't think.
Like, I mean, it's obvious. Why the fuck is Trevor Lawrence not playing?
Yeah, I mean, he's more about A&W wrestling. He is. And, like, so, if you're the league, do you want this bozo over here, only half-assing it for his team? Like I said, I didn't know about this, but, whenever Trevor Lawrence got hurt that first time, the reason they didn't have the card is because they were using it for AEW. Yeah. So that's why Trevor Lawrence had to leave his heads off the field.
Hey, man, I know it's off topic, but what do you think about the Rock challenging Roman Reigns? Like, what do you think about that?
Well, like I said, the thing about it is that, WWE's done pretty good about building up their roster. You bring back CM Punk, so, you have somebody to fill out that Monday night roster, which they needed. And then
I can't hear you. What?
So I think Hunter has done a really good job of building up LA Knight. So I would, you're at that moment where you have all these guys and these pieces, then you've got the thing going on with Cody Rhodes. Ultimately, what I would do is I would book Rock as a heel because Rock is so heel. Babyface Rock kind of sucks. It's kind of cheesy. It's kind of cliche-ish, and if you're tuning into a product, you want something that's going to be there, that's going to stick. And, a babyface Rock saying the same, but a heel Rock, like the Hollywood Rock, get interest. It's going to be more interesting. It's going to be Roman to a anti-hero. Give him a few months off. What I would do is I would have The Rock screw over Roman Reigns, having cost Roman Reigns the championship because he'll have a title match with him and LA Knight. I'd have LA Knight go over with The Rock interfering. The Rock take LA Knight. Now you turn LA Knight, Eli Drake, into the heel. Like, you remember whenever he used to do dummy, yeah, because he's already got him chanting, yeah. Now all he has to do is tell the dummy, yeah, you dummies, yeah. So go ahead, turn LA Knight heel, have The Rock work with LA Knight, and form a stable, have the Usos turn on Roman, and have The Rock as the new head of the table, mentoring an LA Knight. So now you have the Cody versions. It's like, yeah, Cody deserves the title. We want to see Cody Rhodes. And so there you go. You solved that problem. Cody can now face LA Knight for the title. He'll lose, but he can face it for the title. Win his Royal Rumble. Have The Rock win the stable. Have The Rock face Roman Reigns because you don't need the title for a Rock versus Roman Reigns. That's going to be money. And then you can go ahead and put Roman out for about, a year or so. Let him go ahead, build the name up, build a label, get interest into your product, go out and promote for WWE, maybe get into some movies or something. And then you could have the stable go in. So now you have Cody Rhodes getting screwed. You have Randy Orton there. So let's go ahead and bring back Bobby Roode and create the legacy stable that they had back in the day. Whereas Randy Orton, Cody Rhodes, Bobby Roode, maybe you can bring in Tessa Blanchard. The Rock brings in his daughter to, be the female representative for the bloodline. And then they can go ahead and feud. That's how I would do it anyways.
Well, just an update. The Texans just held the Colts to 4-out. So it looks like we're getting the ball back, and we're down on the Colts' 37-yard line. 1st and 10 with 2:29 to go.
Let's get a touchdown because I got the Texans, right?
Yeah. So the only way the Cowboys can get the number 2 seed, right, is y'all have to win. Do y'all need Eagles to lose, or y'all hold the tiebreaker?
No, we'll if we win, that's it. We're the number 2 seed. It isn't so much chaos over there on the NFC side. Okay. I mean, it's pretty much set right now. And like I said, I don't think that the Cowboys are going to lose to the Commanders right now. The Eagles would have to have us lose for them to get the number 2 seed. Okay. It doesn't matter. The Eagles can win, and they're still going to be the wild card. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's going to be Dallas, Green Bay, Lambeau Field. Go ahead. That's what I've had. Like I said, that's what I had. It's the playoffs have kind of changed a little, but it's still going to be. I think it's still going to be a pretty solid. From what I had.
Man, I tell you, who do you got for that college football tomorrow? Michigan? Michigan going to bury Washington?
I hope so, but like a lot of people are like picking Washington. But like I said, I think that the deal is that Kirby Smart's going to come in there and screw over Nick Saban. Nick Saban's cashing in the money in the bank, and then Kirby Smart's going to sit there and say, "Well, we rigged the damn election for Trump to win Georgia, and they promised us 4 years of championships, and we're going to go ahead and cash this in and claim this championship. It doesn't matter who plays for the game."
Well, imagine if Nick Saban does go in there and catches money in the bank, and he hands a briefcase, and the ref said, "Okay, you're good to go," and then the other refs are pushing like Jim to fucking box him. Like, sorry, man, this is part of the rule, the new rule. But like, when was this rule created? It's not in the rule book, and the rest would be like, "It was just created this morning, little boy. Now get in the ring, boy.
Get in the ring." Yeah, he's gonna go up to fucking. They're gonna go up to. Jim Harbaugh and say, "You're fired." All right, hey, I'm gonna have to put you on mute for a little while. I'm fixing to go in here and get something to eat real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. It's 7-9 right now. Texans ball, 2nd and long. We're down on our own 48. We need to get to the Colts or to the 43 of the Colts. We run the ball with Singletary, cuts back up the middle, gets to the 48 of the Colts. 3rd down and 5. 1 minute to go, guys. Oh, all the NFC teams are just seeing who gets to lose the conference title to my Niners. Well, hopefully if your Niners get in this time, they'll win the big one. I know we'll be partying down in the Bay Area. Like I said, if the Texans get in, it's gonna be nasty, bro. I'm talking about McNasty. If we get in, dance. And we're gonna make some hell in the AFC. Like flat out. Offsides on the Colts. No, false start on us. Come on. Yeah, we got a false start penalty, Marvin. We jumped off. We had to jump false start. Yeah, that's on us. 27 seconds left. It is now third down. That was on Merrily Tunzel. So what is that? 3rd and 10 now. Yeah, it's going to be 3rd and 10. 3rd and 10 with 27 seconds left. All right, are they going to run it or what are they going to do here? They didn't even start the play clock yet. Okay, yeah, they started it now. 3rd down and 10. Shotgun. Stroud throws it to Nico. Nico didn't get it. He's about 3 yards short. 4th and 3. Are we going to go for it here or what? It's the end of the first, so we got a little time to sit on it. I know D'Amico's going to sit on it on 4th and 3. Y'all think we're going to go for it? I hope Washington wins. What about the Pac-12 as a disgrace to football? Yeah. It's unfortunate that they got rid of the Pac-12, man. I'm really going to miss it, just like I don't want my Longhorns leaving it. I don't want to go to the SEC. I've already said that. Like, I want us to stay in the Big 12. I want us to recruit and compete with the SEC, not just go and join them and just make a super conference. And then you just kind of just leave everybody else out. And, like, so with this college expansion, like me and Prodigal talked about earlier, A-Bomb, basically it's just going to be a bunch of SEC teams and Pac-10 teams getting in. I don't think that's fair, you know? So, like, eight SEC teams had 10 wins this year. So, or 8 teams. Yeah, 8 teams. So that means like 8 of the 12 would be SEC teams in the college playoff. And then you would have 4 to like maybe a couple of Big 10 teams, maybe 2 or 3. Then you'd probably have, of course, your whatever the worst conference champion winner is or whatever, the best of the worst. And then that'll be your playoff. And I don't like that, man. I don't like the sounds of that. I think they need to structure it a little better. I think if you win your conference, you should make, if there's 8 conferences, then you should win your conference, make the playoffs, and then do a top 8 from there. And then I know it's probably going to be like maybe not as entertaining. You're not going to get like the matchups you probably want to see, but I think that's the only like real way to do it is to like win your conference and get in. I mean, I just don't like the idea of like cherry picking like 8 schools from the SEC. I don't like that idea. I think it's stupid, and I just think it's just going to dilute the product even more. And then you're just going to be right back at it again, talking about what about Liberty? What about Tulane? What about, Coastal Carolina? What about all these schools that went 10 wins and they can't get in or play for a title? And it's just right there again, we're like right there having that conversation,
Yeah, it seems like, they would have been like, have gotten it figured out by now, you would think. How long has college football been around?
God damn, since the early they said back in the Civil War, they had like schools there like William and Mary, Harvard, Yale. They've been around since, God damn it, since fucking, they got pictures of fucking Robert E. Lee at fucking Yale taking pictures with football players, dude.
Yeah, that's probably what caused the Civil War was Texas screwed over, Oklahoma screwed Texas again. That's what caused the Civil War.
I mean, goddamn, Robert E. Lee took selfies sitting next to fucking players at Yale,
And they still haven't got the shit right after all this fucking time,
Ulysses S. Grant and Abe Lincoln is posting pictures next to William and Mary in Maryland. They're like, look, we're at the game, and they're taking selfies.
Fucking, yeah. Fucking Jesus was sitting there writing about how Nick Saban is fucking Satan. He wasn't trying to say Satan, he was trying to say Saban. Nick Saban.
Major League Baseball's been around since the early 1800s.
Yeah.
That's crazy if you think about it. He
and
said
like,
nobody out there is going to give a shit anymore. The NCAA is bullshit. Yeah, you're right. A-Bomb is
yeah, and
absolutely
see,
right.
that's one thing. I was reading an article, right? And of course, who has the most to fucking say about it but the SEC fans? Because they're the only ones that go to college football games. But
Right.
they were sitting there saying that, oh, well, this game doesn't have Texas or Alabama in it, so it's not really selling like they thought it would. And it's like, why would I pay $1,000 to go watch a scripted fucking game? You know,
Facts.
if I already understand, if I could sit there and predict a lot of these bowls like I do with the complete and utter accuracy that I do, and I already know how they're going to turn out, why do I want to go ahead and see the game live? Because I have no real anticipation on who's going to fucking win. I could just watch it on TV and just shut off whenever it's like, oh, okay, I know that this game is rigged for Alabama, so.
And here's the thing. Whenever they schedule Bama and Georgia, go look at their games, who they play like the first 3 out-of-conference games. It's not even like reasonable schools. It's like New Mexico State and fucking like Jacksonville.
Middle Tennessee.
Fucking middle school or something. And they're like, hey, look at our schedule. I'm like, yeah, or they'll schedule Bama a week games at the end.
And, they rely on the reputation of their conference, because if it wasn't for the reputation, if they had to play like legitimate powerhouses outside of conference, they would probably get embarrassed. And so,
Facts.
like, ultimately what Florida State should have done the fucking opposite of what they did. All them guys should have showed out. They should have went ahead, rolled fucking Georgia's ass like 42 to nothing, and shut down that fucking offense. Because Georgia lost 25 players in 2 years.
Facts.
That's not a national championship team.
No.
And the sheer fact that Florida State could have dominated Georgia if they really, really wanted to, because they were one of the 4 best teams in college football, regardless if you want to go ahead and put Alabama in or not. And they should have just really went ahead and embarrassed college football. But I suspect that Florida State got the clue that, it wouldn't matter what they would do. The game was still going to be rigged for Georgia. So, like, this is why would I pay $1,000 to go watch Georgia play Florida State whenever it's going to be a joke? Y'all are going to have to fix this shit, because my job doesn't depend on college sports. I'm still going to have a fucking job.
Facts.
If, people stop having interest in these sports. So while you people are clowning, scripting these sports like a fucking Madden game, when people start to sit there saying it's scripted and they get annoyed by the scripting of it and they lose interest in it, well, that's your fucking job. It's not my job. I don't care. You should have, put a little bit more pride. You should have put a little bit more effort into your job.
Speak louder in the back so they can hear you.
So, it's just the God's fucking honest truth is, I'm not going to watch a scripted sport. This is one of the issues. This is why the NBA is failing. This is why they're losing ratings. This is why I'm sure that the NFL is going to catch up. When people get tired of watching the same old Kansas City fucking Pfizer scripted bullshit on TV with what's her name, Taylor Swift and stuff. People get tired of that shit. They do.
Yeah, absolutely. And we haven't even gotten on basketball yet. You guys want to? Basketball sucks so bad now that it's actually worse than baseball. I hate to say it, but I thought baseball was the worst sport. I actually now I'm believing basketball is the worst. NBA basketball is god awful to the point to where they have to invent another tournament just to get you to watch it, and it just failed miserably.
And I can tell you, man, all it's going to take is the right player is going to play for the fucking Yankees, and baseball is going to be back.
Oh, baseball's already coming back with the rule changes.
Yeah, you get another Aaron Judge for the Yankees, because the Yankees is one of those teams like the Cowboys, are the Lakers. They're one of those teams that everybody loves to root against. And if the Yankees come back, and the Lakers should be like that. But, they screwed up basketball so much that nobody can take it seriously anymore. Nobody can take basketball seriously.
Facts.
Everybody tried to sit there and tell you whenever you were doing the Golden State, LeBron, It became too predictable. People were calling these fucking series, myself included, like, whenever LeBron came back and upset the 72, whatever the hell it was, Golden State Warriors,
Yeah.
I knew that Cleveland was gonna win that series. I didn't have to watch it. I knew it was booked. I understand kayfabe. I've watched wrestling for fucking years. I know how these things are booked. You know, and to sit there and these guys were like, well, man, Golden State, they won all these games this year. Yeah, they're setting up that betting line so people like me can come over here and see a fool and say, hey, I'll bet you that they don't win. I don't like betting on the sports because I think it's kind of dumb to bet on something that's scripted. But I have made some bets with some people that are suckers. I'll probably never see the money because it's just kind of like this generation, of sports degenerates, I guess, because you're not going to see the money, but it's more of the fact that I understand how this is going to turn out.
Yeah.
You're trying to sit there and call me a conspiracy theorist and thinking I'm crazy. So yeah, if you're going to make a bet, then yeah, I'll go ahead and take the money. Because I explained it to you. I told you what's going to happen. I said, if you put your money down here, you're going to lose it because this is what's going to happen. And if you still go ahead and, put your money down, well, then I guess I'll just go ahead and take it.
Well, I think what's lacking in basketball is that they're not marketing off the team anymore. They market off the individual players. And the problem is you don't have that many players to market off of. Like for now, let's take the storylines for basketball, for example. LeBron's old and aging. The only thing they could really say is he going to get the Lakers to the playoffs, or is he can hit the 40,000 point club? Other than that, I don't really think they care. That's why they have to beg LeBron to stay. Because other than LeBron James, they don't really have anybody else to market. Damian Lillard went to Milwaukee. That storyline kind of died out fast. It's not popular. Harden doing a four, the quadruple four. That storyline didn't really pan out. Durant's crying again in Phoenix, asking for a trade. The big three over there can't stay healthy. Trae Young's missing in action. The Sixers are born. The New York Knicks are born. The Spurs, when is Greg Popovich going to go on another liberal rant again? There's not really, and then with the Rockets, there's no storyline there than Dylan Brooks. In his antics, he's trying to be like a little dramatic guy who plays defense to players who are out of bounds and trolling and trying to be like a Patrick Beverley type. And then you got Patrick Beverley on a podcast saying, well, I'm better than Giannis Antetokounmpo because I play better defense than him. So it's just that there's no authentic storylines. There's no rivalries in basketball. The Denver Nuggets are now become boring. Minnesota is at under radar first place right now, but nobody really talks about them because they're probably going to get screwed in the playoffs anyway. And so there's really nothing in basketball that's just exciting storyline-wise. So that's why it's become so boring. And here's even the worst part. And I'll let you chime in. The worst part about basketball is they're scheduling back-to-back games to the same teams back-to-back nights. And I see them do this throughout the year. And so they're trying to, I guess, cut down on travel costs, but it looks bad because your Christmas Day games had 5 games, and 2 of those 5 were played the night before. So I'm not intrigued to see those matchups. For Christmas, I just saw those the day before. Why would I want to watch those rematch on Christmas? So they just messed the whole thing up. Like, there's no real authentic storylines in NBA. And then, of course, Draymond gets kicked out of the league, and it's like, is this indefinite? There's not any authentic rivalries going on in basketball. It's all about individual kayfabe superstars. Golden State, same thing. You got what's his name? You got Stephen Curry, who's like 35 or 34 and like a 45-year-old man's body. Age is catching up to him. He's not really that good anymore, so you can't market off the Warriors. So it's just you're just getting, and all the teams are at 500, except for like maybe 3 teams. Boston's also another boring basketball team. Nobody really talks about Boston, even though they're number 1 in the East. And I'm just saying, the NBA basketball has become so boring that they have to create another tournament just to get you to watch, and it just flopped. Go ahead, Prodigal.
So, like you said, they have to market off of certain players. that's the branding thing. I go ahead and blame a lot of that shit on Jordan. I think that's why Jordan was kind of shoved down our throats in the 90s. However, with this being said, I'll tell you one of the mistakes that basketball made was they didn't market off with the right players. I think that, you look at LeBron and you look at a guy like Kevin Durant. Whenever Kevin Durant came in the league, I think that, the NBA should have done right by Kevin and said, hey, because the guy was fucking dynamic. He's probably one of the best.
Hey, you're kind of breaking up. You're breaking up. Can't hear you. Prodigal.
Yeah.
Okay, now I can hear you. So whatever you just said 10 seconds before that, couldn't you? You said when Kevin Durant came to the league, what happened? And go start from there? Yeah, you're
can you hear me
cutting
now?
out again. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're probably in the dead zone, man.
Wyland, Jimmy Butler, I just think that they're better players than LeBron was more of a facilitator. Steph Curry, facilitator, he's a point guard. That's what point guards do. You still hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you right now.
And so, I just think that they threw all their eggs into one basket, the LeBron basket, and then they tried to half those eggs in the Steph Curry basket. And, ultimately that's what killed the sport. I think if they would have leaned more towards like a Durant, Jimmy Butler is a great player too. Kawhi Leonard
they got
is a
him on
great
the
player.
LGBTQ storyline right now.
Oh, yeah. See, that's how they also screw it up. Because with all this woke shit that nobody wants. Nobody wants that shit. It's like it's like you contracted AIDS. That's what it is. It's AIDS. And by putting this shit in, nobody wanted, it's just gonna.
Hey, Prodigal, are you in the dead zone? Because you keep going in and out.
What's up?
Are you in a dead zone? Because you keep going in and out.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but are you in a dead zone? Are you in a bad area?
I'm driving right now. I'm not that far away from my house, though.
Okay, so you'll probably get better reception.
I'm only about 7 or 8 minutes
NBA basketball is so fucking boring. I haven't watched a single Rockets game this year. You can see more in the jersey. I watched one game where my head coach was thrown out because apparently LeBron James got ejected and talked his way back into the game. How he did that, I don't know. But they were sending a technical. My coach went to go question it. The ref throws him out. Then LeBron and him are just, doing this WWE shit. We're like, get the fuck out of here, boy. That shit, get out of here, boy. Him and the heel ref were telling, our coach to get out. And all I did was just laugh, and I just turned the channel, and I haven't watched the Rockets game since. I haven't watched a single game this year, even though we had a lot of additions to our team that I like. But I'm just not interested in watching basketball. Maybe it might pick up for me, probably, maybe in March. But that's the first time I could ever say in my life that basketball is boring. I just thought I would, even in the years where it was watered down, there were only 4 teams, I would still watch all the games, most of the games. This year, I've completely taken a step back. I don't even watch any of them. I haven't watched one Rockets game. We're already almost 40 games in the season. I haven't watched one. I don't even know their stats if you could tell me. And I'm telling you this right now, to be honest with you, bro, that I might start having to watch baseball again.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you. And see, the thing is, and this is what they don't fucking get, is that nobody wants to watch these diva storylines in professional sports. We don't give a fuck. All right, we want to see good sports, and basketball's been the worst about creating fucking divas, like LeBron James coming out. They're fucking, who gives a fuck what you think? Just shut up and dribble already. All the fucking conservatives are right. All the fucking conservatives are right. Just shut the fuck up. Your little fucking circle right there. But I haven't seen anything that could, resemble anything called a rational fucking thought. whenever you go out there and talk to Jamil Hill or whoever the fuck is purchasing coming this week. We don't care. This is why Pat McAfee is the biggest thing to happen to ESPN in a long fucking time. You know, this is why he's got a show on that network. Is because the people who run ESPN are so far out of fucking touch with reality that, and it's our fault because guess what? We're either misogynists, homophobes, xenophobes, racists. No, we don't give a fuck. And we're tired of hearing you motherfuckers whine about every fucking thing. And it doesn't matter. I'm not going to apologize for what the fuck I'm saying. And it doesn't fucking matter to me because you'll never accept an apology anyway. So why don't you just go ahead, move on with your, go back and work at Chipotle, making fucking burritos for me. You know, go to McDonald's and make sure that I have mustard all the way on my fucking hamburgers.
Facts.
And shut the fuck up because, you know, you're clearly not qualified for the position that you hold right now. And so, you know,
and not to mention, Marvin made a good point. He said most of the basketball players coming in the league don't even look like athletes. They all look the same. I know. Like, if you mix up, like, they all look the same. Same hairdo, same height, same weight ratio. You couldn't tell them apart.
You know, I'm fucking, you know, a San Antonio Spurs fan, and I'll be the first one to sit there and say it, that fucking Victor
Yambe what?
You know, all grown up now. So, hello?
Yeah, repeat that again. Are you at the house?
Can you hear me?
Are you at the house? Because you keep breaking up.
No, I'm driving to the house right now.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You know, you can fix that on StreamYard, by the way.
How do you fix it?
So no, fucking Victor Riambe looks like I don't know. You got to go in there and mess with it a little bit. They have something. I've seen an advertisement for it.
Okay.
It's like Starvin Marvin all grown up now. It doesn't look like the Tim Duncans and the Hakeems back in the days. You know, the big men are kind of skinny men.
All right, well, just an update in case you care. The Texans got to stop. On fourth down, we got the ball back with 6:23 before halftime.
What's the score?
It's still 7-3, Houston.
7-3, so this is going to be a pretty tight game.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, man. And, yeah, like I said, we got 6 minutes to go. Halftime's coming up. Maybe we can get a field goal on this drive. We're up 10-3.
Even a field goal will be fine, yeah. Go up 10-3.
Marvin said I used to be a big Rockets fan. Now I can care less if they ever win the title again. This woke politics shit ruined sports and especially ruined basketball. I don't think they can recover from it. Well, they did stop the kneeling. They did stop the kneeling with the whole George Floyd shit because NBA started losing a lot of ratings. So they stopped that. But it's just the problem with NBA is you just have way too many games. And the reason why football can pull it off so well, because even though I've had my criticism about college football and about NFL, is because their seasons are shorter. So you don't have to see a marathon of it. With basketball, it's fucking forever. It starts in October. You get rehash matchups every day. Every team's beating each other up. Like one night you win, the next night you lose, the next night you win, the next night you lose. There's no consistency. Every team's at 500 except for maybe 4 basketball teams. And all the teams at this point that are at the bottom are not even going to make it, so they basically got a tank. And you pretty much already know who's going to get in except for maybe the last spot in the play-in tournament. And then you got kayfabe storylines that are kind of drawn out, bland and dull. And, you know, basically they have to beg LeBron to stay till he's 50 just to try to figure out what they're going to do. You know?
And it doesn't help whenever you're out there like, LeBron, go out there and call everybody a racist. You know? Because most of the people aren't racist. And nobody wants to hear you cry about some bullshit that you heard on CNN or whatever the fuck.
Facts.
Nobody cares.
Facts.
You know, that's why their fucking ratings suck right now. The media's dying. The media's dead. By the way, happy January 6th. January 6th, 2020 was pretty much the day that the fucking media officially died.
Facts.
Because, you know, you don't see all this outrage over these media stories like you used to ever since January the 6th.
Yep.
But they're still like, we need to take Trump. We need to take Trump. Nobody's going to fucking back you on this shit. Nobody's going with you. So, nobody has any respect for you people. You kind of killed it. That's it.
Marvin said the NFL markets off of team play. That's why they can still survive even with kayfabe storylines. Is that at the end of the day, they put the team first for most of the cases. You can't market maybe but a couple of stars, but it's all about the team at the end of the game. I know in basketball, it's not like that. It's all about, the top 5 guys in the league. It's about LeBron James and the Lakers and Curry, and they got to market storylines off of those guys. Well, you can't really do anything with Golden State. So theirs is more dramatic with the Draymond Green thing. Then, of course, Durant's begging for a trade again in Phoenix, not working out. Damian Lillard to Milwaukee, that storyline really didn't pan out because the Bucks are really not as good as they thought they were going to be. I think they're sitting at 3 in the East right now. Boston's ahead of them, and Philadelphia is almost ahead of them. So, the only storyline that's somewhat intriguing is the Minnesota Timberwolves being number 1 in the NBA with the best record. But how long is that going to last? And when are the NBA going to decide to bury those guys? Because I can actually see that coming. If they put LA at 8 and they're going up against the Wolves in the number 1 seed in the playoffs, I can bet your dairy apple they're going to want ratings with LeBron going further in the playoffs than ill-fated Minnesota Timberwolves lack a storyline there, and they'll make sure the Lakers beat them.
Oh yeah, and the thing about the NBA is that their storylines tend to be more predictable than the NFL storylines.
Facts.
And everybody knows that LeBron's going to win it whenever he goes to the Lakers and stuff. But to be honest with you, if Kevin Durant would have went to the Lakers and say Kobe Bryant would have came out of retirement to play 1 year with Kevin Durant, I think that would have helped the ratings for a few years. Because everybody would have wanted to see. But no, you decided that you wanted to go ahead. You wanted to make the whole league about LeBron James. Why did they try to go ahead and make the league about LeBron James? It wasn't because LeBron James was the best. It was because LeBron James comes from a single-parent household with a black single mother, and that's what they wanted to push on society.
Oh,
that's what they wanted to push on society. That's why they wanted to run with LeBron. See, Kobe was, trained by his father. He was bred to be in the NBA. They didn't want to run with Kobe. They wanted to run with the single mother LeBron James storyline in the 2000s. So that's what it is. And so this is why all these kids think that LeBron James is the GOAT. I don't think that LeBron James is in my top 20. I don't think that he's the best player, at any given time whenever he was in the league. But they have to tell you he is. I think he's a good player, but I don't think he's definitely in the greatest of all time conversation.
Just to give you an update, Nico Collins just caught a screen pass and drove the ball all the way to the Colts 2-yard line for a 41-yard.
Nice.
Wow. Oh, he's out of bounds at the 7. I'm sorry. He wasn't out of bounds at the 2. His foot went out of about around the 8. So we're down at the 8, but that's still not bad. And it's the second quarter. We're a little under. We're almost hitting the 3-minute mark. First and goal at the 8. We line up an I formation. Stroud with the pitch to Singletary. Singletary gets the ball to the Texan 4, and it'll be second and goal on the 4-yard line with now officially under 3. Wow. And the Texans look like they have the opportunity to take the lead. I mean, I meant not take the lead, but go up.
Extend the lead. Yeah. Extend it to 14-3.
Wow. And the fact we've held the Colts to out of the end zone the entire first half, I think in itself puts us in the driver's seat, man, to win this game.
And I'll tell you one thing, is that the Texans, C.J. Stroud, like I said, and I've told you this before, C.J. Stroud can play some football. He's just a good quarterback. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You have quarterbacks in the NFL where it's scripted for them to look good. Like you look at Patrick Mahomes, and if I have a wide receiver that open that I'm throwing it to, then I'm going to look like a fucking Pro Bowl level quarterback. Because a majority of that work is done by Tyreek Hill or Who's it, that Rice kid that they got last year? You know, a lot of his wide receivers make Patrick Mahomes look good. You know, whereas C.J. Stroud is just a good quarterback. He can pinpoint that ball. He puts his receivers in the best position to win. So this is the type of guy that you want playing in the playoffs. Is a guy that can play quarterback instead of the guy who can pretend to play quarterback. You know what I'm saying? So of course, this is one of the reasons why I like the Texans getting into the playoffs and doing something.
Oh, Marvin just said that you guys forgot to mention something about NBA basketball. Give Marvin a shout out on Facebook. He said we also talked about the lack of defense in basketball or lack thereof defense, not like it was in the 80s and 90s where players could hand check and give elbows to players going to the rim. Now you can't even touch a guy or hand check, and you got to play a foot or two off of them. So therefore, they shoot nothing but threes all game. It's boring.
Yeah. Hell, half the time they shoot half-court shots. And that seems to be.
And it's like the NBA basically is trying to market off of points because, you know, people have like because the internet and the technology has made people's attention span shorter. So they're trying to speed the game up faster to get like those new generation of kids that just don't have the patience to watch a good defensive game so that they can watch something that's going fast, you know, like just going fast up and down the court. But the problem is when you have no defense, the injuries increase. And then players sit out, they rest because they're tired of fucking running for 48 minutes straight. It's a long time. And then, of course, there's no fundamentals of basketball, no defense. So all you're basically doing is just shooting threes all games. I've been to games, bro, where I've seen teams on a fast break, and you would go for the layup instead of just run to the three-point line and jack up a three and completely miss it because they didn't want to take the two. And the coaches don't even say shit to them about it. Like, what happened to, like, just getting the points? Now it's like, oh, no, I want it all. I want to get threes I don't want to shoot 5 shots to get 10. I want to shoot 2 if I can. And it's so stupid because it takes away from, like, strategy. There's no defense. So it's basically like it's just going to be like it's going to come down to the last possession. Like, whoever has the last possession is either going to win or lose. There's no strategy at all. I love the games where it ended 85-80, 82-81. Like, those to me are good defensive games. But when you got a game that's 150 to 141, that tells me there's no fucking defense. And it's boring. Go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, and like
players in double figures. You know?
It's like they set it up for the gamer community. And like I don't even like watching the fucking gamers play fucking video games. So why would I watch, like I said, this is what I say a big issue with the NFL. It's like watching Roger Goodell play Madden because it's set up for gamers instead of for fans. Well, then go get the gamers to go pay fucking $1,000 for those fucking NCAA tickets to watch Michigan play Washington because I'm not interested.
Facts.
And this is my last year to go for Texas. And does Texas deserve to be in there? Probably not. But, next year I'll be going for some other team that probably won't make it. So why would I invest in watching any of the bowl games?
That I was just saying that earlier when you were in the drive-through. I just got done saying that it would be better if Texas would have stayed in the Big 12 and try to recruit Florida State. Go ahead and let's get in Miami or Miami, and then we can recruit Notre Dame and just beef up the Big 12 and compete with the SEC. But instead, they're like, no, let's just all join them. That's stupid.
Well, it's like I was telling Sanchez Clark. I said if the SEC ends up screwing up the ACC, what the Big 12 should do if they can't become a powerhouse in football, and let's say that they get, Florida State ends up going to the SEC, Miami ends up going to the SEC, then what the Big 12 needs to do is they need to bring in Duke and North Carolina and become the powerhouse in basketball. Because right now, to me, personally, college basketball is probably the best product we have so far.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Definitely the best product we have in college sports.
Hey, did you laugh at my video where I talked about Nick Saban cashes in his Money in the Bank rematch?
Yeah.
Like,
well, you saw my comment.
Jim right now. Get up, motherfucker. And then Jim's like, oh, why are you doing this to me? Let me win for once in my life. Get up, boy, right now. Get up right now, boy. And then Jim has to get up and sell the fucking spears. His Nick Saban just gores him right through the fucking table. Saban's like, you're not going to win a championship there, boy.
They're gonna end up being on Vice's Dark Side of the Ring next week. Well, I thought I was gonna win the championship.
Why don't Nick Saban do like Shooter McGavin did after Happy Gilmore, where he stole the jacket and ran down the hill? Bro, just Nick Saban rode with the trophy down the fucking hill and just have to escape in a helicopter.
Somebody needs to make that happen. Where you
might as well. You might as well. If you're gonna rig it, make it entertaining.
Yeah.
Why don't you go ahead and knock Sarkisian out and spray paint him with SEC and give him the Goldberg? That used to go back to the Big 12.
Yeah.
You might as well, man. This shit looks pathetic. And for basketball, I hate to say this, you might as well just go ahead and rig it for the Lakers to win, because your storylines, if you think Jimmy Butler's fucking which gender am I in the next game is going to sell, where they got him with the makeup on and his hair growing out like a girl, if you think that's going to sell, that's bullshit. And then if you're going to go with these whack lame storylines and Draymond's kayfabe suspension is indefinite, hashtag he'll be probably back in a couple of weeks, and Durant wanted to get traded in these bland, boring storylines, how does NBA expect it to survive if they're not going to rig the fucking Lakers to win? I mean, you would have to do that. I mean, you might as well let LeBron win his 5th ring. Fuck it. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not saying I'm a big LeBron fan. I'm not saying I'm the biggest LeBron fan. But I'm going to tell you this right now. When LeBron leaves, they're in trouble. I hate to say it, because the only player you can market off of is going to retire. You have no one else.
Well, I mean, you don't have an audience. That's the problem. Even if you had somebody else, nobody's watching the shit because you've rigged it for so long. So it's kind of like what the WWE is right now. Personally, myself, I like LA Knight. I like the guys that they brought back. I think that there's potential there to put on an entertaining program. But it's going to be kind of fucking hard to get people to watch the program that you've already run off and shitted on for so long in the WWE by going too stupid, by having Daniel Bryan beat up Evolution and the Shield the same night and shit, It's just, stupid,
We just got fucking robbed.
Uh-oh.
The referees just fucking fucked us just now.
What do you do?
Well, it looks like what should have been a fucking incomplete pass, or it looked like intentional grounding. They overrode it and then called the fucking face mask on us after it. So now the Colts have first down on our side of the territory. It should have been intentional grounding. It should have been offsetting, but instead they just called our flag.
Is it still 7-3?
It's 14-3 Texans, but I think they're trying to help the Colts score before halftime. That's stupid. That should have been offsetting penalties, but instead they said it wasn't intentional grounding, which it was, and then they said, well, the face mask still upholds. I'm like, what?
They're trying to keep it interesting so people stay tuned in the halftime, I get it.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard of. I've never heard of that before. I think they just make up shit as they go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you see where Jim was looking through the book? He was looking through the rule book where they called the substitution infraction on the on the offense, and he was looking through the book trying to find the rule. He
found it. He found it, right? And it said that this call only goes for Alabama only. It only goes for opponents of Alabama.
Oh, that's a touchdown. Oh, he overthrew that. That should have been a catch by Ali Cox. He should have caught that. He was wide open. That would have been a touchdown Indy right there. Third down and 10. Indy's got to get at least in field goal range to make this interesting. Yeah, I think they're going to try to make it interesting in the third quarter.
Yeah.
I think the reason why football, Marvin, because you said how does football pull off their kayfabe storylines? Well, because first of all, you can't really market off individual players anymore. I mean, yeah, you got your CJ Stroud and stuff, but at the end of the day, you have to market the team, and you have to. There's 12 guys on the field, and they're all wearing a helmet. It's kind of hard to market a single player unless you're like a Tom Brady. But you can't market that many like individual stars because they have to win, and in order to win, you need all 11 guys on the field to do. For basketball, there's like 5 guys on the court, and like 4 of them suck. And the only one that's good is LeBron and fucking KD, and maybe like a handful, like 5 guys. So the rest of them kind of are all like, what do they call it, Teletubbies? You kind of all put them together. They all function the same. So the only way you can market in the NBA is off the single player, and that's why team basketball doesn't really matter anymore in basketball. It's all about marketing. Like LeBron, the Lakers really don't matter. It's about LeBron. And same thing with Curry and your Durant's and stuff. So that the NBA is struggling off of trying to sell this 82-game season where they can only lock in on 10 guys. So you have to create, 10 storylines? I mean, like, how far you plan on going with that? So you got to create these kayfabe. Then they try to go into the whole woke shit with LeBron and, and then the whole, BLM with George Floyd. And they were all kneeling. We refuse to fucking play until they fix this shit. And then the ratings hit, and then, the NBA said, hey, we kind of have to get back to playing basketball because, no one's coming to our games. And then, and then from there, they Curry's agent, LeBron's agent, so they can't really perform at their peak like they used to. So there's no other younger guys in the league. Then you got Wayamba for the Spurs that comes in, but instead of like talking about that guy, they talk about, that liberal coach, Greg Popovich, who I highly respect, but it's like they only market off his rant. They don't really market off of that player. And it's just like, you don't boo that player here, boy. You boo me. You don't boo him, God damn it. The next time, Greg Popovich reminds me of? He reminds me of Scott Steiner, where he would sit there and his fans, and then you boo me. I'm coming into the crowd, and I'm whooping your ass there, boy. And that's like Greg Popovich. He's like a Scott Steiner guy, and he's like, next time, we're going into the crowd. We're beating your fucking ass. And you keep booing my guys.
Well, they weren't even booing his motherfucking guy. They were booing Kawhi Leonard, which was a former player, which was kicking the shit out of you. Hence why they were booing the motherfucker. If the shit made sense, then nobody would be making fun of you, Greg. But the shit doesn't make any sense. You were getting your ass kicked, and they were booing Kawhi Leonard. No, need to be Kawhi Leonard.
Marvin said,
you want him to cheer Kawhi Leonard.
I get tired of his fucking antics, man. Just shut up and let these guys play the game. Stop being a loser. You're 4 and fucking 30. Oh shit! Shots fired by Marvin. Marvin's a Spurs fan,
So like this is like a playoff game, This Texans and Colts is like a playoff game.
Yeah.
It's not the playoffs, but it's pretty much a play-in game. It's a playoff game. And so people are going to pay attention to Texans versus Colts. Does anybody care if it's a playoff game, a play-in game between the Mavericks and the fucking Kings or whatever the hell? They probably wouldn't care. But I guarantee you got a lot of motherfuckers probably watching this game right now.
Hey, CJ Stroud is 5 yards away from 4,000-yard season. Even though Andrew Luck holds the record for most yards by a rookie quarterback, his is like 43-70-something. So obviously he's not going to break that, but 4,000 is still a good milestone. Oh, just to give you an update, it's 14-6 Texans. Colts did make a field goal, and it looks like the Texans they're going to take it to the halftime. 14-6.
So it's 14-6. That's not bad.
Yeah, well, the Colts are calling timeouts now because there's 36 seconds left, and Texans got the ball in their own 15, and Colts are starting to use their timeouts, so they're going to try to see if they get the ball back, get something going. Pro basketball has taken a step back, man. I can't believe that I can actually say that. Like, I told Prodigal Hill about 2 weeks ago, I said, or about a couple months back, I said, basketball for me starts in Christmas. I took one look at the Christmas Day games and just didn't give a shit. And it's like now it's January. They're going to try to promote the games on MLK Day, so they're going to try to schedule all fucking 30 teams to play for that day. I'm probably still not going to watch it. I'm just going to wait, probably till late March, and then just watch it.
Whenever it gets to be playoff time.
Yep.
Because there's just nobody that's really a must see. Are you gonna what? We're gonna supposed to get excited for Jeremy Scowen? Mm,
Facts.
Am I supposed to get excited about seeing Draymond Green?
Nope. See, here's the thing: when basketball starts up in October, the biggest problem they have is they have to compete with the MLB playoffs because the playoffs are starting for baseball. So of course people are going to be watching their favorite baseball teams in the playoffs, and then you got to deal with NFL. So you still got to deal with NFL. So the basketball, it's kind of hard to market around that time because they know it takes 80 fucking thousand games. And so they automatically know, okay, well, I'm going to wait for the 20 or 30 game mark to just go ahead and watch basketball. And it's like, well, now it's like you don't even want to do that because the storylines, there's nothing intriguing about these matchups. I like last night we went out to eat right at this bar in Richmond. My brother took me there. It was like my brother, me, and my cousin and his friends. So we went there to go eat, right? And the Knicks were playing the Sixers. And they did the starting lineups, right? And I only knew like maybe 2 or 3 guys on the team. And after that, they were playing, and it just was so fucking boring. Like I couldn't watch it. And it was like I tried to watch it. It was like so fucking lame that it's just a bunch of guys running up and down the court shooting threes. And I just was like, wow, it's gotten this bad. There's no defense, literally. And I just was like, nah, I'm not gonna watch it. So it's like, again in March, when the playoffs are, it's coming down to like seed in, and if your team's still in it, that's fine. You may pick up on it, but after that, I could care less.
Yo, wait until that starts to affect you in football. Whenever you're like, oh, well, this is fucking stupid. Oh, look at this guy just went back 5 yards intentionally. Oh, they're setting it up, kind of like, you see the refs. Whenever it starts to hit football and then you want to stop watching football, because, it's like, well, what's the point? Maybe for you it won't be so bad because I expect the Texans to be red hot for a while now. You've got the coach, you've got the quarterback, you've got a good young team around that quarterback, so y'all will be set for a while. But if you're a New York Giants fan, or a Buffalo Bills fan, or a Green Bay Packers fan, and they market like they did, this is where the NBA started to really kill themselves, where it's Golden State, Cleveland, Golden State, Cleveland, Golden State, Cleveland, back and forth, and it's been LeBron or Golden State in the fucking titles for about a decade. Then that's whenever other people are going to step in, and that's kind of like what's happening right now in college football, because the Nebraska fan, okay, you got the Alabama fans, you got the whole whopping 5 million people that live in Alabama watching these games, right?
Facts.
But there's people that root for Nebraska, there's people that root for Miami, there's people that rooted for Florida State. There's people that root for Texas. There's people that root for USC. And ultimately, what fucking Disney has done has hijacked college football, which I call it the welfare conference. Let's just call the SEC what it is. It's the welfare conference. Because, at one time, the SEC was the best conference. Just like at one time, the Big 12 was the best conference. Just like at one time, the Big 10 was the best conference. And just like at one time, the Pac 12 was the best conference. But they've hijacked that and just give everything to the SEC. The SEC doesn't have to play for anything. Everything is handed to the SEC. Next year, you're going to have 4 to 5 teams that are ranked in the top 10 that are in the SEC. So the SEC doesn't have to play for a title. They don't have to go out and schedule a USC. They don't have to go out and schedule a Michigan. They don't have to schedule a Florida State at the, teams like LSU do because they know that they'll have to make a case for why they should be in. But your Georgias and your Alabamas don't because they know that they're going to be put in.
Marvin said,
So,
this man cook. Facts.
So, why would I be interested in watching that shit? I wouldn't. And so, while you're sitting there, marketing to the Georgia fans, marketing to the Alabama fans, and screwing over the Nebraska fans, screwing over the Colorado fans, screwing over the Miami fans, why would they continue to support your sport? You let them fucking Alabama fans go ahead and support that sport. Go ahead and let the Georgia fans support that sport. Why would the fucking Florida State fans or the Texas fans go ahead and support that, especially after you just went ahead and legitimately took out a team that was worthy of being in that top 4 pick to go ahead and say, fuck you, we're still going to put in our favorite, which is Alabama, and it doesn't matter what anybody says.
Oh, facts.
So I'm not going to listen to Stephen A. Smith anymore. If fucking ESPN goes out of business and this man is on the fucking side of the fucking can, so, asking for $5 is a fucking Salvation Cup in his hand because that's, kind of where he needs to be at in life. Well, then I don't give a fuck, Stephen A. Smith. You should have went ahead, did your job right, and been honest. But since you motherfuckers can't be honest, and since you're not going to be intellectually honest with the fans, and the fans are saying that we don't like this shit, and you're like, fuck you, well, then just let the whole fucking shit collapse then. I don't give a shit.
Fuck it, yeah. ESPN it used to be the go-to place for me. I couldn't wait to get off the bus to watch ESPN. Now it's like, I ask myself, they're still around?
Yeah, and they have to rely on Pat McAfee. They have to rely on Aaron Rodgers to come out and say that Jeffrey Epstein's on the client list.
Yeah, they have to get Aaron Rodgers basically to play the CM Punk role.
Yeah.
Which he's doing a pretty damn good job. Don't mind.
Oh, he's doing a great fucking job. That's he's doing the CM Punk shit. And
right. Aaron Rodgers is a great fucking heel, man. He's pulling off that CM Punk gimmick really well. I'll give him credit for that.
Oh, I've been totally impressed with Aaron Rodgers. So, I mean, it is what it is.
Well, Sylvester, what we were discussing was how ESPN fallen over the years. Like ESPN used to be about sports, and we used to talk about. Like, I used to love watching ESPN. They would do all the breakdowns of all the players, and you had Around the Horn and fucking Pardon the Interruption and all these shows that were predicated towards promoting the sport. There was no storylines, and if they did, they would go into personal lives. Like, I like baked chicken. That's my favorite food, and it wasn't about politics. It wasn't about this, or my she grew up in Athens, Georgia, or she grew up in this, and they would show her home and how she's grateful, and they would film her, and she was like, I'm glad my son's in the, and it gave you an organic feel towards like a come up story and about the individual player, no politics involved. And then it would do the arm strength, Brady versus Manning, who's better, and do all these breakdowns of all the games. And then you would see Saturday morning cartoons along with your football gurus on there with all the guys who do the breakdowns. Now, since the year probably, I'm gonna say maybe 11 or 2012 and up, you can see over the years it's gotten away from the team sport. It's gotten away from championships. It's all about individual stat padding. It's all about securing the bag. It's about Jerry Springer theatrics and what player said this about this other person, and is this person really gay or not, or is this person a transgender or not, and why is Michael Sam getting all this hate from Cowboys fans about him coming out as openly gay? Is Texas those goddamn pro-Second Amendment there. We knew the racist asses and the homophobic asses were, and it's like it got away from sports. Then the whole George Floyd, which honestly had no business being in the talk of sports. We can all make that argument, right? What the fuck does George Floyd have to do with sports? Nothing. But we see that I'm sorry, Prodigal. We have to see that on television. I'm a sports fan. I am already stressed enough from everything going on. I want to watch football. I want to watch basketball the way it used to be. Not this crap on TV about whose gender is what. What racist thing was said? What political activities are going on outside of sports? Why are we watching this crap on a sporting channel, man? On a sporting show? Prodigal, make it make sense, bro. Make it make sense.
Like, you can probably sit there and say that some of this had to do whenever Rush Limbaugh came in with the Donovan McNabb. That was a hot button issue. Maybe it got some ratings. Maybe it didn't. I don't remember hearing about it. I just remember hearing about it. But I'll tell you where it really started to turn, and where I knew the NFL was
what?
And that was Super Bowl 50, whenever it was. Now, myself, listening to ESPN, this shows you what kind of fucking hypocrites work for these companies. What kind of sleaze that work for these companies.
Facts.
So, at the beginning of the year, right, they were like, Andrew Luck is going to have a great year, and he threw for like 4,000 yards. It was like his second or third year. I forget what it was. But I said they were sitting there saying that Andrew Luck was just going to break every NFL record this year. And so I called up. I said, they were like, and at the beginning of the year, they were like, Cam Newton's going to suck. Cam Newton's not a real quarterback. All he can do is run. He can't pass, yada, yada, yada. They were dogging the fuck out of Cam Newton at the beginning of the year. I remember that. And, well, I would listen to it overnight because I was working security overnight at an apartment. So I'd listen to it while I was at work, and I was listening to him dog the shit out of Cam Newton and say how great that Andrew Luck was going to be. Well, I go back and I look at Andrew Luck's schedule. I know Andrew Luck has shit for an offensive line, and so I see that he's playing the Jets and he's playing the AFC East, and I'm like, oh, that's a fucking tough draw, because at that point in time, the AFC East was stacked. That's a tough division to play. And I knew that. I looked at the schedule and I'm like, man, this guy's going to get killed. So I'm like, so I call in. I'm like, y'all are saying that Cam Newton is going to suck and that Andrew Luck is going to break all these records. And I remember calling into Freddie Coleman. As a matter of fact, Andrew Luck was going to play the Jets. And I'm like, they had the stacked defensive line. I said, I guarantee you that, Andrew Luck is not going to do anything this year. I don't know what the hell y'all are talking about, but I guarantee you he'll have like 3 or 4 turnovers. I forgot what I picked. That's exactly how many turnovers the motherfucker had. Why did I know that? Because the Colts didn't have an offensive line to protect Andrew Luck, and the Jets had a monster defensive line that put pressure on the quarterback. Well, all that year they were shitting on Cam Newton. But whenever it got to the playoffs, I had picked Cam Newton on my fantasy team that year. So I wanted the guy to do good. I wanted him to, win every fucking game and throw for 400 yards and rush for 2,000 yards. That's what I wanted because, I've got him on my fantasy team, right? I ended up winning the championship because of Cam Newton. But whenever Super Bowl 50 rolled around, what was the story that ESPN was pushing? Well, America doesn't like Cam Newton because he's a black quarterback.
Oh, wow.
And they were sitting there saying how everybody wanted Peyton Manning to win because he was white, and they didn't like him. They thought he was cocky and arrogant because he's black. And so I had to call back ESPN, right? And I said, at the beginning of the year, y'all were shitting on Cam Newton. I remember hearing it. And in fact, I ended up getting Cam Newton like the 3rd or 4th round. Yeah. Like I said, I picked him up. So if you're talking about people hating Cam Newton, like me, because he's black, because that's what you're trying to assume, You're just full of shit, sir. Y'all were dissing Cam Newton and was shitting on him all year, and he makes the playoffs. All of a sudden, you're turning around and kissing his ass and trying to make a story out of it. And as soon as I went in and called ESPN and called them out for that, and then I said, not only that, we know that the fucking Denver Broncos, who this is, like I said, I go hardcore whenever I call into ESPN. I said, not only that, we know that the game's already rigged for Denver. Whenever I said that, though, and they dropped my call, and then everybody else started to call in and said, yeah, we know that you're rigging the game for Denver, dude. You had like 4 or 5 motherfuckers come in after I called in saying the same shit that I was saying.
Okay, Marvin has a question for the panel. Do you think that it's possible that the reason why the sports is market off of woke politics is due to the fact that athletes are not really athletes anymore? Most of them are kind of born and average to below average Joes. You don't really have that many superstars now in the league. So all you can do is kayfabe storylines that carry bad product. I mean, that's part of it. Like I said, the NBA, in my opinion, I think doesn't have many superstars. That's why they have to, again, beg LeBron to stay. He had signed an extension, I think 3 or 4 years just recently. And I'm like, well, that's going to carry him into 42, 43. What happens to he was going to retire once his son got in, or he was just going to play 1 year and that was it, and that was next year. Now, all of a sudden, he's got a fat 4-year deal. Well, the NBA basically had to beg him to stay and said, look, we don't really have anybody else to market. I mean, even though I think the LeBron storyline's kind of dying because he himself already said he doesn't care about winning a 5th ring anyway. So he doesn't really care about winning at that point. He just maybe wants to stat pad more points just to promote the LeBron brand, the LA brand, and maybe get his son in and give his son a foot in the door. And I'm thinking that's where what the problem is the NBA is having an issue with. So unless they rig the Lakers to win, which I'm thinking that's what they're going to do, they're going to try to give LeBron one more ring, I think. They really don't have any other players in the league at this point to go to. So I hate to say it, but they're doing woke politics because, in my opinion, I don't think there's any other way they can market the brand. What do you think?
You look at it like
this. Possibility?
You look at it like this, right? And it's like they wanted to make Hulk Hogan. They wanted to market the NBA, and this is where the NBA fucked up, and this is why the NBA is dying, like it is right now.
Oh, it is.
Is because they marketed around LeBron James. They wanted to run with the single mommy storyline. But you had great players in the NBA, like Kevin Durant, and you didn't have to run this fucking social justice warrior shit for people to go ahead and like Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler was a fucking amazing player. He should be doing amazing player shit instead of dancing around with these fucking storylines.
He's wearing Kawhi Leonard acting gay. You know that, right?
Yeah, right.
He's wearing lipstick and eyeliner and shit.
Yeah, you had Kawhi Leonard. You had Kawhi Leonard in there. He's a great player, and you don't have to run with this stupid fucking shit. And the sheer fact is that the incompetence of the fucking commissioner, Adam Silver, is that the fucker's name? The incompetence of this motherfucker. Why this motherfucker is an oxygen thief, by putting this shit in. And, it's just absolutely mind-blowing that you had great players, like I said, Kevin Durant. That fucking Oklahoma City team with Durant, if they would have switched Harden and Westbrook, where they put Harden as a point guard and Westbrook as the shooting guard, man, and with Serge Ibaka, you should have been able to do a lot of shit with that team. But you didn't. You sit on it. You want to run with the single mommy storyline. You want to run with the social justice warrior. You think you're hip. You think you're trendy. These people are not hip. These woke motherfuckers in media are not hip, and they're not trendy. At one time, there was a celebrity. There's no such thing as a celebrity anymore. And you're barely having these internet influencers that you replace everybody like us to go ahead and market to these people coming in. Now the internet is starting to lose. So where are you going to get this market?
Marvin said that the problem is with the NFL. Wait, not the NFL is the NFL is like most sports now. They're trying to appeal to these game and video nerds who are not proactive and are not exercising or going out. So that's the product you have to market to. So that's what they're doing, but it's making the storylines bland. The kids nowadays are not watching sports like they used to. Steven makes a big crucial point. Your main market fan base is probably guys over the age of probably 25 and up. You're not getting those young kids that are watching or even participating in sports anymore. So they're trying to appeal to this video gaming culture. I know, and it's destroying the sport. It's destroying the sport, Marvin. That's the point that we're making. It's like, why don't you just appeal to the 25 and up year olds and go ahead and push your product the old way instead of going into wokeness to try to get those video game nerds out of the closet and doing this LGBTQ storyline with Jimmy Butler and, and trying to get the LGBT community to watch basketball. To me, it seems like you're actually killing your fucking product. They're trying to go the Bud Light route, Rachel says, and they're failing. I know. You might as well have Dylan Mulvaney play basketball. I mean, you might as well if you're going to do Jimmy Butler. Bro, you might as well get Dylan Mulvaney from Bud Light. And you might as well tell him to play basketball. You might as well. What's stopping you?
There you go. Have Dylan Mulvaney on one side and Blair White on another side, and then just have them play each other defense on each other.
And then get
really raunchy with it, so nobody can play defense on Dylan Mulvaney but Blair White, and nobody can play defense on Blair White but Dylan Mulvaney, and make like fucking Blair White the new Magic Johnson, and make Dylan Mulvaney the new Larry Bird.
Bro, like I said, I love sports growing up, and just so that way Walter's in here because I know that we're clear on this. I know Walter says he don't watch sports anymore. What I was referring to, today's average people don't watch sports. What I was referring to, this generation, and it sucks because all the young guys that are coming up now, they don't watch sports. They're more into anime, and so there's really I can't relate to none of them. And it's like I'm even seeing guys wearing basketball shirts. So I'm like, okay, it'll say NBA or Charlotte Hornets or something. So I'm like, okay, cool. This guy probably knows basketball. So I'll go to him and say, hey, man, I didn't know you were a Hornets fan or cool. And they'll be like, oh, no, I'm just wearing a shirt. And I'm like, wow, like I would never would have thought to just wake up and put on a shirt. I didn't even know what it was. Like, that makes no logic sense. Like, why would I do that? But you're seeing a lot of people nowadays that are, because the society's so dumbed down, that they're just complying. And it's just like, they're just wearing the shirt just to wear it. It's like, they don't even know what it means. And I'm like, well, you're wearing a basketball shirt, but you don't know anything about basketball. Like, I just put it on because I thought it looked cool. Like, I literally had one person tell me that the other day, and I was like, what? That's like if I wore, let's say if I wore a video game shirt that said like Resident Evil, but I never saw a Resident Evil movie. I never played a video game. Or like, let's say I wore a Night of the Living Dead shirt, right? For all you 80s horror fanatic lovers out there like myself. Let's say, for the sake of argument, I wore a Night of the Living Dead shirt, but I've never seen any of the movies. Wouldn't you look at me
like you're fucking dating you go ahead and you pick up a girl and she's wearing a Night of the Living Dead. Now you're like, oh, you're a fan? And then she's like, oh, I listen to all of Night of the Living Dead music, some shit like that. It's like, oh, okay, well, you're fucking stupid too. So, it's the thing is, it's like, when did anime become popular, dude? That's what I really want to know.
Anime it's a cartoonish thing, and I think the problem
I know what it is.
Well, Marvin said millennials did also listen to or also did watch Inuyasha, Dragon Ball Z. They listened to Pokemon and all these other animes, but the difference was they still were proactive in sports. They still were video gaming nerds, but they were also proactive. This generation is not proactive. They don't watch sports, and all they like is anime because they're all video gaming nerds. They suck. That's what Marvin said.
Well, to be honest with you, I see more millennial anime fans than I do Gen Z anime fans. You know what I'm saying? Because at least the Gen Zs that I know are probably actually more proactive than the millennials are.
You think so?
The most of the ones that I know will do more than the fucking millennials will, dude. And like, I've worked with both, especially this past few years that I've worked, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, I've worked at different places, probably since 2020. So I've worked with fucking Gen Xers. Gen Xers will have your back. You don't have to worry about anything when you're working with the Gen Xers. Gen Xers are going to show up because they're more team disciplined people, you know. And this is what I've noticed because whenever I worked for that medical place, we were all Gen Xers. Whenever I worked, whenever I worked at that place where I was unloading those trucks, right? The Gen Zers would work if they were working with the Gen Xers. But if you put them with the millennials, you're not going to get shit done because the millennials are over here playing around. They're on the internet. They're watching anime porn and all this other shit. But whenever they're with somebody with some real leadership skills, then they'll bust their ass, and
In
you'll
my
get quality
opinion,
out.
I know I'm sound biased. I'm not a Gen Zer. I mean, not a Gen Zer. I mean, I'm not a Gen Xer. Okay, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna be fair to say this: Gen Xers are the coolest generation I've ever met. And look, I'm not even a Gen Xer myself.
With that generation, it's some of the most coolest fucking people ever. And I mean, on the workforce, they do their job. They come to work. They team players, team oriented. It used to seem like what it used to be like. You know what I'm saying? And it just, I have so much fun working with guys that are probably like 40 and up, like 43 and up, 44 and up. Like it's just fun working with those guys because they're very dependable. They come to work. I'm not going to sit here and bash like certain generations, but I just in my line of work, I have a lot of fun working with older people, and I have a lot of fun working with Gen Xers. Like to me, that's one of the best generations ever. I don't know what they put in y'all's cereal in the morning, but whatever it did a good fucking job because I just enjoy working with you guys, man.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. Whenever I was working around like some of these millennials, right? These motherfuckers would be like, "Well, back in my days, to me, it's like, motherfucker, I'm older than you. What are you talking about back in your days? I'm older than you are. How are you going to try to lecture me about how when you were growing up and what you had to go through? Because I already know I'm older than you. I've already lived through your days. But that seems to be like they lecture everybody. They always claim the moral high ground. And this is where you get a lot of the wokeness right now that's in society. It's not really from the Gen Zers. The Gen Zers are still trying to figure themselves out. You've got a lot of the transgenders right now because the millennials have confused the shit out of the Gen Z. But, it's not, I can't put a lot of this shit on Gen Z because this isn't Gen Z shit. I think part of the problem is that for the most part, while you say that the Gen X, they show up to work, we do our jobs, we're kind of like really apathetic, and I think that was to our fault. Where when the millennials came in, the fucking the Gen Xers should have set these guys down, and said, look, you can sit there and think that this is slave labor. You can go ahead and sit there, bitch, piss, and moan, but we got a job to do and we need to do it together. They should have went ahead. But, the fucking Gen Xers, like I said, we're apathetic. We don't really want to get into anybody's personal business, but we should have addressed this shit a long time ago. Well, the millennials think that they should be in charge of everything. And it's hard for anybody to get along. They're just socially awkward. And it's not their fault. It's the public school system's fault because they're the ones that put this shit into their heads, and now they can't handle any kind of adversity. They get anxiety. They can't really communicate socially. They're socially awkward. So, I mean, whenever you look at it now, you see the same shit in sports as you do in society. LeBron can't connect with anybody socially. He can't do a social thing. You know what I'm saying? And they're just awkward, they just don't have that experience that, the, Gen Xers, it was just pretty much fuck everybody. We didn't care.
Marvin said the problem was back in the day, people had to go out and socially interact. We were forced to go out of the house. You want to ask a woman out on a date, you had to do it in person or leave a note under her desk. Nowadays, everything's done online, so people are reverting from that hands-on skill, and they have the computer whiz, but the problem is they don't have the hands-on training skill to actually go out and carry suit. Yeah, that is an issue because everybody now is becoming so more domesticated and lazy. So it takes like your social awkwardness to another level. So like how are you going to get the training right if you've never been hired for the job? Well, back then, your Gen Xers and maybe the early millennials, I would say, had to go out. They had to talk and they had to associate with people. You had to congregate. You had to go to social media. There were no cell phones or none of that. You had to do those things, you know?
Yeah, and part of it's the boomers' problem too. I work with some boomers, and to be honest with you, the boomers that I've worked with, they're kind of iffy. They're really demanding, and I get it. They're older, so they probably deserve a little bit. But there's those times when they don't want to show up neither. And then they'll get pissed at the millennials for doing the exact same shit that they do. And it's like, dude, how are you going to get pissed at the millennial for doing the same shit that you're doing?
Yeah.
You can't even get a fucking boomer and a millennial to work together, dude. And they're the exact same thing. I'm like, the fucking millennial, if I go and pull the millennial to the side and talk to him about something, they're going to tell me the exact same fucking thing that the fucking boomer's telling me. Because they're the same fucking mindset, so they can't even work together. And so, dude, it just gets to be, like I said, whenever I took over the supervisor position, it was like Lord of the fucking Flies, man. And everybody plots and schemes and get in their little groups, and you have the LGBTQ people in their little circle, and then you'll have the little socialists and the fucking communists in their circle, and the BLM people in their circle, and the liberals, the traditional liberals in their circle, and they all trying to plot and scheme against each other. It's like the most fucking craziest shit I've ever heard.
If you go to the lunch table back in the day, Marvin said it, you had your jocks, you had your nerds, you had your football players, you had your jocks, you had the hot girls that sat together, you had your average Joes, you might had your like loser outcast, but that your class was based on the way you dressed and the way you carried yourself. Now it's all about political affiliation, identity politics. Yeah, absolutely. So what Prodigal just said, if you had a lunchroom now, you got transgenders, you got people identifying as 30,000 different things, you got probably like woke leftists, you got people on the far conservative side, it's more about like political factions as opposed to like self-identity. It's like the way you dress and the way you carry yourself used to determine like what group you were in. Now it's just like either what you identify as or your political affiliation, or again, rather you're a transgender or a gay person or a straight person, or it's just about like identity politics instead of like your actual identity. Like it's just crazy. Like, so in other words, like there's no such thing as a jock anymore. There's no such thing as it's no such thing as like there's no such thing as like a gothic person or a headbanger. Right, you don't have those classes anymore, right? You don't have like you're either like a cat or a dog, or you're like a boy that's a girl or a girl that's a boy, or you're like a homophobic, or like you're going against like white supremacy or something. It's like it's everything but like what you are individually as a person. Does that make sense, Prodigal?
Yeah, it does. And like I said, it gets to be so ridiculous because these motherfuckers are just putting on shows. Everybody's fake. You know what I'm saying?
It
so it's not
like a bunch of trolls.
Yeah. It's like you identify as something. If you identify as something, that means that you're not that thing, but you identify as it. You're automatically telling me that you're fake. So, you can sit there and tell me. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, you can tell me all day long that you identify as a man or you identify as a woman. But guess what? Whatever the fuck you were born as is just what you are.
Well, the Colts scored, and they went for 2 and just scored. So now 14-14 all, and Texans have just completely they look like they're out of poise now, and the Colts got the ball. Looks like we're in trouble. I guess the script must have changed.
Yeah. Somebody must have outbid us.
Why does CJ Stroud look like he's out of touch? Just what happened between the first half and 20 minutes later? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
We
All
need
these
to go
passes
ahead and throw some more.
be thrown over.
We need to go ahead and throw some more money in the Russ pockets. You know,
God damn it, we're about to lose. Fuck.
the Colts are outbidding us.
Well, Marvin, if we lose, we're out. If Colts lose, they're out. I think the loser of this game is out because Pittsburgh won. So but Pittsburgh, I think. Well, no, yeah, Pittsburgh would still need Jacksonville.
Right? Yeah, they need Jacksonville to lose. But to be honest with you, do you really want to see Gardner Minshew playing fucking the fucking what would they be playing, the Dolphins?
Bro,
you know,
or
the Browns?
You're a Colts fan.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't really want to see that. But that's okay. I mean,
I'm gonna be honest with you. If Texans and Pittsburgh get in the playoffs, like how nasty that would be for, like, let's say the Ravens or the Chiefs that think they're just gonna walk by the AFC. And you got all these undercard teams, like mid-carder teams that are coming up, and you're like, fuck, I gotta play Texans or Pittsburgh. Holy shit,
I mean, Gardner Minshew doesn't strike the fear into people like CJ Stroud does. And you could sit there and say I'm being biased or whatever. I don't care, but the Texans are a little bit more exciting right now with CJ Stroud than the Colts are with Gardner Minshew. Now next year that could be totally fucking different. Anthony Richardson can come out, be throwing dimes to people, and be on point. Unless he gets another concussion, then his career may be over. But it is what it is. And it could be a really, really exciting, to play a Colts team. But right now, that's just not the case.
No, Colts got the ball right now, Marvin. I'm nervous, and they just tied the game. Like I said, I knew the Texans were going to have their hands full. The Colts beat us earlier in the year, but I mean, we did jump out to a 14-3 lead. Since then, the Colts managed to score 11 points off a big fucking run,
Yeah.
And then they got a 2-point conversion on a fake handoff, fake draw play. Oh, what do y'all think about the Super Bowl logo change that I sent y'all on Facebook? Did you hear about that? They changed the colors of the logo.
I think I sent it to you first.
Yeah. What's the colors of it, Prodigal?
Well, they changed it like a few times actually. They had one that was royal blue and red and gold, which is Kansas City and the Cowboys, right? Okay. Then they had one that was kind of a bluish and a light reddish, which could have been the Cowboys and the Bills. Then they had one that was purple and silver, which of course would be Detroit and Baltimore. And then they changed one to like a blue with the gold around it with the black background, which would be Dallas and Pittsburgh, which would be okay with me because that's what I want to see. Dallas and Pittsburgh, for me to get my revenge on Pittsburgh. And then they had of course, the first one, which was San Francisco and Baltimore, supposedly. So yeah, they've been playing with them ever since Aaron Rodgers dropped that little fucking hint to us.
No, facts. And Marvin said, I love Aaron Rodgers, man. He got that CM Punk gimmick down well. Oh, facts. I love that CM Punk gimmick. That's why when Prodigal Hill, remember that time you messaged me, Prodigal, and you said that he needs to do a CM Punk mic drop moment?
Yeah, do a fucking pipe bomb promo. He needs to win the Super Bowl and do a pipe bomb promo.
Man, Colts are about to score, man. Fuck.
And then go over there and say, Roger Goodell, I've been reaching for these brass rings, but you've always had me. You gave me one Super Bowl, but you always have me put out by the 49ers. All this shit's scripted, right?
Because Roger Goodell off if the Colts win and all of a sudden, like, Trevor Lawrence runs out there and he cashes in his fucking briefcase and he's like, "Get up, boy, get up, Gardner, get up, boy." They're like, Garner Trevor puts in his rematch clause, and then it has a forced, the Colts have to defend their title right there. So if they get the win there, they clinch the division.
Yeah.
Man,
That's
I would
it.
laugh my ass off if they rig it to where Bama wins the championship and just robs the fucking Washington Huskies of Michigan. Like, just give us something to laugh at, you know?
Yeah.
But I might make the point more interesting since it's already rigged anyway.
So what happens is Michigan ends up winning the title. They beat Washington, say 28-14, right?
Yeah.
And then they say, well, Michigan, you were cheating. But since Alabama was closer than Washington was, we're going to give the title to Alabama.
Okay.
Since you beat Alabama by 7, and Alabama should have won that game.
Oh.
And then you beat Washington by 14, so that means that you beat Alabama by 7. That means Alabama's 7 points better than Washington, so we're giving the title to Washington.
So do you think Walter makes a good point from earlier where he talked about how basketball's really lost ratings since Jordan left? Do you think that's true?
I don't know because I don't know the basketball ratings from whenever Jordan was in the league. I think that Kobe, Tim Duncan. I mean, the basketball was better under Kobe. The fucking shit that Kobe had to do, he had to play in a harder conference.
Okay.
And the shit that Kobe had to do was Jordan wouldn't win. I don't know if Jordan would win one title in that conference if he didn't have a stacked team. Because, Jordan couldn't even be bothered to play Hakeem, which was his, that was his Tim Duncan, was Hakeem. In the 2 years that Hakeem went to the NBA Finals, you didn't see Jordan anywhere near the finals. And Jordan would have probably lost to those Rocket teams. So, Jordan has a lot to thank. If, you're saying that the NBA was, by all means, had the highest ratings under Jordan, Jordan has to thank Magic Johnson, and he has to thank Larry Bird for those ratings.
Oh, okay.
Because they're the ones that really kind of started to get the interest in the 80s. You had Dr. J come in. He was still playing in the 80s. And so a lot of these guys were, building that league up for Jordan to take advantage of. When Jordan came back in there, he was like the Babe Ruth. Even though you had Bill Russell do his thing before, Bill Russell did that whenever the NBA was still coming up. I think it was pretty much at its height in the 80s. I think in the 90s, Jordan just took advantage of the market. He played in a weak division or a weak conference. This was after, because, like I said, whenever we were doing our little debate, because I looked it up because everybody was sitting there saying, well, Jordan didn't play any real competition. And I wasn't looking it up to pass Jordan. I was looking up to see what Jordan was doing with his competition. Whenever he had competition, he was 1-9 in the playoffs. It means he only won one game and had 9 losses in the playoffs. Whenever he finally started to get Scotty, and mind you, he was playing with George Gervin. He was playing with Artest Gilmore. He had some Hall of Fame players there before Pippen got there. But whenever Pippen, Horace Grant came in, and then, he got in the 90s, Phil Jackson come in, that's when Jordan really started to win. Whenever Kobe got in, I still think that was the height of basketball as a sport. It wasn't as high scoring. The defense was still there. But the shit that Kobe did was, he had Shaq those first 3 games, those first 3 titles. It is what it is. But those last 2, he didn't really have a lot of help. And teams were building teams to stop Kobe at that point in time. The teams were being built to stop Kobe. And so whenever I look at Kobe playing the best player of his era in Tim Duncan year after year to get to the NBA Finals, I just find that a little bit more impressive.
Scotty was a much better player than Michael Jordan. I don't know. What do you think of that prodigal?
I think that if you I'll tell you this, and I think that if Scotty would have went and played with Clyde Drexler in Portland, then Clyde Drexler wins it, not Michael Jordan. Um, Now Scotty did beat Michael to win those titles, but I think that ultimately Scotty had a lot to do with it, just as much to do with the titles. And I think that, like Sanchez called me up. He said Scotty wanted to be traded to LA, and I said, "Fuck! If Scotty would have been put in LA with Shaq and Kobe, then everybody would probably be sitting there saying that Scotty is the greatest of all time." Did something happen?
Yeah, I think Scotty went to Portland, didn't he?
Yeah, he went to Portland.
They should have beaten the Lakers that year. I think they took them to 7, and they were winning like the fourth quarter by like 15, and the Lakers had like an epic comeback. Kobe and Shaq.
Yeah, but I think that Scotty wanted to go to LA, and just imagine if Scotty would have went to LA, and then he would have gotten those 3 titles. He'd have had 9 to Jordan's 6. Jordan didn't want that.
All right, update. Colts just missed a field goal. We're tied at 14 all. Texans ball down at the Colts, down at their own 40 or 45.
Yeah, I think your boy Tom Grossi has it 28-27. Houston, or no, yeah, he won it. Yeah, he had Houston winning, or he hopes Houston wins, or something like that. I think that's who he's going for. He's going for your team as well. And that's kind of like who I'm watching.
Foreign players are being more prevalent than ever in the NBA than regular NBA stars.
You mean as a as a Spurs fan, I got to look at Manu whenever I see that and say, yeah, I love my foreign players, but right now you just need stars, and whatever the shit they're doing right now to try and market the NBA, it's not working.
No. And that's facts.
And I'll be honest with you, because you said that they're trying to market to these video game nerds that are playing video games, they're playing Pretendo, and doing that stupid shit. They're playing Call of Duty and shit. Here's the deal.
Pretendo.
Yeah, here's the deal, right? Is that those you want larger than life figures for them people to look up to, And we had fucking Pretendo back in my days as well. You know what I'm saying? But you're not going to want to sit there and you want to look like The Rock. You want to look like Stone Cold. You want somebody to inspire you to go to that next level, to be that dude. And right now, you don't have these guys. You have guys that are being brought in to lower their standards, so they don't have to meet any goals. And what does that do? That just fucking creates a lethargic society.
Well, again, it's not just affected sports; it's affected everything, like even the workforce. Like, I think that the gaming culture is being marketed right now to like the people that are at home. Like the people that, because like I said, we got a whole generation of kids now that aren't active. They're not watching football. They're not playing basketball at high levels like it used to be. They're not participating in sports. It's more about online gaming. And so, like, now the league's trying to market based on that, and they're just not doing it. And and they have to go woke, and they have to go all these storylines because you're probably at home watching wokeness shit like the news and all that. Plus, remember, Disney markets ESPN, they market college football, they control a lot of the networks like NFL and NBA too, right? So Disney also is going woke too. So that's what they're trying to appeal to today's remote video gaming nerds, stay-at-home nerds. That's why you see them bringing in the YouTubers, bringing in the social media influencers, trying to carry their product. And so like it just has like this disdain on the product, because now you don't have to really do much just to get on TV anymore or to be talented. It's just now all of a sudden it's just if you have amount of subscribers, that's all that really matters. And it's just, and so like it waters the product down. It's like, especially in the workforce, it's like when you try to go to like this inexclusivity, everybody's the same. Well, then what does it really matter to qualify for your job qualifications if you meet, as long as you meet the racial quota, then really you don't have to qualify for anything anymore. And what does that do? That waters down, that affects the product, that affects the productivity, that affects the work staff, and it affects customer service. So like I said, it has an effect all around on sports when we have to dumb down everything to the lowest common denominator. That's why me and Prodigal Hill said, why are we going to sit here and pay off student college loans when these kids are coming out dumber than they were before? Doesn't make any logic sense. And you're seeing that firsthand. Like your basketball players today are not even basketball players. They're not even real athletes. They're just video gaming nerds that may play basketball part-time. There's no talent anymore for anything. Go ahead, Prodigal.
Yeah, I totally agree, and it lowers the value of everything. And so, like somebody like us who want to see a competitive sport, who want to see the best go head to head, and it's the same thing with the internet. If I want to be an internet influencer, back in our days, we had to go ahead, we had to do our research, we had to find out what we were going to talk about. We went ahead and wrote down bullet points on what we wanted to say, maybe one-liners that we would, to make the video entertaining. We would go out, cut promos, do all this shit, go back and forth with each other. We were having fun for the most part, and we wasn't asking for any payment. We just did this to pretty much entertain everybody. But today, all you got to do is create 1,000 sock accounts and like your own shit. The internet is essentially dead. Like there's not really a lot going on in the internet. So a lot of these internet influencers, to me, I watch a lot of their videos and I'm like, oh, that's not that great. And this is one of the reasons why I don't get on YouTube that much anymore, because you're watching commercials. You'll sit there and watch somebody selling an HIV pill, or they're fucking trying to get you to take a $6,400 stimulus through their video, and the video's not even worth that watching. I watch a lot of documentaries and stuff, but like, okay, the perfect example. Chat Sports here on YouTube, right? It's a perfect example. They'll take a 254 article or a 247 article, whatever the hell the site's name is, and they'll use their mock draft to go ahead and do their content on the video. You can just read it. It's like, oh, it's crap. Your shit's crap. Y'all are lazy with it. Why don't you go ahead and do your own mock draft? Why don't you go ahead and look at the players that are coming out, see who best fits your team? And this is why I said that they have the Patriots getting Marvin Harrison Jr. Okay, let me tell you something. The Patriots are not going to get Marvin Harrison Jr. because I can guarantee you that more than likely the Bears are going to draft Marvin Harrison Jr. with the first overall pick. However, if the Patriots do land Marvin Harrison Jr., and you know that the team needs a lot more help than just one wide receiver, why wouldn't you just trade back? Why not trade Marvin Harrison Jr., have the chance to draft Marvin Harrison Jr. for the Titans and get you an offensive lineman? Because this draft, if you look at it, you've got Adonde Mitchell. He'll probably be a second or third round wide receiver. That LSU kid is going to be, I think, a better wide receiver pick than Marvin Harrison Jr. He's the same size, he's faster, and he can still catch the ball just as good as Marvin Harrison Jr. can. So why isn't anybody talking about Brian Thomas Jr.? You've still got Xavier Worthy, who's probably going to be in the third. This wide receiver draft class is so deep. Well, why wouldn't you try to go ahead and make the most out of it? If somebody wants him that bad. But they don't do that shit. They're lazy. They'll just go, well, the first pick overall is going to be Caleb Williams, and the second pick is going to be Drake May. Arizona. It's like, why the fuck would they pick a quarterback? They got a quarterback already. They may not like him, but he's still young. So you're going to waste another fucking top pick on another quarterback that's the exact same quarterback as you already have? Caleb Williams is the same thing as Justin Fields.
I would say he's probably worse.
Yeah, I would go ahead and stick with Justin Fields. He has more experience. But,
Yeah.
ESPN says it, so this is what all the people on YouTube say. Because ESPN says it. It's still the same old Operation Mockingbird shit on YouTube.
And then the thing I don't like is if Marvin brought this up. Marvin said I'm black, and I hate the whole black quarterback narrative. As soon as you start booing him, you're automatically racist. I know that shit's stupid. Because then you throw race into it, or you throw the race politics and the whole wokeness crap. So you can't even boo them, and you can't even boo like a black quarterback or a minority quarterback without the backlash. Absolutely.
See, it's like Lamar Jackson. I'm not that big of a fan of Lamar Jackson, even though he happens to be the BLM quarterback. However, I do like CJ Stroud, who is a black quarterback, because he's a quarterback. I think that Lamar Jackson kind of suffers from the same thing as a lot of these other quarterbacks, where he's so athletic, they don't position him to be a pro style quarterback. He's just an option quarterback, which will win you some games in the regular season, but whenever it comes to the playoffs, you're going to have to play pro style ball if you want to go ahead and advance. This is one of the things that they did with Michael Vick. Michael Vick probably would have been a great quarterback. The motherfucker could throw an 80-yard bomb. I have never seen an arm like that. However, they use him as an option quarterback instead of, trying to develop him as a pro style who you can just run as option. So it's just not the same. So, I know that you say that you like Lamar Jackson and just don't like the option quarterbacks at all. I didn't like it whenever they tried to do that. And if, they would have developed Colin Kaepernick, which I don't know if Colin Kaepernick had the capability. So I know that Michael Vick could have done a pro-style offense. I don't know if Colin Kaepernick could have, but if they would have developed him as a to run a pro-style offense as an option quarterback, you could have used either or. But, it is what it is.
Well, just an update. The Colts are driving the ball down the field. We had just a helmet-to-helmet kick, a helmet-to-helmet hit called on Kareem Jackson, who we just picked up off of waivers from Denver, who used to play for us. I didn't know he was still in the league. We drafted him back in 2009. God. Still in the league after 14 years, but yeah, he's playing with us now, and he just drew a late hit to the defenseless receiver. And Pittman caught it and got 15 yards, so that was a 30-yard play. And now the Colts are marching the ball down the field, and they're now in the red zone with looks like it's going to be 30 seconds left in the third, so they got to run one more play. So we'll be heading in the fourth quarter, down or up 3, 17-14. But it looks like Colts, we can hold them at 3, that'd be great. But they make it, it's a possibility it could get a touchdown here. They're down.
Yeah, they're going to make this game.
First and 10.
This game is going to
be into the third.
Yeah, they're trying to make this game look close and trying to build up the anticipation. Yeah, I still say that right now, the most exciting team in the AFC South is the Houston Texans. Right now, and they're more exciting than the Jacksonville Jaguars. And I think, right now, currently, they're a little bit more exciting than the Indianapolis Colts with Gardner Minshew. And it's nothing against Gardner Minshew, he's just not that exciting. He's been in the league for a while. He's not fresh. He's like Alex Smith a little,
Or maybe like a Carson Wentz, maybe.
Yeah, somebody like that, where it's like, he's, it'll make a turd, but, you don't want to eat it every day. And the Texans are just the hottest thing, I think, in the AFC South right now.
All right, guys, an update. It is the fourth quarter now. We're at break right now. Hold on, fourth. So let me hold on. Hit save. Yeah, it's 17-14 fourth. So we're gonna go back to the fourth quarter. And that's gonna be the last of this, man. So either the Texans win and they get in, or they lose and our season comes to an end.
So do we think that Will Levis is the answer for the Tennessee Titans and quarterback?
I like the kid. He's got an arm. I just think they play too ultra conservative, but that's Tim Kelly, offensive coordinator, Coach Colin. I told Kev what I would do if I'm Tennessee. I'd get rid of Derrick Henry. I would probably try to go quarterback in the draft if possible. I mean receiver in the draft or offensive lineman, or if not, trade down and acquire a bunch of picks in the first round and second.
That's why I was asking is because this receiving class is pretty deep.
Oh, it's got a bunch of receivers.
Yeah, it's got a bunch of wide receivers, dude. That are going to be studs. So if he's looking to get like I said, if he's looking to get a Marvin Harrison Jr. and Bill's like, well, I can get a wide receiver that better fits my system in the second or third round, and I don't really want to get a quarterback right now, because it's kind of hard because you can get Jaden Daniels, but the offensive line is still going to suck. Jaden Daniels, I think, is a CJ Stroud coming out this year. So, that would be nice to get him. But if you don't think that it's going to work the same because your offensive line sucks and you need offensive line help, the offensive line class is kind of deep too. So, do you trade back if you think that Tennessee wants, because if Tennessee wants Marvin Harrison Jr., do you trade back and try to get more draft picks to go ahead and build your team up for, years instead of just drafting a quarterback or a wide receiver that may not help your team and consistently, it just depends on what you want to do. So if like Tennessee got a Marvin Harrison Jr., do you think that now Tennessee is in the battle along with everybody else, and the AFC South goes from being the worst division, the garbage division, to being the first division and the most exciting, like the new NFC East?
Yeah. What about the Jaguars? Is Trevor Lawrence hurt? Like what's going on with him?
I never was a big Trevor Lawrence guy. He's the same thing as like these Alabama quarterbacks and half the Ohio State quarterbacks that come out, like Justin Fields, is that he was never tested. That's why I don't like getting those quarterbacks out of Alabama, like your Tua Tagovailoas and your Justin Fields and your Trevor Lawrences, because they were never really tested, not like other quarterbacks were. And in fact, I probably wouldn't have been high on CJ Stroud, except I went back and I watched his game film, and I'm like, man, this kid's good.
Yeah, you compared him to John Elway. I remember you were telling me about that.
Yeah. I had to go back and watch him, though, because he's an Ohio State quarterback. Yeah.
Well, when right now they're challenging. They just restarted it to the third quarter again instead of the fourth. Instead of fourth with 15 minutes, it's 45 seconds in the third quarter. And the reason why is because they challenged the previous play that the Colts got the first down. The refs told them that they didn't. They were third and inches. I think that the Colts just challenged it, and I think they won. So now it's officially first down for Indy with 45 seconds left in the third. So not fourth quarter, it's third.
So, yeah, that makes sense in this NFL that something bizarre like that would happen.
Yeah, first and 10, 38 seconds left in the third. Clock's counting. The Colts set up at the 23. A first down Indy. They're running the clock down. Run. They're about to run it right here, obviously. Then it's officially going to be the end of the third. And the Colts just lost a yard. So it's going to be 2nd and 11 hitting the end of the third. Okay. Now it's officially going to be the fourth. And now we're going to see exactly what happens. No, they're going to hurry up here. No. End of the third. It looked like the Texans were lined up off sides.
like his hand was lined up on the neutral zone. And if that's the case, that's going to be 5 yards. This is going to be a very interesting fourth quarter because both teams are playing to win. And there's a lot on the line for this game. We're now hitting the fourth quarter, guys, where the Texans and the Colts have something to play for. And like I said, this is going to be fun, man. You know, win or lose, this is going to be fun. Both teams are very good. Don't get me wrong. Colts got a good team.
But we're going for a win, right?
Yeah, we're going for the dub. All right, 2nd and 11. The fourth quarter has started. We're down on our 24. So they're at field goal range. TJ Watt looked like he injured his knee today against the Ravens in the third quarter. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, well, I was listening to Grassi, and they said something about it, but, like I said, since I don't really watch it, it's like,
Could be a kayfabe.
Like I said.
All right, fourth quarter, 2nd and 11. I formation set. They run the ball up the middle, and Taylor got 3 yards. And it's going to now be 3rd and 8 on the Texan 21.
See, I'm only interested in the games that, like this one I'm interested in because, of course, I told you at the beginning of the year I had y'all in the playoffs winning the division. So it'll give me a little bit of interest to see what Tennessee does tomorrow. And if y'all pull it out, then, y'all win the division at 10-7, which is pretty close to what I said that y'all would be at right now. So, it's a little bit more of a, just me doing it to see how far off I am.
All right, it's 4th down. Colts got 4 yards. So it's now going to be 4th and 4 at the Texans 17. And they're not wasting any time. They're going for the field goal.
Yeah,
which is
I don't blame them.
You want to get
right call,
your points,
it's not time to get liberal right now. You still kind of want to be.
Check this out. The kicker's name is Matt Gay.
Yeah, well, they're getting liberal, I guess, so they're going to miss it.
All right, let's see. It's a 35-yard attempt up the hash mark in the middle, and it's good. The game is tied at 17 all on a 35-yarder, and we are tied at 17 with 13:33 to go.
Yeah, they want to make this one an exciting, and like I said, when you got a quarterback like C.J. Stroud that can actually play the game, and you can tell that the kid can actually play the game, you want him in as many games as you can get him into, because, he's going to be your Stone Cold, he's going to be your Rock, he's going to be the guy to get over any other team. So, like I said, this is a good year to get his feet wet. We've seen what he could do. The kid, took it, ran with it. I just think that, if you're if you're a fan of this product, of this current NFL, then you want the Texans in there, and that's just the case because, like I said, it's going to be more exciting to see what this team, and they're so young too, with Nico Collins, Tank Dell, which is injured right now. You still got Xavier Hutchinson. So, I mean, your wide receivers aren't horrible. Your offensive line is pretty good. You get a good running back in here. Your defense is going to be, you're going to be a defensive team anyways. So if you get in, this is a great, year to draft possession wide receivers. Get you good possession wide receivers that move the ball down the field. And I think that the Texans getting in this year, they set the tone. Just could be your 91 Cowboys, where the Cowboys got put out by Detroit that first game. I think that y'all, if y'all get in, y'all will get your revenge on, y'all will be extra motivated to go to Cleveland and win that game since they pretty much destroyed y'all.
Oh, yeah. Like I said, this is the 13-minute, 33-second mark.
I would like to get it. I would like to see the Texans get in. I think D'Amico had this, made this team a lot more competitive this year than versus the other two coaches we had. And regardless of, we're playing to win. We want to get in, but if we don't get in, I'll be proud of them no matter what. Because I had them at 5 wins, and we got 9.
And now, if D'Amico gets in and he beats Cleveland, then he doesn't look as bad. Also, trading the Cleveland pick away over his own pick. You know what I'm saying? Keeping his pick, or keeping the Cleveland pick and giving away his pick. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's how I knew that D'Amico wasn't trying to tank this year. Because if he was trying to tank, he would have kept the Houston Texans pick instead of keeping the Cleveland pick.
Oh yeah.
So
I thought Davis Mills was going to play this whole year again. Thank God they made the move for CJ.
Yeah. And like Davis Mills is kind of like the same thing as Gardner Minshew to me.
Yeah.
I mean, Gardner Minshew's better, but it's kind of like, it's Davis Mills. It's just not going to be that exciting. But I knew that whenever
CJ we make the playoffs and make a kayfabe injury for Stroud, and they're like, "Oh, Mills is going to start because Keenum can't make it or something," and so Mills got to play the
playoffs. That's only if he has to play Alabama.
And D'Amico goes, "You good to go, buddy boy?" And he's like, "Yeah. I'm ready this time. I've been waiting for a while. I'm ready this time. I'm ready to go out there and shine, baby, shine."
That's only if they have to play Georgia or Alabama that they sit Stroud. They don't start Davis Mills unless they're playing one of those two teams. So,
all right, we just got a first down, and we're at the 12-minute and 30-minute mark. Texans got the ball. Game tied at 17. We only have 56 yards in the second half. Colts got 127 all-purpose yards.
But they only got 3 points out of it.
The Texans. We're down at our own 38. I-form set up. Colts show blitz. Stroud fakes it, and Stroud took a big sack. I mean, Stroud literally just lost he's down at the 25. That might have been a 12 or 13-yard loss. He did not see that pressure off the secondary. Stroud did not see him coming. And that was a play action, too. Stroud did not see him from behind, and he took a big sack there. He lost literally 13 yards. So it's going to be now 2nd and 23. Wow. All right, we're in shotgun now. And Colts rush 4. They throw a quick one to Danny Schultz. Danny Schultz gets about 12. 3rd down. 11 minutes left. Well, about to hit the 11-minute mark. And the Colts defense get the stop. About 3rd and 8 right now.
Is CJ Stroud going to turn back into CJ Stroud and drive this ball down the field?
Yeah. He got a quick pass, and it is a first down to Schultz.
Dalton Schultz.
Dalton Schultz with the catch, baby.
Yeah.
We're down at our own. We're down at midfield, basically, right at the 50.
I think y'all did I think D'Amico made a smart deal by bringing in Dalton Schultz. And
absolutely. Hopefully we get a touchdown here, or at least get in field goal range. Right now it's 1st and 10. Texans run the ball with Singletary, and he's going to lose he gains about 3, but there's going to be a holding call. It's going to go back. 1st and 20. Yes. Yeah, it's going to go on us. 1st and 20. So we're now back at our own 40. It was holding on to Andrew Beck on the halfback. We're now down to 10 minutes and 11 seconds left. Actually, they were holding on two Texans players, but they only called it on one, which it doesn't really matter anyway. I mean, it holds a hold.
You knew this was going to be a good game. It's on prime time. And like I said,
it's on ABC and it's on ESPN as well.
And, y'all haven't gotten a lot of prime time coverage. So this is like...
This is our first prime time game.
Year. And so, they're gonna pull out all the stops on this one. This is like your coming out party. So, a lot of people have been praising CJ Stroud. A lot of people have been building your team up. And this is, them putting on a performance for them to see how much the interest you'll get. This is where you get your fans at. So,
damn, Stroud, bad pass. No, he caught it. First down to Nico Collins. I thought that was a bad pass. Was that a catch? Holy shit, what kind of pass was that? Wow. I thought he was throwing it into an interception.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, Stroud can fit that ball into almost impossible windows.
Yeah, that's a first down. Nico with a catch.
That's the one thing that I noticed about Stroud is that half them passes he was fitting into those windows, I thought could have easily been interceptions, but he does that. I'm telling you, the kid's he's got pinpoint accuracy, and like that, Mike Penix has got that same kind of accuracy coming out, and that Jaden Daniels does too. So I like I said, everybody's saying that Caleb Williams and Drake May. I don't know enough about Drake May to sit there and say anything one way or the other. But I've seen enough of Jaden Daniels and that other kid, that Mike Penix kid, to know that those guys are going to be special too. So,
Is that a false start on us? Let's see. Hold on. I think they might have got us on a false start. I don't know what they're calling there.
Are they going to call it an illegal substitution?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it went back on us. I don't know what happened there, but was that a false start? Oh, Schultz got his ass popped, but he got 9 yards, though, on the carry. Thank God he held onto the ball. He flew in the fucking air, and it made me nervous. Man, I thought he was fucking fumbled the fucking ball that hit him from under his legs, and he was flying in the air like a fucking helicopter. Thank God I thought he was going to drop it in midair. Thank God he hung onto it. He got 9 yards, 7-1 right now.
I'm telling you, man, the fucking Dalton Schultz is a bad motherfucker, dude. Whenever we got rid of him, I was like, fuck.
Nice. All right, we're down to the 8-minute mark. 2nd and 1, down at the Colts 31. We need 1 yard for the first down. See if we get it here. And yeah, he got it. First down, Singletary got 3 yards. We're down at the Colts 28. All right, right now it's 7:45 to go. We're almost halfway down in the fourth. We're tied at 17, guys. Seven and a half minutes to go. Texans had the ball for 6 yards. I mean, 6 minutes on the drive. 6 minutes on the drive. Sorry. So they've taken a lot of this clock down. Okay, they just ran it to Singletary, and he's going to get about a 4-yard loss there.
Let's say Anthony Richardson comes back next year, right? And he's putting up his performances and stuff. Who do you got next year in the AFC South? Do you think that the Colts are the first or second best? Do you think Houston's the first, second? Who do you think? How do you think the AFC South is going to look next year?
Oh man, I think the Colts are going to look nice. So are the Titans. I think we are too. I think it could be a 3-man race. I'm not saying Jacksonville will, take a step back, but I'm saying CJ Stroud just took a nasty fucking hit. And there's a flag on the play. Fucking man. He took a big hit there, but he got up. That's how them concussions start. What's the flag here? Is it against them? Personal foul on the Colts. Automatic first down. So we got the not only the yards after the catch, but now we got the horse collar, what they call horse collar. Man, CJ took a big hit there. Thank God he's okay though. He didn't hit his head on the ground, but Nico with the catch. They got a first down now and goal on the 3 or the 4. Let's see if they punch it in here.
Come on, guys, you can get it.
Yeah, Singletary got it. Touchdown, Houston. Boom! With 6:20 to go.
This will put me up on my little pick'em thing, right? That if Houston can get the win
for that game.
I think that whoever
I know you got the Steelers.
Yeah, but I think whoever.
I think your opponent might have gave you the Colts.
The Texans.
Let me see. Let me find out. Yeah, you got Indy, so you'd be tied at 1 going in tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Unless somehow the Colts come back and win.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. I thought that they gave me the Texans.
All right, let me update. It's 24-17, and how much time is left? It's 6:20. Let me put that.
I just want to let you know that apparently Tom Grossi is on our side. So.
Oh, he is?
Yeah, because he just touchdown, Texans. So I think he's going for. Yeah.
Man. Imagine if we win this game, bro. I'm talking about making the playoffs, man.
Yep, because if you win this one, you're in the playoffs. It doesn't matter what else happens.
Do you think Texans would do better at home against Cleveland, or do you think they should go on the road and win it in Miami or Kansas City?
Like I said, me being as petty as I am, if I was you, I would want Cleveland at home because I think that that's gonna you're gonna be motivated more because of what they did to you without CJ Stroud. Now that CJ Stroud's back, come beat us with CJ Stroud.
They put Deshaun Watson in there.
Yeah. Deshaun Watson's coming back to Houston
to bury us, or allegedly bury us.
Yeah, I think that would be. I think that would be get the most interest. You know what I'm saying? Especially from this. Like I said, from us, we're skeptical of the sport, but for those football fans, did they miss the field goal?
Colts missed a field goal earlier.
No, did the Texans miss the field goal?
No, I think it's 24-17, right?
Because Tom Grossi still has it 23-17.
Let me see. Did they miss? Holy shit. If we missed them, they may rig it for us to lose here. Hold on. I thought we made it. Oh, wow. I think we missed it, bro.
Yeah, you missed the field goal.
Oh, man. That could be some symbolic there.
Yeah.
Oh, we fucking missed it. Son of a bitch. Let me go and correct it. Motherfucker. God damn it. The Colts might win it now.
You get a little fucking antsy with them field goals. I noticed that you like to automatically put that field goal up there. This ain't the old football days where you made the extra point was an automatic given. Now they fuck around like this.
Yeah.
That missed extra point does hurt if assuming the Colts score a touchdown.
Yeah,
God damn it.
they may march the Colts down, have them kick a field goal, and then it ends up being 23-20. That could be a possibility too.
Yeah, and then they try to get the stops to get the ball back. I mean, it could be that too.
Yeah. So,
God,
but like I said,
that extra
at the
point
end of the
might kill us,
day,
bro.
but at the end of the day, and you're looking at it from a booking standpoint, like the WWE, do you really want to see fucking the Colts at Miami or fucking the Browns going to play the Colts right now with Gardner Minshew? Or would you rather see the Texans in? And I think I'd rather see the Texans in, to be honest with you.
Yeah, Gardner Minshew's. I mean, Jonathan Taylor's pumping the Colts up right now. God damn it. Well, they got to get a first down at 2nd and 11 because they try to run it here. They didn't get anywhere. Okay, they got a first down and more. They got a first down and more. Missing tackles. They're down in our territory. Fuck! God damn it! Downs with the catch, number 1 for the Colts.
How much time's left on the clock?
Old man Kareem Jackson can't wrap up. God damn it!
How much time is on the clock?
Maybe going towards the 5-minute mark. They got the ball going on our side of the field now. I think they're down on like our 40 or 45. They had the ball on their own 20 something. Yeah, they got it. Oh my God. They're down on our 47. No, 49, 48 and a half. 5-minute mark officially now. First down. They run the ball here. They barely get to the line of scrimmage, so it's going to be 2nd down and 10. 4:50 to go and counting.
Somebody just put in the chat of Tom Grossi's thing saying 26-24 Texans.
Wait, Tom Grossi said what?
Somebody put it in the chat that it's 26-24 Texans. That's what they put. I guess that's what they're predicting. I don't know.
Maybe that's just a score prediction.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see if they get it here. Downs with the catch. They're down at the Texan 44. It's going to be now 3rd down and 6 or 3rd down and 5.5. We're now hitting the 4-minute mark. Colts are 0 for 8 on 3rd downs, by the way. It's now the 4 minutes. It's 3rd and 6. 20 seconds on the game clock. We're now at 3 minutes and 55 seconds left and counting. Down to 15 seconds left. Or now on the play clock. Now we're down to 10 seconds. Let's see if they get it here.
Old man Kareem Jackson needs to do something.
First down, Indy. They got the run. There's a flag on the play, and it's going against. Is it going against us? It's 4th and inches, but let's see what the flag is. Holding, legal block in the back on us. God damn it. So that's on illegal use of hands on Malik Collins. That's going to be a first down, Indy.
What did Malik do? How the fuck is it?
He basically put his arm underneath the neck and was lifted up by the face mask.
Illegal
use of hands. It's like basically like a defensive face mask almost. That's the way you want to look at it. Like you're not allowed to jam your hands under her neck and pull back with the face mask. Sort of like defensive face mask. Well, now they're down on our 36, so it was a 5-yard penalty, and Colts are running the ball. They're now down on the Texans 29. It's going to be first down with 3.5 minutes to go. 2nd down, I'm at 23-17 right now. And 3 minutes and 24 seconds left in the game. Live Morgan is now following me from WWE. Okay, I already know it's a fake account from TikTok. Like, I'm going to fall for that. I'll just block it. You ever get those fake accounts?
Well, not Liv Morgan.
Well, like Instagram, like all these hot chicks will follow you. They're not. That's not real. They're not real. I get fucking a lot too.
Dude, I get that shit all the fucking. In fact, most of my followers on fucking Twitter are fake accounts.
All
It's
right,
like,
it's going to be now third
yeah.
down. 2:47 to go. Oh, my God. We're almost at the 2-minute mark. 3rd and 5. Are the Texans calling a timeout? No, but Perriman's down, so that's going to automatically call timeout for us. Yeah. So one of our timeouts is going to come off the clock. The Colts are going to need 5 yards coming up. Yeah, one of our guys is hurt. Perriman's hurt. I like Perriman a lot.
They make you take a timeout when somebody
Yeah, if
gets
you got
hurt. I thought that was
clear
an
injury,
automatic.
yeah, they automatically call a timeout on your team. It's like penalizing you for stopping the momentum, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but it's like, not your fucking fault that the guy got hurt.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, Denzel Perriman's in his 9th season? I didn't know that. No, they didn't. Did they burn one of our timeouts? No. Oh, it's
They
under
shouldn't
2
have.
minutes, Marvin says. It has to be under 2 minutes. Oh, okay.
That's what I was saying. That
Yeah, it's
I
under
don't
the
think
2-minute mark. But I'm sure they'll have to start the clock at 28 seconds. Well, they're at 28 right now, but they'll probably start the clock and then let them snap it here. Okay, it's 35. 0 for 9 for Colts on 3rd down. I mean, they could technically kick a field goal and get those 3 stops, but would the Colts want to make a chance on that? They're already down on Texan territory, so it's not like they're playing for the field goal, for Texans to make a field goal if assuming they miss. So it probably would be 4-down territory, I'm assuming. 1st down, Indy. Nope, 4th and inches. They're about inches short. They're
okay,
gonna have to go
so
for that.
they're gonna
Yeah,
have to go for it. Yeah.
We're going to the 4-minute mark. Yeah, it's going to go to the 2-minute warning. It's 1st down and 10, actually. They gave the Colts a 1st down, which I don't know how they got that because I think they were short.
Because it's fuck you. That's why. That's
Yeah,
that's the official call of the referee.
Actually, I think on 2nd effort he got it. Never mind. Hold on, let me see. They pushed it. Nelson pushed him forward. Yeah, he got it. Yeah, he crossed it. Yeah, he got it. Fuck him. Yeah, they showed the sideline angles. Good call by the refs. So they got the 1st down with 2-minute warning left. So they're basically trying to score and not leave us any time. But we got all 3 of our timeouts, so that's good.
See, the thing is that they've got all these yards, but your defense has managed to keep them to like only getting 3 points out of it.
Yeah,
so
we're up 6, so they do got to get in the end zone. I don't think they're playing for a field goal here.
Yeah, if they fuck around and they take off too much time, they don't want to give you got all 3 of your timeouts. If you start driving down the field and kick a field goal, then it's game over pretty much.
Pretty much, yeah. Unless my TV's far fucking behind and Texans already won, but right now it's 23-17. We're up, down 6, 2-minute warning. Yeah, this is the best part of the game here, man. Like I said,
So
if
they get a touchdown, go ahead.
If the Colts get the 1st down, let's say that they're down on our 20, I think. So if they get the 1st down around the 10, I don't think Texans will call a timeout. I think they'll let the clock burn to 1:15 or whatever that would be. And then when they run the next play, then they'll start calling those timeouts, so that way, if worst case scenario, Colts get in the end zone, Texans still got about a minute on the clock.
So if the Colts get a touchdown, do you go for the extra point or do they go for the 2-point conversion?
Well, you mean as opposed to the 1 and taking the 1-point lead?
Yeah.
I think they would kick the extra point.
You think they would kick the extra point?
Yeah, because they're only down 6. I think they'll take the chance on an extra point. It's funny how they're not even challenging that play.
Like usually under 2 minutes, they challenge plays like that. They didn't do it in this case. And the Colts have elected to run, and they ran the ball out of bounds. How stupid was that? And they only got 2 yards.
Stop the clock.
Fucking idiots.
Stop the clock.
Yeah, but why would you stop the clock when you're down 6? You need that clock to run. You want that clock to run. You got the ball in red zone territory. You got plenty of time to fucking get the first down.
Yeah. I mean,
that was stupid. They're down on our they're down on our 22. They need to get to our 14 for the first down. Like I said, I think if they get the first down here, I think the Texans would almost have to they would damn it, they almost got the first down. Fuck. 3rd down and 2. They got a big run on that play. They're down on our 16. They got to get to the 14 for the first down, 3rd and 2, 1:48 left. But if I'm Indianapolis, why are you running out of bounds? That doesn't make any logic sense.
Yeah, because you're leaving too much time on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, and then Texans still got all 3 of their timeouts. Why are you want to get the ball down, let the Texans call those timeouts so when you get the first down, you can just run the clock down as far as you can. Are the Colts going to run here? And they got about a yard. It's going to be now 4th and 1 at the 15. Actually, the Colts are kind of smart here, assuming if they get this first down, because they're going to have to go for it now. They're going to have to go for it on 4th and 1. And the Texans are not electing to call timeout. So the clock's going to get down to about 1:03 left. And then if you're Texans, what you want to do here is obviously if you can get that stop, that'd be great. Colts are going to run it down all the way. Yeah, they're trying to get the Texans to jump. They call the timeout. 1:06 left. Timeout, Indy.
Damn.
Indianapolis coaching staff has made some bad decision making towards the end of this. First of all, you're running the ball out of bounds, so you're stopping the clock when you should be allowing the clock to continue. Then it's 4th and 1. You call one of your timeouts, so now you're down to 2. So if you miss, that means you only can call timeouts in the first 2 stops. Then the 3rd down, we can run 40-something seconds off to then punt the ball back to you with 20-something seconds left. Not a smart move on Indy. Their coaching staff made some boneheaded decisions there. Could cost them. But if they get the first down, then obviously then it worked because now they got a fresh set of downs. Texans then got to call those timeouts. Got to start calling those timeouts now. We got all 3 of ours still. But on 4th and 1, if you're confident, if you're Indy, you got to run. I mean, I'm assuming you got to run the ball here.
Yeah.
No, they're not. They're going to throw and incomplete. Yep. Game over. Wow. This coaching staff of Indianapolis is fucking retarded. I actually blame them for that loss more than the players because of their bad decision making. And Indy, to be fair, they've had a lot of history of doing this against us in the past couple of years. Like, for example, going for it down on their own 36 and allowing the Texans in that overtime to win instead of getting the draw when we started the season off 0-4 and giving the Texans a draw. Instead, you go for it on your own 36 in overtime. With 40 seconds left in the game when you technically should have punted the ball. And it was just, Colts make boneheaded decisions. Same thing Jacksonville does when they play against us. They do the same thing. I blame their coaching staff for this loss. Now, I don't even blame their players for this. But it's over now. They have 2 timeouts, 1:03 to go. And they made terrible coaching decisions at the end. So the coaching staff takes a huge L in this game for the Colts. So the Colts called their timeout. They got 1 left.
Tom Grossi says they got 2. They take another one?
Yeah. I think they took 1, their first one already. They got 2 more, I think. Okay. See what they do here. So the first timeout, 58-second clock stop. Yeah, the Colts coaching staff is retarded. They're the reason why they lost. Or if they do lose, they're the reason for it.
Well, like I said, next year they come back. They have Anthony Richardson. They still got Jonathan Taylor. Uh, there's a lot. Like I said, this the AFC South is going to be pretty hot the next few years. So going out and the playoffs not a big deal. Yeah. Now it's down to one.
Yeah, that was
So they're
good
down to
seeing
one.
that drop that pass.
So yeah. Now we just wait for the Tennessee Titans and the Jacksonville Jaguars to see who you're going to play now.
Oh yeah.
Who would you rather play?
Well, if we got to go to Kansas City, that's going to be a tough one. We go to Miami, that's also another tough one. I don't know, man. I'd probably rather play. I'd probably want to play Cleveland at home. I want my rematch against those fuckers.
See, that's me too. I want my rematch against Pittsburgh because we're 2-1 against Pittsburgh. So I want to be 2-2 against. We're 1-2 against Pittsburgh. I want to be 2-2 against Pittsburgh. That's why I want Pittsburgh. But in the Super Bowl.
All right, 4th down for Houston. We got a punt. Go ahead and punt on 4th and 2. You have to punt, bro.
How much is left in the game?
27 seconds.
Or did they just kneel it?
On 4th down?
No, I'm talking about did they kneel it all 3 downs?
No, the Colts still have their timeouts.
No. Did the Texans just kneel it?
No, they try to run the ball and try to run it down.
Like, you could have went for 1 first down to
Yeah.
ice the game.
Winner clinches berth. Loser eliminated from playoff contention.
This was pretty much a playoff game already,
it
though.
was. It was a playoff game within a playoff game. Hey, man, RUA, appreciate that. What a season by y'all. Yeah. Get that punt going, man. Take a bunch of that clock down. Colts are going for the block here. You got to punt quickly, my dude. Uh-oh. Bad snap, safety. (23-19). Yeah, that was bad. Why you didn't just throw it away? I mean, or kick it or something. I don't know. What the hell was that all about? Okay, that was stupid. All right, well, we got to kick them the ball, and that's a safety. So that's 23-19. I knew that was going to happen because they sent the whole house to come block the kick. And when the snap went up, it went way over the punter's head. Lucky it wasn't a turnover. Well, 23-19.
Yeah.
I guess it had to be a scare there, right? A little scare.
Yeah.
All right, let's see the kickoff here. Or I think we have to punt the ball. I don't know how that works, but
Yeah, they'll kick it off. That should be how it works. Do a
All
squib
right, they
kick.
got to line up in punt formation, and they get the ball backed up. So instead of kicking it at the 35, we got to punt it from the 20, our own 20.
The fuck?
Yeah, that's the penalty. That's the rule. If a safety happens, you can't kick it off from the original kickoff. You get penalized for that. So we got 15 yards back. So we got to kick it we're kicking it from our own 15. That sucks. That's weird, ain't it?
Yeah, I've never heard of no shit like that before,
Well,
but
it must be a
this
new rule
is
they
the
just
NFL.
invented.
Nick Saban. We think this is Nick Saban.
Dude, I'm gonna laugh my ass off if they run this shit back. The Stanford band. Okay, they're playing that. Oh, the Stanford band is coming out. Dude, what the band comes out and actually run it back? And the ref throws a block in there.
Kind of like whenever fucking San Antonio thought they won that NBA title and they were about to drop that confetti, and then Ray Allen hit that 3-pointer to send it into overtime.
Yeah, weren't you like 4 points with like 10 seconds left or some shit?
Yeah.
And then some Heat fans left the arena, and then they tried to get back in, but the stadium wouldn't let them in. Wow. Well, Texans got the win. Nice. Final score, 23-19.
Yeah. I'm surprised they didn't have fucking Indianapolis go down and kick a field goal to make it 22-23.
Dude, I would have laughed my ass off if they would have ran it back, and it would have been like the marching band came out.
Yeah.
And then as soon as they try to like get the receiver, the ref throws a fucking block.
Oh, yeah, but this
he just gets up and keeps running, and the ref says, he's not down, keep going there, boy, and he throws a block and like just fucking takes one of our guys underneath and tears his ACL.
Well, see, somebody trips up one of the Colts players, and all of a sudden they're like 5 yards short, and the Colts are like, "We're supposed to win, we're supposed to win," and the ref says, "You're not Alabama, boy. That's only for Alabama. We only give those."
Earlier when they're a yard and a half short, and the ref just goes. That boy Steve Spurrier had a meltdown, but he got robbed though in that fucking bowl game.
Yeah,
but he just said we'll just start chop blocking, so they started like tackling after the whistle. I'm like, fuck, you might as well do something. Playoffs, yeah, we're going to the PLA, man. Playoffs. Hey, we might get
playoffs. Y'all are in. Now it's just who are y'all gonna play?
Man, greatest feeling in the world, man. I mean, I'm just the stove like that we're in, man. I did not have us making the playoffs this year.
Well, you knew I had y'all making the playoffs, so
both road teams won today.
And now I'm just waiting for Tennessee to come back and get that win over Jacksonville, so y'all can win the conference. Because I said y'all would win the conference with a 10-7 or an 11-6 record. That's what I said at the beginning of the season. Y'all are 10-7, so y'all fulfilled y'all's end. Now we just need Tennessee to help fulfill Jacksonville's end. Tony Khan's end. They need to go ahead and bury Tony Khan and send his ass back to Canada.
Damn, I'm still in disbelief, man. This was an amazing game today. I mean, they had playoff implication just written all over it. You know, Pittsburgh won, so now Pittsburgh's going to need I think Pittsburgh's going to need how does Pittsburgh get in? Is there any way Pittsburgh gets in?
Yeah, if Jacksonville loses.
Who?
Jacksonville.
Okay, so they need a Jaguars loss tomorrow. Holy shit.
Yeah. They need Jacksonville to lose tomorrow.
And there's no guarantee on that one either.
Yeah, there's no guarantee on that one. But looking at it, like I said, I've never been a Trevor Lawrence guy myself, so I'm not sold on Lawrence being the truth.
Oh, you're not a Trevor Lawrence guy?
No, nope, never been sold.
Your Cowboys, are they playing for the second seed tomorrow? Like, are they going to start all their guys or not really?
Yeah, I think they're going to want to win this game. So yeah, I think that they're going to want to keep that second seed, keep home field advantage, especially since the Dallas Cowboys seem to be better at home than they are on the road this year. So let's keep riding with that. The rest did what they had to do to give Dallas that, second seed against Detroit.
What do you think you're doing?
I'm doing what the fuck I want to do.
Well,
let me tell you something, Jared Goff.
It's officially the last day of the regular season, and then after that's the playoffs.
Yeah, let me tell you something, Jared Goff. Whenever I start to see Jared Goff at the bottom of my checks and not Roger Goodell, then you get to tell us how to fix these fucking games.
Dude, so who do you got the Texans playing? You got us playing the Browns, or you got us playing at Miami or at Kansas City?
Yeah, I have y'all playing the Browns, and I have Pittsburgh going to Miami. That's what I have.
And then I've already Bills playing the Chiefs.
Yeah.
That's pretty predicted. It looks like it's going to be that way.
Yeah, that's what I had predicted. Yeah, that's what I gave you. I may have told you last. Yeah, I think that's the better.
And then you got Cowboys hosting the Packers, right?
Yeah, Cowboys hosting the Packers. I have
Detroit and the Rams, I think you said, right?
Detroit and the Rams.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have Philadelphia and Tampa
Bay.
Yeah.
So you don't think New Orleans got a chance? Well, New Orleans would have to beat Atlanta, and then they would need a Bucs loss at Panthers. But I don't know I don't think the Bucs are losing at Carolina though.
No, the Bucs won't lose at Carolina. They're gonna pull out all the stops and make sure that they get in. And so, I have the Bucs in Philadelphia, and then I have the Cowboys. I have the Philadelphia Eagles beating the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I have the Cowboys beating the Green Bay Packers, and I have the Rams upsetting the Lions, and then I have the Cowboys playing the Eagles, and the Rams playing the 49ers, and then I have Dallas playing the 49ers and going on to the Super Bowl. And on the AFC side, I have the Steelers upsetting, like the Rams, Miami. I have the Bills beating
Chiefs.
Kansas City. Yeah. And then I have y'all beating the Browns.
All right, so you got Texans, Bills, and then you got Steelers, Ravens.
Yeah, it would be Steelers, Ravens. I have the Steelers beating the Ravens, upsetting the Ravens. And then I have the Bills beating you guys, and it being the Steelers and the Bills, and I had the Bills beating Pittsburgh and going to Super Bowl.
And so your Super Bowl is Dallas and Buffalo.
Yes.
Wow. That's interesting because I picked Dallas and Chiefs, but I've been stuck with that pick from last year though. But yeah, Buffalo could go into Kansas City and win that game, man. That's it'd be funny if the Chiefs fucking screwed the fucking Bills and they fucking like right after the game, like, Kelsey's like, you need to take your fucking Pfizer there, boy. And he's like coming with that fucking shot or whatever. And he's coming up to Josh Allen. He's like, you better take your shot there, boy.
Yeah, like he just
before the game.
so he
Like if Bills
he
beat the Chiefs,
he
And
taps
so
the crux of
fucking Kelsey comes right behind fucking Allen and jabs him with the Pfizer and makes him sick.
yeah he taps the crux of his fucking his elbow right there and just does a little fucking like he's gotten his vaccine and that's why he's winning these games is because of his Pfizer mutation. That fucking growth is fucking Taylor Swift on his asshole.
Yeah, Buffalo fucking beats us and then fucking plays the Steelers. And then you said you got Buffalo beating Pittsburgh?
Yeah, Buffalo beating Pittsburgh.
Okay, so you got Bills, Cowboys, and then what, you got Cowboys over Bills?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I like I said, I've rode with the Cowboys. If it would have been the team last year that they got screwed over by the Chiefs, the Cincinnati Bengals, I would have probably said it should have been the Bengals because that's what I had at the beginning of the year is Cowboys and Bengals. But that didn't pan out, and like I said, they screwed over Kansas City. So,
you see Texans winning the Super Bowl in the next couple of years.
Yeah. Well, it's like I told you. It could very well be the Atlanta Falcons and the Houston Texans in the next couple of years.
Really?
Yeah. Watch out. I think
this is interesting. I appreciate you being on my 3-hour live stream, by the way, man. We talk about politics, talk about sports and wokeness, and then we just went over the last of this. I think the loss goes to the coaching staff. I think that running the ball, passing it out of bounds and stopping the clock. And then they ended up getting that first down anyway. Or no, they didn't get the first down. They got it to 4th and 1. But they could have burned 2 of Texans timeouts, and then they could have went for it on that 4th and 1 and went for like that tush pull or whatever, like where they could have quarterback sneaked it. I think they had enough to get it, and they could have done that instead of trying to throw like a little like dink and dunk pass to Goodson, which really Goodson was wide open. It was just mistiming on the throw, and I think that the Colts had those miscues was all on coaching. The coaching made bad play calls. I don't know if they meant for the players to stay in bounds or told them, hey, stay in bounds, let the clock burn, let Texans make those timeouts, which that would have hurt us because then if Colts get the first down on that 4th and 1 on that, if they would have quarterback sneak it, now you're talking about running the clock down. Texans only have 1 timeout to stop the clock. They're going to have to let that clock run, and then Colts get the first down on the Texans 14 with a minute and change and running and an opportunity to make some throws to the end zone or possibly move that ball up. So, yeah, I think that's all coaching. It was all mental by the coaching. But, again, that's what the Texans do good when we play our own opponents in our AFC South is we actually make them nervous, like in these situations. So, like when we play Jacksonville, we do the same thing. We make the coaching staff second guess themselves, and especially when the pressure's on. And we had the experience to beat the AFC South teams to get those wins. But like I said, Jacksonville, if they win tomorrow, they clinch the AFC South. So we'll see what happens. If they lose, then we have a home game against the Browns. But if we lose, we know we're on the road. Most likely could be Kansas City or it could be Cleveland. Or it could be Miami. So we'll see. We'll see how this pans out.
Well, you can go back and look at my prediction video on Big Kev's channel, and I had y'all winning the AFC South. So I had y'all winning the division.
And here's the good news. The good news, I'm off at 3. I get off at 3 now. Like I do the early shifts. So I can, if, of course, depends on when they schedule us because if they schedule us at noon on Sunday, I won't be able to stream that game. But let's say, if they get us at 3:30 on Saturday or 7 on Saturday or the same on Sunday, then I can do that. But if they schedule us on noon Sunday, I won't be able to stream that game. So it all just depends on how the NFL flexes that schedule. There's only one slot I can't stream that game, and that's noon because I get off at 3. And there's only one day they do that, and that's the Sunday game. Now in the divisional round, they do the same thing on Sunday too. They have the noon game on Sunday. So again, it's gonna, if we make the divisional round, it depends on when they schedule. If they schedule us on Sunday, the first game, then I won't be able to stream it. But any other time zone, any other time slate, they will. So I'm hoping that they
don't schedule us that noon game on Sunday. So we'll see. Usually they
Well,
pick the shittiest games on Saturday.
well, like I said, if you and Kev are up for it, I'd say that we can do a show much like Tom Grossi, Urinating Tree, Scooter Magruder, and Brandon Burnham do with their little that good sports and whatever it is, clickbait sports. We should do one called That's Fake Sports and just talk about it like it's kayfabe. And
Okay.
then, uh, just have a little bit of fun with it and, talk about, Alabama and, Georgia getting their title wins and shit like that. Just fucking talk about sports from a completely rigged perspective because I think that there's probably going to be more of a market for it now that people are starting to lose interest in sports. You remember, it's like WWE where we were having fun with it. We may as well as have fun with it now at this point.
Facts. I agree. King Twist. Oh yeah. He already answered that. He said he sees the Texans and the Falcons making the Super Bowl.
Yeah, yeah. I could see them
1 year.
making the Super Bowl. What's up?
You said 1 year, right? Not this year, but 1 year.
A few years, maybe a couple of years. The Falcons are going to have to get them a more dependable quarterback, but they have the team to get there. You know, you got Bijan Robinson in the backfield. You've got some really good wide receivers. Maybe a couple of pieces on that offensive line. Maybe a couple of pieces on the defensive side of the ball, and the Falcons should be up there.
I got a question for you. If New Orleans hypothetically gets in, do you think they could beat the Eagles?
Oh no, I don't think that New Orleans has a shot of getting in either. So, yeah, I think that it's definitely going to be Tampa Bay. I mean, it's who's their quarterback in New Orleans now? Is it
Derek Carr?
Derek Carr still? Yeah, no. I mean, it's just Baker Mayfield versus former Texas Tech
Do
that
you think the
went to
Bucs got a
Oklahoma.
chance to beat the Eagles?
No, I don't think that the Bucs are going to beat the Eagles.
Okay, so no matter who wins NFC South, you got them just losing to the Eagles.
Yeah. I mean, the Eagles are, they're going to have more experience anyways. They've been in the playoffs. They've got their Super Bowl win. They feel like they've probably been screwed by team similar to the fucking Buccaneers and Kansas City. So they may be seeing Tampa Bay as Kansas City, and that's going to be their revenge game because we're going to beat the fucking Eagles.
And I'm just glad that my team went 10-7. I mean, I'm in shock and disbelief. I had them at 5 wins, and I feel like I'm like some sort of like, I don't know, maybe like a traitor to my fan base. Putting us at 5 wins this year. I just didn't think C.J. Stroud was going to be NFL ready this year, and I was wrong. Over 4,000-yard season. Hats off to the guy, and Nico Collins had I think 20 receptions. I think he had 10 touchdowns for the season or something like that. I mean, the guy's phenomenal. And again, we have a very good football team, man. And I'm proud of our team and proud of this coaching staff. And they exceeded my expectations and making the playoffs. It's I mean, I know like I said, I want this team to win Super Bowl, and I'm not saying they will or won't, but I'm happy with the progress that we made in just 1 year, congealing the Nick Caesarea way, got it done. I think since 2020, we got 25 players since the 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023 draft that are starters. And I think that's amazing. We got a very young team, a very talented defense. We brought in Kareem Jackson, who got that veteran presence. So he sort of gets that comeback moment for the Texans. Maybe this will be his go away party or something. And it would be nice if we could go in the dance and maybe make a little bit of noise, maybe get a big win in Miami or Kansas City to start off the playoffs would be nice. And even if we don't, I'm just happy with what we did as a team. And I think teams are going to be fearing us in the playoffs. I think the AFC South the AFC in general is put on notice because now we're in the dance and we're getting the boogie in, and this team's got a lot of confidence and a lot of swag. And if you sleep on C.J. Stroud with 4,000 yards, I'm telling you guys, you're going to end up biting the bullet. And Kansas City doesn't, they don't. I'm not saying they don't want to play us, but they better not sleep on us. And that's the same thing goes for Miami, and that's the same thing that goes for believe in Cleveland if we play them, because we'll get our rematch against them. This time we'll have C.J. Stroud in our arsenal, unlike last time. So you're going to be playing a team that's going to be hungry and that's going to be ready. And I think DeMeco Ryans is going to have this team prepared for the playoffs, regardless of what the results may be. Rather we win out or we don't. He's going to have us ready for that game. And I'm just proud of the fact that we've gotten this far. First year as a head coach, DeMeco Ryans gone through 4 head coaches or 3 head coaches in 4 years. All these diversity hires and stuff that I guess banned to work out this year. Finally, third time's a charm. And just the draft picks we've been hitting, the players we've been getting over the veteran players like Singletary to help out Pierce. The fact that we picked up some receivers in the draft like Tank Dell, who's been helping out. I couldn't be more happy for this team. Oh, and then we picked up Dalton Schultz, who actually is pretty good at the tight end position to help out Brevin Jordan. We don't have to put all the pressure on Brevin Jordan to make plays. And so I like this Texan team going into the playoffs, man. Happy.
Yeah, and like I told you at the beginning of the year, I said, y'all are going to make the playoffs. I said, y'all are going to be a 10-win team. Everybody looked at me like I lost my fucking mind.
Yep.
And everybody thought I was crazy out of it. And, he was stupid. And I said it. The thing about it is that I really like what y'all did this year is y'all bring in DeMeco Ryans. And I really do think that DeMeco Ryans, as a former Houston Texans, kind of appreciates the Texans culture a little bit more than bringing in an outsider. And I said it whenever he said that he was going to go ahead and trade that. His first pick instead of the Cleveland's first pick. I knew that this guy was for real. So he wasn't like, oh well, we're going to go ahead and tank this season to try and get Harrison or somebody like that. He wasn't trying to play 4 years down the road. I knew that he was going to try and get y'all into the playoffs. And so he took your team, whenever he was drafting those offensive linemen and he picked up C.J. Stroud, he just made all the right moves. And I'm like, yeah, this guy is trying to win now. He's not trying to win 3 or 4 years down the road. He wants to get to the playoffs now. And so I can respect that a little bit more, than people that are like, oh, well, trust the process type motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
playing sarcastic. What's up?
So C.J. Stroud's record's not 10-7. He's actually 9-6 because he didn't play in 2 of the games. That's correct, Marvin. He played in 15 games. Remember, he missed 2 to concussion, so he's 9-6. I'm sorry, that's not bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that this team with the group that they got. This is kind of like, it feels kind of like whenever Jerry got Jimmy Johnson and the Cowboys were doing their thing. And this is just that right formula that the Texans have. And so, it's, congratulations to you guys. Y'all guys are going to be good for a while as long as y'all keep this formula,
Now we're in the playoffs. It feels like now it's starting to hit like the wild card. My team's in on the road or at home. I mean, even if we play a home game, the Browns, I still think the Browns are going to come in that playoff game ready, especially like with the defense they have and all that. That defense still scares me. Yes, Caitlin, we won tonight, baby girl. That's right. We won today. So we're in the dance. We got the boogie in 23-17. So we clinch a playoff berth. So now we need we don't need – if we want to win division, we need Jacksonville to lose tomorrow. And then, of course, again, if Jacksonville wins, then we're guaranteed on the road. So it's either at Kansas City or at Miami. So that's going to be if we go at now, let's say Product Hill, we go at Kansas City. What do you think happens there?
I think y'all get y'all's revenge on Kansas City. That's what I had at the start of the year. I had y'all going and playing Kansas City in the second round because I had y'all winning the division, of course, and I had y'all going to play Kansas City in the second round and beating Kansas City, and then going to the AFC title game against Cleveland, or not Cleveland, but Cincinnati, and then Cincinnati going on to the bowl. But Cincinnati, since Cincinnati was put out, now that's become Buffalo in the wild card round, and so I'm going to have to go with Buffalo. But it was originally Cincinnati. So, but yeah, I had y'all putting out Kansas City to play Cincinnati in the AFC Championship game.
How about this? Cowboys go to the fucking Super Bowl, right? And they're taking on their arch nemesis, the Bills. And all of a sudden, you see fucking Patrick Mahomes running in there, fucking low blows, fucking Josh Allen. He cashes in his fucking rematch. Josh Allen's on the ground holding his ball. Even the Cowboys won, and they ring the bell. He's like, "Get up, motherfucker, right now!" Get up, motherfucker. And then Allen gets up and he spears fucking Mahomes. Fucking does that tribal chief? Get up, motherfucker! Get your ass up now.
The Rock comes out.
Look, he spears Allen right through the table, and all of a sudden you see fucking San Francisco running out, and San Francisco runs out and catches in their briefcase. It says, "I'm catching my rematch clause against Dallas. Get the fuck up now, Dak." What the fuck is this?
How about this? Right? It's Dallas and Miami Dolphins, right? It's Dallas and Miami Dolphins in the Super Bowl, and Dallas thinks, "Oh, okay, well, we got to play the Dolphins," but all of a sudden, the Dolphins head coach gets fired, and Nick Saban comes back in and says, "I'm coming back to get my Super Bowl now that I never got whenever I coached in the NFL the first time. And since I couldn't get my title with Alabama, I'm getting my Super Bowl right now." And so,
and then look, all four guys start fighting in the ring, trading blows. That's hilarious.
Have Teddy Long come out. Now it's a triple threat match. Kansas City, Miami, and Dallas.
And then everybody that got that lost in that round, they just start running to the middle of the ring, and it's just melee.
And then you have the A and W fans that still watch WWE. It's like, Cody Rhodes needs to be the champion.
Bro, that would be so fucking hilarious. Like, I already told you what I predict is going to happen. This is my prediction for the Super Bowl. The Chiefs are going to play the Cowboys. The Cowboys get robbed on a controversial call. The Chiefs win the bowl, and it's going to be a big fucking, like, shitstorm on ESPN. And, Cowboys got robbed. They were undefeated in every Super Bowl they played in, I think, right? Weren't y'all?
What?
Aren't y'all undefeated in every Super Bowl y'all played in?
Who, us?
Yeah, y'all have never lost a Super Bowl, right?
No, hell no. We fucking lost 2 against Pittsburgh. Well, that's why I want Pittsburgh to get in, so we can even up the series. We lost 2 against Pittsburgh. We only beat them once. And we lost against the team that y'all just beat tonight, the Colts.
Yeah, because you know what they did with Patrick Mahomes, right?
What did they do with Pat Mahomes?
They're doing that stupid fucking Roman Reigns fucking consecutive day streak now.
Oh,
because he's a defending champ, so they're like, he's going on like almost 365 days before it since he's had the title.
Well, that's fucking stupid. That's dumb, you know? I don't know. Somebody probably wrote this for ESPN too. That's the sad point.
Jerry Jones to the table. He's gonna be champion for Undertaker.
Yeah.
Because you don't have the champion until the next Super Bowl winner. It's not like where you defend the belt every month. They're gonna be like, Mahomes is now 789 days.
Yeah. What's going to happen is it's going to be the opening play. It's the Chiefs and the Cowboys. It's going to be the opening play. Fucking Pat Mahomes, the first drive, gets into the and kicks a field goal on the first drive, and all of a sudden Roger Goodell comes out and he's like, "Ring the fucking bell!" So automatically, they're gonna do. They're gonna be like, it's gonna be a Montreal screw job. That's what it's gonna
Bro,
be.
that would be sick if that happens. You know, I'll put it to you like this. I'll make a bold prediction. I know the Bucks are probably going to win the NFC side. I don't see them losing the Panthers. Let's just be honest. But I kind of want to see New Orleans get in, like low key, because they got Alvin Kamara, you got Derek Carr, and you still got a pretty decent defense in New Orleans. I kind of like that Eagles and New Orleans matchup. It sounds to me more exciting than the Walt Disney versus. Because you know how Disney hates Florida teams. So I figure, why not just put New Orleans in and rig it for the Saints to get in, so you can have them beat Atlanta, and then have the Eagles go in and play the Saints. And to me, I think the Saints can beat them.
I think that Disney wants to embarrass Florida, so they want to get Florida in the playoff, so they can put out all the Florida teams in the first week. I think the only way that they're doing this, the only one that they're screwing out of the playoffs right now is going to be Jacksonville, who I do think. But I mean, like I said, to be honest with you, to be fair, Tony Khan, and this is one thing that I was talking about Sanchez, is like Tony Khan really doesn't care about the Jaguars. He cares more about AEW.
That is so true. That is so fucking true.
So I mean, this motherfucker just needs to go ahead and sell the Jacksonville Jaguars to somebody who will do something with it. If you're not that interested, if you're not going to be committed to it, it's like he uses the Jacksonville Jaguars to promote AEW, but you don't fucking invest anything into the Jacksonville Jaguars. And it's like, nobody likes AEW wrestling, all right? Nobody's going to watch the shit. You have a team that really, it has an identity crisis. They're an afterthought in the NFL. Why don't you try to do something with that team? But it's like the worst owner of a football team is Tony Khan right now. It's just he is, man, and it's because he don't give a shit about his players on the Jaguars. He cares more about his AEW roster and getting 600,000 views for his wrestling promotion.
That is so true. I never really thought about that. Is so true, bro.
Yeah, I didn't know about it neither, but Sanchez was telling me about all this shit that Jacksonville doesn't have, and the reason why they don't have it is because Tony Khan puts it into AEW. He doesn't put it into Jacksonville.
So, Marvin said if Tony Khan puts half the energy into Jacksonville than he does in his stupid wrestling promotion, they'd already have 11 or 12 wins by now.
Yeah.
That is true.
That is true. Because, you'd probably have a better team, because he's had the draft picks, and he's had the draft capital to really rebuild that franchise. But, it's like, you get what you put into that you're not going to get the experts going out, doing the recruiting, doing the scoutings, trying to figure out how to build this team. You're not getting that in Jacksonville. So you get a lot of players that are kind of pedestrian. Like I said, I wouldn't have went for Trevor Lawrence. I would have probably traded back and then, traded Trevor Lawrence to. And it probably would have benefited Trevor Lawrence to be in a better organization than Jacksonville anyway. But a lot of those players kind of just leave Jacksonville. I mean, how many players have just kind of wanted out of Jacksonville?
A lot.
A lot of them. And so, it's a very pedestrian team. And so if you're not going to invest that much into that team, then let somebody else have the motherfucker that wants to be an NFL franchise owner that will put the effort into rebuilding that organization.
Facts.
So why would you want this team to represent your conference as a division winner?
Okay, now let's say hypothetically Jacksonville wins the division tomorrow. Like, they win, they wrap it up. They
Okay.
would be hosting what?
Cleveland
Buffalo?
and get their ass kicked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It'd be the end of fucking, Trevor Lawrence's life.
And Trevor Lawrence would have to play in that game, Marvin says. Yeah. And Tony Khan comes out with like all the wrestlers like Jericho. Like Jericho comes out and does his promo.
Yeah.
And he's like, let me tell you something there, boy. Welcome to AEW Jacksonville, baby.
Let me tell you something. You just sacked Trevor Lawrence, Michael Garrett. You making the list.
Hey, they could rig that game for Jacksonville to win.
I mean, yeah. Ugh. Dude, that would be the most. And I mean, I get it. Y'all are trying to do some WWE shit with your fucking NFL, but like I said, it just like fucking Jacksonville is the most. They have the most black owner, and their team is like it's just pedestrian. It's vanilla to me. I know that everybody. It's a trendy pick every year at the beginning of the year, but I think that the Texans have just replaced Jacksonville as being the hot new trend in the AFC South. Yeah. And then next year it's going to be even harder whenever Indianapolis comes out with Anthony Richardson and Jonathan Taylor. They get them a wide receiver in this draft, which they can totally do. And all of a sudden, this becomes a pretty contested race with the Texans and the Colts. The Colts go out and get them a running back to go ahead and compete and be able to control the ball. And, all of a sudden, next thing you know, Tennessee's making moves and getting their team together with Will Levis and then bringing in a wide receiver this year, committing more to the run and whatnot. And all of a sudden, Jacksonville's back at the bottom again.
So let me ask you a question. If, let's say, hypothetically, Dallas does lose tomorrow, you guys lose to Commanders and Eagles go on to win the division. You guys open up at Tampa Bay. Do you win or do you lose?
We'll win against Tampa. But like I said, I think that, when you're looking at it, and it's like you said with the NBA, and it's like we've been sitting there saying with the NFL, and this is one of the reasons why the NFL will have more ratings for a while than the NBA, is Dallas facing Green Bay at home is sexy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Philadelphia and the Eagles playing against each other with their history playing for the NFC Championship games and stuff, and usually Tampa Bay getting the better of the Eagles, that's sexy. You know what I'm saying? It's a sexy game for the Eagles and the Tampa Bay fans. Whenever you look at the Rams and the Detroit Lions and Matthew Stafford going from Detroit to LA and then Jared Goff going from LA to Detroit, it's a sexy game. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so, there's a lot more sex appeal there. You see the Texans playing the Cleveland Browns, given their history with Deshaun Watson and them beating you, that's a sexy game. You can see the Bills always losing to Kansas City, another sexy game there.
Yeah, can they overcome? And then the Texans are 0-4 against the Browns since COVID.
Yeah, and like the Miami Dolphins and the Pittsburgh Steelers kind of gives you that feel of the playoffs back in the 80s and the 90s. Whenever the Dolphins used to put out the Pittsburgh Steelers every year with Dan Marino. So I mean, you got a lot more appealing games there. Even by the teams, you know what I'm saying? Just like Marvin said, it's by the teams. Whereas, the NBA don't have that right now.
The NBA promotes just the players. Like
just
it's
the
just
players.
Like individual players. Like if you're a LeBron fan or a Curry, and wherever they go, you're going to follow your favorite player. That's kind of how it's been. In basketball, it's been operating more an individual. That's why they're losing. They don't have the same ratings the NFL does. Plus, you have 82 games. This is way too many, man. So we're watching nothing but rehash matchups, and then your storylines are bland, if not boring. And the NFL can get away with their kayfabe because they have a short amount of games. So you have your 18 game season, your 17 game season. So it makes sense because it's only once a week.
But NBA's every day. It was like, how much longer can you drag those storylines out? So people are just not interested in seeing like what looks to appear to be a marathon. Now, baseball, has been born over the last, let's say, 5 or 6 years before this season. But since they've changed the rules of the game, it's made it a little bit more appealing. The pitch count, the amount of visits to the mounds and stuff like that. And I think that's, or if you bring a relief pitcher in, he's got to stay in at least 3 batters minimum, stuff like that. Like I like the changes they made. So it makes baseball, the average game now is 30 minutes less. It ends 30 minutes sooner. So that means you're not watching a 5-hour baseball game anymore. So it makes it a lot more appealing. Those extra innings, where they got a guy on second base. I like that idea. So you're not seeing a game going to 19 innings. You're seeing a game in before the 13th or the 12th, which is the way it should be. We shouldn't have to watch another baseball game to see who blinks first. So I kind of like these rule changes. So baseball's improved on those errors. And basketball, I feel like they're just marketing off of LeBron and Curry and a couple of guys, and it's kind of like, well, what happens when LeBron retires? What happens when Curry retires? What happens when Durant finally calls it quits? You have really nobody else to take their place.
Yeah, and like with football, like I said, a lot of people were pissed off about the call with Detroit and Dallas. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But those same motherfuckers are like, we love how the playoffs are set up. And, if Dallas doesn't get that call with Dallas and Detroit, then the playoffs don't fall like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So imagine if the head coach of what's his name for the Lions, can't think of the guy's name.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Campbell, Dan Campbell. He comes out of the Cowboys game and he fucking whacks fucking Dak Prescott in the back with a chair, and then what's his name's all it's the last play and the Commanders win, and Dan Campbell's like sitting there doing his Stone Cold like. Remember what you did to us, boy? You forgot about that, boy? And then y'all are talking the rest. What the fuck is this? The rest of the man, it's Dan. Roll it off. There's no rule against what he did. You're like, what? That's all the crowd holding his back. And then Dan Campbell's like, I'm cashing in my fucking rematch from last week. I got robbed, goddammit. I got robbed, goddammit. Here's my briefcase. And the rest like, you really want to do it? Yeah, down. Ring the fucking bell. I'm not going to lie to you. When the Lions lost, Dan Campbell looked like he was about to fucking throw a fuse, bro. That motherfucker looked like he was about to pull a fucking wrestling. Like, I was expecting him to grab a chair and go hunt down the Cowboys in the locker room, dude. Like, that was the best Stone Cold gimmick I've seen, bro. Prodigal?
Yeah. Hello?
Man, I think Dan Campbell was looking for your head coach with a chair, man, in the locker room. I was waiting for the head coach.
We had Undertaker waiting for his ass. We had Undertaker back there, buddy. You go looking for that head coach. The Undertaker's like, you better shout. He's like, he's gonna pull Shawn Michaels on your ass. You better put Stone Cold over.
The back room, and the Cowboys know he's coming there. And as soon as he opens the door, like tar and feather falls on him, and everyone's laughing at him.
Yeah, we'll put fucking Roger Goodell in the blue blazer gimmick.
Or he's looking for what's his name? He's looking for the Cowboys, and then when he opens the door, it's Aaron fucking Rodgers.
Yeah.
Oh, they have like a stare down. Rodgers points at WrestleMania. He like points. He's like, Dan, look behind you. You see that motherfucker? And Dan looks behind him. He's like, WrestleMania. He's like, me and you, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Don't worry about the sign, boy. I want to kick your fucking ass right now.
I'm telling you, a fucking Aaron Rodgers CM Punk promo on the 50-yard line would be fucking gold, dude.
Oh, bro.
It'd be gold.
Aaron Rodgers is pulling off some fucking great mic work on the Pat McAfee show. Like, he looks just like CM Punk. This dude's dropping nothing but pipe bombs. I'm like,
dude, I used to not stand Aaron Rodgers, and of course, being a Cowboys fan, partially it was because, but ESPN always made like fucking Aaron Rodgers seem like a fucking conceited, douchey asshole.
Guy,
yeah. And then whenever he started doing these interviews on the Pat McAfee show, it's like, this motherfucker's a bro. He's like, you know, he's like cool as fuck, you know, but you would have never got that from ESPN. You would have never got that on ESPN. Some real good shit like this. And so it's like, man, I kind of like Aaron Rodgers now.
Same here.
It's just like, you know, I didn't like him at first. Whenever he came in, listening to ESPN, oh, Aaron Rodgers is bitching about this. Aaron Rodgers, and they made him seem like a fucking, it's like, this dude sounds like a fucking horse's ass.
Yeah.
But then, all of a sudden, he's coming on fucking the Pat McAfee show and just dropping some fucking pipe bomb promo shit, and it's like, oh, this motherfucker's badass now.
Well, Aaron Rodgers been known for burying Dan Campbell and cheating against them, so I can understand like the bitterness against them. Because I was watching that game, it was like a Thursday game, and Aaron Rodgers was playing against Dan Campbell, and Rodgers was grabbing the referees by the collar and started yelling at them, and then they would go and change the fucking rules for him. Dan Campbell was screaming at Rodgers. He's like, "Come on, motherfucker! What do you think you're doing?" You know, and it's like, dude, the play clock would hit 0, and the rest would throw a flag at Aaron Rodgers. Like, "I'm not ready there yet, boy. You sit there calling the clock. Oh, not ready yet. You started the clock too soon, boy. You better reset it now, boy." And the rest were like, "Okay, he wasn't ready. Reset the clock. We're gonna restart it for you there, boy." And Dan Campbell like, "What do you think you're doing?"
Yeah. Yeah. Fucking that's, you know, that's fucking priceless.
Dude, Aaron Rodgers threw a fucking Hail Mary on the Lions. And he got robbed on that last drive. There were so many penalties against the fucking Packers that the refs were letting it slide. They screwed the Lions on a Hail Mary. That insult to injury. Rodgers threw like 70-yard pass and won the game.
It's just like us with the fucking catch, with the Des Bryant catch that they said wasn't a catch. You know what I'm saying? We should have been
break, man.
Yeah. Dude, if you're playing Aaron Rodgers, you ain't getting no fucking break. We're gonna see if Jordan Love has that same kind of rapport with the refs, because we're gonna play Dallas at home, so we're gonna see if it's, you know.
Oh. Hey Marvin, check this out. Prodigal, check this out. Marvin said the fix is in. Rams are gonna beat the Lions. Coincidence? LA is in Sophie, aka LA, aka Hollywood County. Oh,
what's that?
They may rob him there. You think so? You think that could happen, Prodigal?
What's that? I have the Rams beating Detroit, but
yeah,
but they're going to play in Detroit, not LA.
Yeah, but that still means they can still rob them, though. The refs.
Oh yeah, it's I think that this is going to be Matthew Stafford's revenge game.
Oh my God, poor Dan Campbell. He can't get a break from the refs, dude.
Yeah.
If I was him, he might as well go ahead and bring his fucking chair and have it sit right beside him, and just say, like, if I get robbed there, boy, I'm coming after you. And he just points at the fucking refs. He's like, if I get robbed, I swear to God, I'm coming right after you motherfuckers right after the game, you know?
They're setting it up for next year, though. They're setting it up for next year, because next year, this is what I've heard this year so far. Okay. Is that a lot of teams are like, it could be Detroit and Cleveland.
Okay.
So I think that a lot of people want to see Detroit and Cleveland. Okay. However, you set that up for next year. You know what I'm saying? you go ahead, say, fuck them up. Because I think that a lot of people agree that Cincinnati got fucked last year.
Yeah, I agree. I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah, I think everybody can agree on that. And I think that, see, this doing shit like that is why people don't want to watch the game anymore. And this is, is when you do shit like that, it cheapens the game. So, if you have a Detroit come in, lose to the Rams, a lot of people are going to be like, oh, well, they should have beat the Cowboys and they shouldn't have even played the Rams. That's what they're going to come in with next year. So next year, you go ahead, have Detroit come back. Dan Campbell's a hell of a coach. Say what you will about the guy. The shit that he's done in Detroit has been pretty amazing. And so, next year, Dan Campbell comes in. They're the new leader of that division this year. They make the playoffs, maybe even get a number 1 seed. Because I think Dallas beats San Francisco. San Francisco kind of slides back a little bit. So they're going to have a new number 1 team next year. And why can't that be Detroit? And we already seen what Cleveland done this year. So next year, Cleveland comes in as that, dark horse favorite. We could finally get to see these two teams meet and one of them finally getting a Super Bowl.
And who do you got winning that bowl between Lions and Browns?
Man, that's going to be a good game. It just depends on how the Browns look next year. The thing is that they're running with Joe Flacco. Are you still running with Joe Flacco next year and him getting a second Super Bowl? That would be interesting. But the Detroit Lions, it could go either way, dude. They're pretty good teams. Both of them are.
Now I'm just curious. Let's say New Orleans does win the division, and Cowboys drop to 5, and y'all have to go to New Orleans in the wild card. Do y'all think y'all win in there?
Well, New Orleans isn't going to be shit, dude. They're not winning. Okay. Even if it doesn't matter who they play, they're not going to be able to beat the Cowboys because they're just not a sexy team. I know that you're like, oh well, they got Alvin Kamara, they have Michael Thomas, they got their defense is everything is kind of pedestrian for them. That's the problem.
Okay.
And they just. Everything's pedestrian for the whole fucking division is pedestrian. Tampa Bay is pedestrian. I think that the best team is probably the Falcons, but they're missing a quarterback. If they had a quarterback, then the Falcons with that offense and that defense that they have. That's why I have them meeting you in the Super Bowl for a couple of years. Because if the Falcons end up landing, like, say, that Jaden Daniels kid out of LSU, he's got Bijan in the backfield. You have Landon, and then you have Kyle Pitts. They're set up to win pretty quick. They're just missing really that one piece. Even if they got a Bo Nix, I think they would be pretty solid.
Damn, they would be sick if they can land Nix.
Yeah, and this draft is loaded with offensive linemen. You get you an offensive lineman, maybe get you a solid defensive, regular, just a role player on defense, and you're set, dude. But none of the other teams in the NFC South, even Carolina, I don't see any of them competing anytime soon. Now,
where do you think Justin Fields lands next year? You think he stays in Chicago, or you think they're moving on for him?
Yeah, I think he stays in Chicago. I think what's going to end up happening is Chicago's going to end up drafting Marvin Harrison Jr. That's what I think. I think that they're going to end up drafting Marvin Harrison Jr. And then maybe drafting an offensive lineman with that second pick that they have. At least that's what I would do.
So you think they're going to go all in? Do you think they'll go a new coach, or you think they'll keep the same coaching staff?
I don't know, man. That organization.
Does Jim Harbaugh go to the NFL next year?
Looking at Chicago's an organization that basically, essentially, they are the Jacksonville Jaguars of the NFC. The ownership is just what the fuck they're doing. I don't know. Harbaugh, I don't know. He's got the scandal, but nobody really cares about these scandals. It's the same old fucking scandal that you used against New England. You used it against Houston. I mean, it's already hashed, and nobody really gives a shit about these ESPN storylines anymore. So if you think that we're going to get interested and believe that Miami did some for real shit, or Michigan did some for real shit, and Spygate and all this other bullshit, I'm not going to buy in on it. You've already used it. You've already killed it. You're beating a dead horse. I don't understand why Harbaugh was doing as much as he's done in Michigan, why he would want to go to the NFL. And, who would he? He's already won a Super Bowl in the NFL. So, I mean, where would he even go to coach? What team looks appealing?
So you're saying your best bet's for him to just probably stay in Michigan, maybe?
Yeah, because he's already done a lot with that program.
And then you add a ring to it, if assuming they win, and then that'll just, I guess, be the icing on the icing on the top, I guess, for his tenure with Michigan, I guess.
Yeah, just stay with Michigan. That's your alma mater, and you've already done so much for the program. You've turned around the culture over there to where now they're being considered one of the powerhouses in the Big Ten. So, are you gonna leave Michigan to go coach the Bears? Is that what we're thinking?
Facts. I mean, that's a good way to look at it. I never really thought of it like that. Man, Prodigal Hill, we did a 3-hour and 46-minute show, bro. That's the longest. I think that's the longest we've ever done.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess, is there anything else you want to talk about, or you just want to wrap it up?
Yeah, we can probably go ahead and wrap it up. It's almost 11 right now. So.
Yeah, I know. You're probably going to go to sleep. So you work tomorrow?
No, I don't work tomorrow. Tomorrow's Sunday. I'm off on the weekend.
Are you going to watch all the games?
I'll probably keep up with them, but I probably won't watch any of them. I haven't really watched football in a while, and like I said, it's a different sport than what I'm used to. It's not the same old football where everything is kind of like I kind of got a good idea of where it's at, especially around playoff.
What are you getting into tomorrow? What are your plans?
Probably not going to be doing a whole lot. Probably do some cleaning around here, get some stuff knocked out. I'm not doing a whole lot.
That's cool. Let's go. Hey, man, sometime I got to go up to your area and go visit you, man. See if there's any historical landmarks or I don't know, any areas where there's places we can go visit and stuff. Like hiking places, stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, we were going to go down. I was going to come down to your area, and we were going to watch the Texas game if they got in the national championship. But
obviously, it didn't happen.
We knew that. We knew that Saban said, "Well, if I can't win it, nobody from the SEC is going to win it."
He cashes in and fucking just spears fucking Sarkisian, like after the rest, like hit Sarkisian in the back of his leg with the belt, and Sarkisian's like, "Oh man, my leg, I can't feel it. You broke it. What the fuck is going on?" And Saban's like, "Yo, you think I was going to let you win there, boy? You got easy there, boy. Get up right now and cash in my fucking championship closet." That's what fucking.
Yeah.
Get up, you fat motherfucker. Get up, fat ass. Get up, boy.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, it's gonna be interesting to see how Texas does do in the SEC, because you're having the biggest market come into the SEC, and like I said, we know that Disney kills big markets. It's like they basically run the shit like Vince McMahon, where they want to make everything just fucking generic looking as possible, man.
Well, my biggest fear is that Texas goes there and OU and they just bury us.
Yeah.
Which,
Yeah,
if that's
like-
the case, I'll give them a year, to see how it pans out. But if it's just burial and shit, and it's like we thought, Saban goes, I thought you were this good team there, little boy. Your record's 1-9. You ain't shit there, boy. I'm just gonna be like, all right, man, I'm not watching this anymore. So I'm just gonna have to root for a team in the Big 12 now. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah. We'll have to cover it like on. We just make that channel. That's fake sports, and then we just start laughing at the motherfuckers. We'll just start booking y'all ourselves. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Well, we'll make you in our own little
I'll go
storyline.
root for another team in the Big 12, bro. I ain't even tripping. If you're
I
just
mean,
gonna bring
you
us
know-
there to bury us and say, "Oh, I thought you were this big tough guy," Saban's like, "I thought you were this big. You ain't that tough now, there, little boy." I'll just be like, "All right, well, I'm just gonna go ahead and watch the Big 12 now."
I mean, the reason why the ticket prices are going down is because the SEC has killed a large portion of the audience for football in the fucking college football. So,
Facts.
that's why the prices are going down. And you dumbass SEC fans that are like, oh, the prices of the tickets are going down. And that's because it's not Alabama or Texas. Not like they cared about Texas until now anyways.
Facts.
But, the reason why the tickets are going down is because it's always generic looking. And it was even more generic looking. And when you have fucking Georgia beating Florida State 62-3, you didn't prove shit except for how pathetic you are. That's all you proved.
Facts. Let this man cook.
Yeah. So, I mean, it just is. That's what it is. You can sit there and say, and nobody wants to watch this shit. Nobody wants to watch it. And it's not cool that the prices are going down.
Hey, since you lost 63-3, Marvin said you might as well just should have lined up the coaches Florida State and did the concerto. Would have been more exciting to see.
Yeah.
I mean, you might as well. Just listen, and then Kirby Smart comes in and fucking Saban comes in and they're like, and they both like see stars and they each grab the chair. Like, I want to hit him. Give me the chair, fucking goddamn it. If they both got egos and the Florida State goes like, please don't do this, please. And grab a chair there, boy. You're gonna get a concerto. Get up there, boy. Get up right now, motherfucker. And then as soon as he gets up, Kirby Smart and him just fucking do a double concerto. And then the fucking Florida State fucking coaches just laid out in the 50-yard line.
And then you hear Randy Orton's music hit. I hear voices in my head.
And then Saban gets on top of him. He's like, "You never ever disrespect me like that, there, boy. You never ever get in the playoffs, boy, as long as I'm alive."
Dude, do you ever watch these like SEC channels on YouTube and stuff where they're talking about football and they're like, and they always sound like they're fucking like from the backwoods. Alabama, they're just the best team. It's like, what the fuck am I listening to? And they're trying to talk football, and it's like, oh, well, if this team only had an Alabama player, you're fucking ridiculous.
And then on the next episode, can Alabama beat the New England Patriots and Tom Brady? We're going to talk about that new breakdown.
It's like, oh, God. And that's why I say, that's why I don't like watching a lot of the independent YouTubers that come out anymore. And then they'll have commercials on their shit. It's first off, you're over here, you're talking like you're in the Deliverance, like I hear in the fucking background of your video and shit. And you're sitting here talking about college football, and it's like, well, the SEC, and it's like, holy fuck. Like they try to do the comedy shit, and it's like, oh well, and it's all SEC shit. It's like you're the only motherfuckers that watch the shit anymore. Big 12 motherfuckers don't have any interest in it. Fucking Pac-12 motherfuckers don't have any interest in it. You'll probably end up screwing over the Big 10 because I swear to fucking God that the SEC is about as petty as Ric Flair and the Four Horsemen. The ACC got screwed this year. The ACC thought, oh yeah, you know what? we'll do business with the SEC. They'll get us over, and the
Facts.
Clemson and shit. And then whenever Florida State got in there, it's like, oh, well, here's what we think about your Rob DeSantis, 62-3 against Georgia. See, that's what you get when you rig the fucking elections against Donald Trump. But whenever you want to sit there and talk about our fucking EGB fucking woke shit over here at Disney, you get buried 63-3. And it's like, oh, okay, the rest of us with a fully functional brain don't care for your Disney shit. So why don't you take Alabama, Georgia, The Little Fucking Mermaid, Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, fucking Steamboat Willie, and just take your ass on to fucking Cuba or whatever the fuck, because I don't care to see that shit. See if Castro wants to have the SEC. He can host the SEC title over there in Cuba next year, with the fucking communists. So, yeah, it's just
Man, we are now approaching 3 hours and 55 minutes, man. I appreciate you for being on every minute of it, man. I'm sorry if I drug this out this long, man, but we had a good conversation today, man.
Yeah, this is a pretty decent video too. I'll put it up on my Twitter. I'll put it up on Facebook. More than likely, Scott will post it too. So
yeah, that's cool. That's cool. We had a nice 4-hour discussion. So if you guys want to watch this video, man, and like I said, for myself, when I went to work, man, I posted I watched a Flat Earth, the Friday video with me and Judah. I didn't come into the last hour, but I watched like the whole 3-hour and 10-minute video today at work because I was at my post. And it's slow from 7 to like 10:30. So I literally just used that 3 hour and 30 minutes just to watch that video. And I watched like the entire video. And it was like, I watched the entire video, and like next thing you know, it's like 11:30. I'm like, holy shit. So I go and watch like one of mine and your old videos for like an hour and a half. And then it's like 12:50 or 1 o'clock. And I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna go on lunch. So I told them, I'm gonna go on lunch. They're like, okay. So I just sat in the car watching more YouTube videos, and then this hit like fucking like 2:15. I come back, and then I just stand on my post till the next guy comes in, and he sees me on my fucking phone, dude, and he's like, "Man, you're not supposed to be at your phone on your post." I'm like, "Dude, I don't give a fuck." And he just started laughing. He's like, "I don't care either." He's like, "You bust anybody today?" I'm like, like 2 people. Like,
yeah.
So, I mean, your job is to stay in your post and watch people that come in and out. So that's all you can do. So I just was like, fucking, I'm watching YouTube videos. It was kind of slow today anyway. And so, football games are on tomorrow. So probably people are going to be, at the local restaurants or something. And then, so it's not going to be as busy in the grocery stores tomorrow.
Yeah.
Were you ever a fan of Married with Children? That's what Will asked.
Oh, yeah, of course. Everybody was. And it was like TV back then, like when you had sitcoms coming, you didn't have all the variety that you have now. So, when The Simpsons come on, a majority of the people watch The Simpsons. If Married with Children come on, a majority of people watch the Married with Children, like Three's Company or, Full House. That's why everybody knew it. So there wasn't that much, competition out there. There wasn't that much variety. You watch what the fuck was on TV. Now you have your choice, and everybody seems to think that they're a fucking celebrity in their own mind. So everybody puts out a lot of them put out, especially here on YouTube. They'll put out some like garbage content, especially like they do it quick and easy now. So you know what? Fuck it. That's why I don't put any effort into the videos that I used to put into writing out long form shit and stuff like that. Because everybody else, nobody else puts any kind of effort into their videos. So it's like, and the YouTube will probably end up fucking giving me a strike anyways, like they did a couple of weeks ago. So when you have all that shit that you put all that work in, all that video editing that I used to do for my parody videos, and YouTube takes them all down, well, it just no real incentive.
I got a question for you. You mentioned that you were writing a book, and I see your post on Facebook every now and then. You'll say I'm 20 chapters in, 30 chapters. How many chapters are you in, and when you think you'll have it completed?
I'm already done writing it. I just need to go back and edit it. So there's some more shit that I'll probably add into these chapters. There's more shit that I plan on adding in and extending the chapters out a little bit longer. and it's getting it structured after that. So, like going into chronological order, so it makes a little bit more sense. Since some of the stuff happens like it simultaneously with other shit, because I'm going all the way back from the beginning, and then working our way up to where we're at right now. You know, like I've told you before, I believe that we're quickly heading into the sixth seal. You hear about the river Euphrates drying up, and that's part of the revelations. And I do believe that there's other factors into this. You know what I'm saying? Is it in scriptures? Was it predicted? Is this prophecy? Absolutely, of course. But, you know, it's like in the Bible, everybody's like, oh, well, these plagues are cast down by God. And Jesus pretty much specifically said he's not going to, he doesn't have to, judge. He's not here to punish the world. That's not what he's here to do. There's one after him. And so if you actually read scriptures, and like I said, whenever I talk to Christians right now, especially like on Twitter, these people, to me personally, for the most part, are living back in like 2010, 20, you know, 2005, 2010 and shit, dude. They're so far behind on anything. So it's like, well, a lot of the stuff, like with the Israel thing, Israel and Hamas, immediately the conservatives feel like they got to jump in and side with Israel. You really don't. You know what I'm saying? You really don't have to jump in and get involved in any other country's conflicts. You know what I'm saying? Uh, when they always sit there and say, "Oh well," it says that blessed are those who, stand with. That's not. It doesn't have anything to do with Israel today. The reason why God said that Abraham would be, blessed. He would bless those who blessed him and curse those who cursed him, was because Jesus was coming to that. But Jesus has already came. So essentially, whenever, because they were trying to preach the gospel to the Jews, but the Jews rejected the gospel. So when you hear, a guy like Ben Shapiro says Jesus is like burning in hell in a vat of, first off, that's not true at all. Second off, that's absolutely insane. And you can tell that these people have an animosity against Christians. So why would I necessarily go out of my way, jeopardize myself because they're starting, they have issues with other people. They can't get along with any of their neighbors. That now Jews living over here should be treated with every kind of respect as anybody else, as the Muslims or anybody else living over here. But that doesn't mean we got to go over there in Israel and get involved. And like I said, this is why I think that a lot of these people, especially in politics, this is what they do. They just try to goat everybody into getting into these wars. Personally, myself, I don't see any point in it. And I think that people are getting tired of it. You're tired of your tax money going to pay for this shit. Uh, Ultimately, we could fix this place, but we're never going to fix it with these people that are in leadership right now. They're just not.
Well, you know what they're doing with the dollar, right?
Oh
I
yeah,
talked about this on Judah Tribe's channel yesterday. If you want to go on there and check the last hour I went on the show, if you check out Splat Earth Friday, go check out the last 50 minutes. That's when I was on there. Basically, what I think the government is trying to do is by printing up more money, crumbles the dollar, right? Devalues the dollar. So what essentially they want to do is they want to move to that digital currency, and then if you look at what the politicians have done, for example, um, funding these proxy wars, sending the money back in their pockets, with some you mentioned, I give you credit for that. But at the same time, they're investing in digital currency, like Bitcoin and all that. So that way, when we go to a full scale digital currency, the elitists and the politicians, or et cetera, and the billionaires, they will ultimately be safe, and everybody else will be screwed. They are ultimately going to enslave us. With the same thing with Telsa. Like I was telling Eagle Speed, he's like, I got two Telsas, I got two electric cars. I'm like, I don't want no damn electric cars. Why the fuck do I want an electric car? He said, well, why not? I said, because if you revolt or go against the government, they could just shut your car off. They can shut your car off if you have Bitcoin. Let's say you got I'll give Vlad a shout out for this. He talked about this yesterday on the show. he said that let's say you got 900 million in Bitcoin. Well, the government could say, well, you know what, we're gonna lower that down to like 5 Bitcoin because you're not behaving well, and you have to change your ways for us to up it, so they can control where your money's going, your taxes, and everything. And I think that's eventually where we're headed to. I don't know.
Well, see, that's what they want to do, but I'm going to let you in on a little secret. None of these elitists have any real power. They don't have any real authority. And it's funny because I talk to a lot of atheists, and they don't even understand where their ideology comes from. They think that, oh, yeah, it comes from science, and it's based on evaluation. You can never prove it, even if you wanted to, you could never prove evolution. And I guarantee you, I can disprove evolution before they could prove evolution. I could kill it before it started right now.
Well, to be fair, as a former atheist myself, at the time it's less than like 5% of the nation's believers. So less than 5% of the world believes in atheism. So that's number one. And number two, eventually most of them end up falling back to some sort of religious sector. Rather it's being a Muslim or Christian or Jewish or whatever. Like they end up eventually converting, a lot of them. And like for me, I'm agnostic, like I believe in a higher being. I just don't have like a specific religion that I pick. But again, but again, I think with atheism, the problem is you can't prove that something came out of nothing. So like they're really big at critics are really big. They're really big on the Big Bang Theory and evolution and all that stuff. And it's like you said, you can disprove most of that before they can actually prove it. The idea that something came from nothing is crazy. And they, and the logic that you can add to it is, well, if you look at how the world and the stars and everything came here, you would have to assume that even if you didn't want to use the word God, for example, like let's just take the word God and just put it to the side. Let's or creator. There has to be an artist or some sort of an artist or designer or there had that, like somebody had to have put that in place for us to be in this position. So the idea that this all just popped out of nowhere is just insane. And that's
okay.
That's where I've lost touch with atheism when I was.
Okay. There's chances of one cell, right, being able to function, right? Just one cell. Yeah. We're not going to go with anything else. We're just going to start off with the one cell. What do you think the chances of, anything 1 to the 10 with 50 zeros behind it is a mathematical impossibility. It means it can't happen. It's an impossibility mathematically for anything to happen if it's 1 to the 10 power with 50 zeros behind it. Okay. What do you think the chances of getting one cell that is in an environment where it could even function properly? What do you think the chances of that is?
Like 1 in like 1 trillion.
1 to the 10 with 40,000 zeros behind it.
Wow.
40,000 zeros behind it.
That's almost never.
Yeah, that means it's not going to happen. And so, like, we know that there's a creator out there. And, I don't have anything against any kind of, I don't have anything against any other religions. Your relationship with your creator is your relationship.
Fact.
As a Christian. Now, the reason why I believe more that, because understand one thing, whenever you're talking about Christianity, when you're talking about the Bible, it's man's relationship with God, not God's relationship with man. So whenever you're talking about all of these contradictions and stuff like that, it is from man's perspective, his relationship with God. It isn't God's perspective's relationship with man. Because if God were to have authored the Bible, then there would be no doubt. You know what I'm saying? But the sheer fact is that, you look at the scientific foreknowledge, and there's a lot of scientific foreknowledge in the Bible. When you look at a lot of the accuracy, we can tell, and this is why it's hard for me to take atheist positions seriously, because they're automatically going to say it's a myth, and they're going to instinctively say it's a myth, like it's supposed to mean something, and they're going to instinctively just discard it as superstition, right? They don't look at the scientific foreknowledge. They don't look at the geographical accuracy. They don't look at the time. They'll sit there all day long and say Alexander the Great was one of the greatest military commanders. Now, that that dynasty of Alexander the Great's mentioned in the Bible. And so if you're going to sit there and say, well, we do believe that Alexander the Great existed, but we don't agree with what the Bible says, well, a lot of this shit you're just dismissing, and now you're sitting there showing that you have confirmation bias, that you'll believe that he existed for the history books, but you won't believe it because of the Bible. Here's the deal. We understand that man's not perfect. We're all born with a little bit of wickedness,
Still to this day, yeah.
Yes. We're all born with that sin. And what Christianity says is that we need a creator to go ahead and fix us. Now, I'm going to tell you that atheism is a religion, and they don't even understand their own religion, because it even says it in the Bible. Whenever Eve ate of the apple, the reason why she ate of the apple is because she thought she was going to be like God, that, she would know good and evil, and she would have the ability to learn and become like God. What does evolution say is that we're evolving into perfection, which we're not. We can tell this unequivocally that we're not evolving. Whenever you have to wear a mask because you're afraid of a virus at a store, that just tells you all you need to know, that we're not evolving. If we're more weak, susceptible to diseases, then we're not evolving. It's the other way around. So it's the same. Atheism is essentially the original satanic Luciferian religion, that we're evolving, because if you hit perfection, if you evolve into perfection, what is that but being God? It's essentially Luciferianism. It's what it is. You can call it science. You can sit there and say you're in the know, but that's exactly what the hell it is. And all the Christians are just telling you that no, you're not evolving. You're not going to become, civilization is never going to reach perfection. The only way that we can go ahead and reach perfection is if a creator comes down and gives us perfection. You know what I'm saying? And that's what Jesus, gave us the basic tools. He came in here, died for the cross. We do need a savior. And like I said, at the end of the day, all these different ideologies and stuff, they're all, and I can tell you right now, like I said, those elitists that think that they're running everything, you're really not. You're just as much under the thumb of those satanic Luciferians who have been controlling society. They're all fucking occultists. You know what I'm saying? They've been running it ever since Babylon. It's the same ideology ever since Nimrod came out and decided that he was the same people who built the Tower of Babel. Which, if we were, all from the same origin, right, and we all came from the same place and we all evolved, we would all probably speak the same language, but we don't. The Bible gives you an answer for that. Evolution doesn't. Why do we have different languages? Wouldn't it be easier just to communicate through sign language for the most part? They don't have any answers for anything. They just make a lot of assumptions. And, everything that evolution is built on is so paper thin that really all those occultists have to do is pull that rug, and they're all going to trip and fall. And I think that that's where we're heading to, probably within the next few years, to where it's going to be like, all this shit that you thought about science? Well, here's the truth. And I guarantee you those occultists, those people who really run society, are going to have all the answers. And people are going to be like, oh, that's it. And that's how you get your one world religion. It's not going to be a new world order. It's going to be a one world religion. But, like I said, they're going to set up the placebo first, because they want you to knock down the placebo. They set up the straw man. You knock down the straw man, and then all of a sudden you're going to be able to give them the, you know, you're going to give them all the, and that's the way I think it's going to happen. So a lot of this stuff that's being set up is being set up for a reason, and when you knock it down, it's like, oh, okay, well, we just defeated the beast, and then that's when the real beast comes in. And like I said, I think we're really heading close into that sixth seal.
That's scary thinking about it, man. And if you look at like the behaviors and the way people are now, and it sort of kind of indicates that we may be headed down that path. And the thought fucking scares me, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, and so, like I said, they'll set up these placebos, with the digital currency being the mark, and people are going to buy in on it being the mark, and then you're going to have these elite take in control, and and I think that this could be happening within the next few years. I think that it could happen, and 2026, 2027, all of a sudden that one world religion comes in, and all of a sudden they just come in and they take out those elite. And so, then it's going to be really interesting because I honestly can't tell you what's going to happen or what life is going to be like after that, to be honest with you, because technically, according to Revelations, the Antichrist isn't going to be this whole secular government one world order thing. It's going to be a one world religion. You know what I'm saying? And so, but like I said, God can't really come back until God's not going to come back and live amongst sin. So, and this ends up being the issue.
Do you believe in the afterlife?
So, what happens when you die? Your spirit, which is your breath, it goes back to the God that gave it, and your body goes back to the earth, which it comes from. So, like, that's what happens after you die. We don't become immortal, or people who believe in Christ don't come in until after we're given new bodies. So, it's not a linear thing. Time is, God exists outside of space and time. So when you're talking about an afterlife, it's probably going to be in a new body. And the thing is like there's so much that's out there right now that we know is out there, but we can't really okay, there's so many different colors out there that we've never experienced, like trillions and trillions. So many different tastes, so many different sounds. We know they're out there because of radio wavelengths and stuff. Like we can measure them through but we can't see them physically. We can't see them, but we know they're out there. So when you're talking about any kind of like heaven or afterlife or something, that's why I just don't think that our physical forms as humans, I don't think that we could take it. I think it would be so much that it would just be an overload. And I think that so we have to almost have new bodies to exist in any kind of.
So, when you mean by new bodies, are you referring to like reincarnation?
I'm thinking that more like light. Our bodies are probably going to be made out of light of some sort. It's going to be a whole new body. It's not going to be reincarnation. Reincarnations, I mean, it's just to say we're all the same spirit of the same God. You know what I'm saying? He breathed the breath of life into Adam, and God created Adam. God didn't create us. We're just descendants of Adam, of the first man that was created. God did create Jesus. That's what set Jesus up as a Christ. So God created Adam, and then he created Jesus, to be born through a woman to live on this world. That's the difference between Adam, Jesus, and everybody else. But you go ahead and look, and everybody's like, oh, well, the Christian, Jesus never existed. You're not going to get our calendar set up from whenever Christ was born and whenever Christ lived. You have BC, which was before Christ, and AD, which is the year of our Lord. And, that's what our calendar is based off of. It really wouldn't make a lot of sense. The rationality of the importance of Christ being as important of a figure as he is doesn't make too much sense, even from a Roman perspective. You know what I'm saying? Even if it was the Romans trying to use, the Jesus as any kind of God, it just wouldn't make any sense unless these miracles had to have almost happened. Because you can't have somebody like Christ existing and not at least performing these miracles and having at least a number of witnesses to claim this for him to have that much effect over the world. People wouldn't buy it. You look at January 6th right now, right? And we didn't even mention this. Happy January 6th, by the way. You have January the 6th happen. 10 years from now, nobody's going to give a fuck about January 6th. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's going to be a fucking joke. And nobody's going to care because everybody is highly skeptical of January the 6th. So I guarantee you that motherfuckers in France or motherfuckers in UK don't give a shit about January 6th. The only people who care about January 6th predominantly work in media or live in DC. They're the only motherfuckers that even care. Half-ass. Nobody else cares. People here in Texas don't give a shit. People in California don't really give a shit, even though they'll pretend to if they hear it. Nobody else. So, and everybody knows what supposedly happened on January 6th, if nobody cares. And so you have a guy in Jesus going around in his little communities, healing people, curing the sick, resurrecting the dead, a lot of these, really extraordinary things that would be hard for people to believe. And so it seems like if it was fake, it would be harder to sell people on it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely.
And so they make it sound like, oh, well, no, it's just a prefabricated story pushed by all these people. Well, people would still have to invest in it. And that's hard to do unless there are some witnesses there that can attribute to it. So, yeah, I totally believe in, the legitimacy of the Bible. I really do. I think that it's probably the most accurate. It explains a lot of shit. You could sit there and say contradictions. Of course, you have men writing the Bible. So that just means that they're not lying. They're telling their perspective of the situation. So you're getting both perspectives on there. But it's a chronicle. And it's probably the most accurate, most ancient document that we have that collaborates with a lot of the shit that's happened in history. And I can guarantee you're not going to get that from evolution. You can't get it from the history books because is not about slavery all the time. But they'll still claim that it's about slavery. You know what I'm saying? So, they can't hold their own shit together. So how was Christianity able to hold on for 23 years now? And you can't make fucking January 6th hold on for 3 years now?
Yeah.
4? Yeah, something like that.
So let me ask you this then. Since we're on this topic, will Jesus ever come back to Earth again? I mean, that's his question. I'm gonna let you answer his question, and I'll ask mine.
So according to the Bible, Jesus will come down from the sky, but he doesn't touch Earth. You know what I'm saying? You'll see him come down in the sky. He'll be in New Jerusalem. Kind of like you see the cities in the sky right now. And so Jesus comes back. He comes back with New Jerusalem from the sky. He doesn't touch down from Earth, but every knee will bow, and ultimately we'll have He'll probably come back in a human form of some sort. I think he'll come back. He'll rule from New Jerusalem, and ultimately, he'll rule for 1,000 years. Then the beast will be put in. Basically, he'll be thrown into the abyss, and then he'll be released again, which is basically sin and whatnot. What we have going on right now, and ultimately, what'll end up happening is that he'll be released again, and then those people who didn't know Jesus or didn't accept, were deceived by the beast, they'll get another chance to go ahead and go make war with the beast, to go against the beast, and then the beast will be thrown into the lake of fire, and then Jesus will come back and rule the earth, and it's it's going to be perfection. Then it's going to be like what it should have been in the first place. So yeah.
Wow, that's it. So you said you can disprove evolution. Is there like one example you can give that you can disprove it? Like just off the head.
Okay, so first off, it goes the Big Bang happened, right? And they say that everything comes from from that source of the Big Bang, but the planets spin different directions, right? They don't spin the same directions; they spin different directions. So if it's from a Big Bang and it came from that source, they should all be spinning in the same direction. It's just, centrifugal force and shit. They would be spinning the same direction. Then you would have to get that, you have to get a planet, right? You have to get a universal, the universe has to be set up systematically, perfectly. If the Earth is off by a centimeter, one way or the other, then life is very differently and very almost impossible to get. So the Earth has to have the right kind of water. It has to have it's got to be the right distance from the sun. Can't be too close. Can't be too far. Because it drastically affects everything if that's the case. Once you get that, then you have to have the protein to get the DNA. You have to have the DNA to get the protein. You know what I'm saying? You can't have one without the other. It takes the protein to get the DNA, but it takes the DNA to get the protein. And so then you have to get that single cell. And then that cell is going to have to land on a planet, right, with the right kind of resources, with the right kind of water. But what else does it need? It needs symbiotic relationships. It needs the oxygen. It needs the food to sustain itself. It needs that stuff to grow. And so you have to have the symbiotic relationships. At some point in time, you would have to have, it would have to break the laws of biogenesis, which is, every one of its kind reproduces of its own kind. Frogs don't give birth to elephants and shit like that.
Yeah.
So, you have to overcome this. Then you have to overcome Mendel's laws of genetics. It's just an impossibility. There's so much shit there that you have to have for evolution to work that it's just, you're not looking at like one missing links. You're looking at infinite missing links between the first cell and a fully grown human. And then we don't have any evidence of this evolution taking place. We have monkeys still, we have humans, but we don't have any links in between. So, then you go ahead and, they say that the Earth is billion, how many is it, like 40, or is it 4 billion years old that they say it is?
Yeah, 4 billion years old.
No, it's not 4 billion years old. It's not even fucking close to 4 billion years old.
The Earth?
Yeah, because if you look at the rate of erosion, the Earth at this rate would be worn thin in like 14 million years, right? At the rate of erosion. You look at the ionization of our oceans, and our oceans would be a hell of a lot more saltier than they are right now at the rate of ionization. You look at the desertification in the Sahara, which is our biggest desert, that only gives us about 44,000 years. If you go ahead and measure the rate of the desertification of the Sahara Desert, If you go ahead and look at the Coral Sea, I think part of that was blown off in World War II, and they did studies on the coral reef out there, and they saw at the rate of growth that that put it about like 4,000 years old too. So we'd have bigger reefs, and so there's nothing that you can point to make evolution anything other than what it is, which is a theory, and is probably not a legitimate theory. There's more evidence actually that Earth is probably relatively young, younger than 10,000 years, than the Earth being 4 billion
So
years
if the Earth's
old.
only been around for 10,000 years, do you think humans been around for that same length or no?
I don't believe that the Earth has been around. I think that the Bible interpretation is probably accurate. And regardless of what these New Age, the ones that I do believe that the Earth, I do believe that the Lord created everything within that 1 week period, and I believe that everything had to have been created mature because that's the only way that life would be able to sustain itself. Is for the atmosphere to be formed, for the animals to already be, fully matured, and to be able to, eat and do all this stuff, and to be able to take care of themselves. I think everything had to happen within that 1 week, just like the Bible said it did. And I don't believe that evolution at all could even theoretically work. Even theoretically, I don't believe it. It's just,
Yeah, because the idea that we're just a giant planet and just exploded into a million subplanets and solar systems and stuff, to me doesn't sound logic either.
Well, see, in the Bible, you go and look at Isaiah, and Isaiah says, first off, he says that the earth is round. Isaiah says that. And if you really took the Greek Hebrew, it says that the earth is a volt or a sphere, is what the Greek translation actually translated into whenever he says it's the circle of the earth. The actual word actually translated into like a volt or a sphere. And then also in Isaiah, he says that the universe is expanding, or the heavens, as they call it in the Bible. He says God stretches out the heavens like a tent. And what do we know is that the universe is expanding. So it wasn't fucking science that somehow, come up with this shit. They could sit there and tell you that they study all this stuff. The issue is right now in this country is that everything's marketed on the belief that, first off, this is the thing about evolution, and this tells you how shit this is, right? First off, it's like I said, the theory is not legitimate at all. It's never been legitimized. Evolution was disproved pretty much immediately after it was discovered. After fucking, it was actually Charlie Darwin's grandfather that came up with it, but they had taken it from Hindu prophecies and shit like that, of Hindu beliefs. That's where it came from. And so, they were commissioned by the Royal Society to go ahead and push this bullshit out there as if it's some kind of legitimate science and whatnot. This is from the Enlightenment Plato motherfuckers that believe that these republics are going to actually produce any kind of real good fruit. So, basically, that's one of the things is they don't want you to have a personal relationship with God, whether you're Muslim, whether you're Buddhist, whether you're, whatever ideology that you tend to believe in or religion that you tend to believe in. They don't want you to have a personal relationship with the Creator. They want you dependent on them. And so now you have these sciences out there that they claim to be science, and they get you to invest in these science. Well, what do? They market it around it. So I guarantee you that these scientists that claim to be experts in these fields, first off, they would have to know. If you studied it and you claim you're an expert and you really went and studied this shit for 4 years, the shit is bullshit. But their jobs depend on it. It's the same thing with the public education system. Their jobs depend on teaching this garbage. So they're not going to fuck the system. But people outside of the system that sees the discrepancy in it and wants to fix it, they'll block them because their jobs are dependent on it. But look at what they're producing right now. People have more anxiety. You know, you could sit there. They could sit there and say whatever the fuck that they want to about religion. How religion is the devil. How you're a superstition, and they're so much more advanced. But people have more anxiety. They have more depression. People are, like it says in the Bible, in the read scripture, they're lovers of self. What does it say in the Bible that these people are walking after their own lust? That's why they don't believe in God. It's not because that there's no evidence for a creator, because the sheer fact that you're breathing oxygen is an evidence for a creator. But they're walking after their own lust. So the sure fact is that they'll sit there and they'll point at me and they'll say, "Oh, well, you're a superstitious conspiracy theorist, and we're so much advanced. Though really, you're walking around with a mask on your face, and then you'll have that same mask driving down the road. You're constantly looking over your shoulder." And Christians, do you see them acting like this? Do you see them living in fear, or do you see them, pretty much, living their lives, going to work, providing for the family? They enjoy their lives a hell of a lot more than these atheists out here that are trying to pretend like, they have all the answers. We know you don't have the answers. You have to come out there and constantly attack us day after day, call us in, and they're, ultimately people are starting to, more and more people are going to start to wake up. And whenever you're going to have two groups of people, you're going to have the Christians, and then you're going to have the apostates. And like I said, that's why Jesus said he didn't really have to judge anybody.
Can you tell me what the apostates is? That's other than Christian?
Like your Kenneth Copelands, your fucking fire and brimstone motherfuckers.
Okay.
That are going to be like, okay, we're going to go ahead. And like I said, whenever you go ahead and look at like the Jewish people, they're not Christians. They don't worship the Yahweh, the God of the, Old Testament anymore. They worship Moloch. That's why they carry the Star of David. That's the Star of Remphan. And like, I heard this from a guy that was actually Jewish, but he converted to Christianity, and he interprets the Bible totally different than I do. But it's pretty cool, and it's not necessarily a bad thing. I don't have a problem with somebody interpreting or seeing different perspectives, because that's how we learn, right? And he reads it from a perspective of perfection, is how he reads it. And the shit makes sense whenever I listen to him say this. Like, oh, okay. But what he says is like, Israel went through an exorcism. And tell me if this sounds familiar. First, you have Baal, right? Which is the one that eats all the babies, comes in, he's child sacrifice. That's what Baal does. He comes in, he says that there's no God, and that's what he pushes, right? Then you have the second spirit come in, and that's Ashtoreth, and she comes in and pushes perversity. Male. There's no male and female, non-binary shit. That's what Ashtoreth. That's what she pushes. And then the last one is Moloch, which is the one that pushes destruction, pretty much. Doesn't that sound like kind of what's went on here? Can you hear me?
Hey, Prodigal.
Yeah.
Hello? What about Satanic Cult? What do you think of them? Are they the same as atheists?
Now, okay, Satan is the accuser or the adversary. That's what that means. Like, okay. Most of the fucking people who invest in the shit don't even know what this means. So Satan, that's what that means. the atheists pretend to be satanic, but they don't even know what Satan is because being a Satanist would technically be a contradiction. So, devil means death. So, when you hear devil worshiper, it's a death worshiper. These are the Hebrew official translations from Hebrew to English. And, but what the spirit is, that's Lucifer. That's Lucifer. So, these occultists are Luciferians. That's what they are. Basically, essentially, it's worship of self. That's what Luciferian is. So these occultists that are pushing this shit, they're worshiping self. They don't worship God. They believe that they're going to be like God. That was Lucifer's. That's why Lucifer got kicked out of heaven. Is because Lucifer thought he was going to be, he was going to rise above and assume the throne of God. That's why he got cast to earth. So that's more of a self-worshiping religion, and that's where the occultists or your more elite people who control society, they're not satanic, they're not Satanists, they're Luciferians. It's a big difference. The Satanists are just nothing but a bunch of fucking idiot fucking atheists that think that they're doing something. Oh, I'll just say that I'm a Satanist, and okay, well, if I'm your adversary in this debate, little atheist, and you hate Christianity, and you're claiming to be a Satanist, well, then why don't you go ahead and get on your knees and give Satan a blowjob? Because, he's a good blowjob, because technically I'm your adversary, and you said you're a Satanist, so, and I get that quite a bit. It's just, them being fucking smug and shit, not understanding.
Yeah, I used to be an atheist, man, and I tell you, it was the worst years of my life, man. Just angry, bitterness, state of confusion, almost was a Satan worshiper at one point. And I think the most embarrassing thing like that it happened was when I started got into like angry debate with this one guy. And I said like F your God or something. He was very angry at me for saying that. And like at the time I thought I was justified, but like I look back now, I was so like wrong for that, I've regretted it. Even apologized to the guy and asked for forgiveness, that kind of thing. And,
Yeah.
I used to follow the Amazing Atheist. I don't know if you know who he is.
Yeah, I've owned his ass in a few debates.
No way.
Mainly about fucking universal health care. But I pissed him off this week,
You've gone at it with him?
Yeah, I've went at it with the Amazing Atheist several
that
times.
guy, man.
He's a fucking idiot. Yeah, he's not that bright at all. He's a con artist. He knows how to spin shit to make it seem like he knows what the fuck he's talking about. But especially with like the universal health care, which by now you should totally understand that printing up fucking money to go ahead and give the shit away doesn't really work that well. But his their universal health care shit is absolutely fucking stupid. And you could sit there and cry and say, well, you're just greedy capitalist and you hate the homeless. But how is it going to fix anything? It's not. You're just going to make everybody poor. You can't make everybody rich.
So let me ask you this, Prodigal. When you get in debates with atheists, is there like a one thing that you argue with them that they just never can debate you on? Is there like always one thing you say like they run away from? Never have.
Dude, they still haven't got to the first cell. They still haven't gotten me to the first cell. Like I said, I went through all that stuff to a little bit of degree. I use a little bit more atheist jargon, science. I guess what you call scientific jargon. This is the shit that you need to get the cell. They can't get to the cell. And then they want me to go ahead and give them everything. Then you'd have to let me get you all the way to humanity and give you a lot of fucking shit. You want me to give you too much leeway, and I'm not going to give you that. Give me the cell first. Once you get the cell, then we'll go ahead and talk about how your fucking English pepper moth might have fucking worked. But the shit isn't real. It never fucking happened. And so they can't get me to the cell. Now, I have a buddy he argues from the perspective of, where do you get your morality from? If you're an atheist, where does your morality come from? And, well, our philosophy, from Plato, from fucking Descartes, from fucking, is this where you got where did they get their philosophy from? First off. Second off, you can go ahead and fucking quote every fucking Epicurus quote to me. The motherfucker just asked a question, and it wasn't even the Christian God that he was talking about. He was talking about the pagan gods anyways. So, none of your shit makes any sense. Like, you can't get morality, because, I mean, you think about it. If there is no God, right, and we evolved here, then all of a sudden, without a God, everything should be permissible. You know what I'm saying? There shouldn't be any consequences. That's why whenever they do these riots, well, who's to sit there and say that that's wrong for them to go out there and steal what you have? Who's to say that? The government? The government? Well, you're the same thing as me. You're just in a different position. Why would I want to sit there and say, oh, well, if you should be able to just take whatever the hell you want to. What's the point of being moral? There isn't. So,
I was going to ask you about do atheism, do they believe in the not the evolution, but the idea that we came from monkeys? What is your thoughts on that?
What?
That we've evolved from apes?
No, but that's not true, though.
Okay.
Yeah, I've already went through that. I've already said that evolution, you can't even get to the ape. You can't even get to the ape.
Okay,
so
to be fair, don't you think they kind of resemble us a little bit? The ears, the facial features, the hands, a little bit.
But that doesn't mean evolution. I mean, they have ears. Oh wow, their ears are a hell of a lot bigger than ours. They have hands, but their hands are a lot smaller than ours. Unless you're a gorilla, then they're a lot bigger than ours. So I mean, they don't resemble us enough to sit there and say that we evolved from the motherfuckers.
Well, in their DNA, like what, 2% off from ours?
I don't see that. No.
Oh, okay.
Here's the
That's
deal.
one argument that atheists make is they'll say, well, their DNA strand's only 2% off. I'm like,
but here's the fucking deal. That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You wouldn't be able to fucking prove that we evolved from them. That's just sitting there saying, oh, well, they kind of resemble us. So that doesn't make any. That doesn't. Oh, well, they have some DNA. There's a lot of fucking shit that has a lot of DNA. Are you saying that fucking a dog evolved from a whale because their DNA strands have got similar DNA in them? Because I don't believe that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, that makes a good point there.
So, I mean, you can sit there and these are not real arguments. They're not arguments. You're basing it off of shit that you heard in a textbook, and you're taking somebody else's, which you'll sit there and say, well, all your ideas come from a book. Where does your ideas come from? And like I said, at the end of the day, where does it benefit anybody to sit there and say, okay, why wouldn't we just go ahead and just take what we want? Might rules. That's what atheism is. Might is right. So if I'm bigger, stronger, and better than you, I should be able to take what you have, and you should just have to live with it. You should be, and that just goes to their whole fucking philosophy of Plato. If you go back and read Plato, that's what Plato believed, that people like him should be in charge, that they should be the ones picking out who should reproduce and who shouldn't reproduce, who gets what, who should be in the position of authority, they would have an auxiliary class. They want an auxiliary class to protect their ass. But then where do you get these philosophies from? Where do you get this morality? Why would, at any point in time, would I stop to consider any fucking thing other than trying to provide for myself and collecting more resources to give myself more power?
It sounds
what
like
I'm saying?
elitist standpoint that they're making an argument for, doesn't it? Like an elitist type of, I'm bigger, I'm stronger, I should be able to take what you have.
Well, that's just, there would be no reason. That's what I'm saying, is that there would be no reason to, have any kind of morality if we just evolved from monkeys. You know what I'm saying? Because a monkey doesn't sit there and consider a lot of this shit. You know what I'm saying? A monkey sees a banana, and if another monkey's going for that banana of his, that other monkey's just going to take that banana away. You know what I'm saying?
Where they're going to fight and then one's going to die. So basically, if this country was ruled under atheism, it would be like lawlessness, basically.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now that if you want to understand what an atheist country looks like, you can go back and look at communist China. You can look at the effects of Mao. You can go back and look at communist Russia. You can go ahead and look at the communist countries right now and how they're run for the most part. And, I'm not talking about the fucking leftist leaning shit about how they were installed, about all these death marches, how many casualties did they lose, how much starvation did they have. Go back and look at those numbers. Then go back and look at the French Revolution, because that was the first attempt of trying to make a society completely atheist. The French Revolution, where they even tried to change the calendars, dude. They tried to sit there and make different months and make a 10-day week and stuff like that. And what ended up happening? What ended up happening to the French Revolution with these revolutionaries that were trying to take out religions? A lot of them got executed. A lot of the people that executed the king and queen ended up getting executed and being guillotined themselves. Because what happens is they turned into cuttlefish and they started feeding off of each other. And that's always what happens. You will never get any kind of utopia based on atheist ideology. We know this for a fact. They've been trying to do this shit for, 300, almost 300 years now. They've tried to push the shit and trying to get rid of religion. And what always happens? It always digresses. It always digresses. It always goes into the same, where people are not trusting each other. People are, scared of each other. People start turning on each other, and it always works out the same way.
It's like a country of lawlessness, because basically, if we run into something, we can take it from each other.
Yeah, it's basically what it is. So, these, they just, an atheist society is just not going to work. It's just not. And it doesn't matter how much these atheists will come up to you, tell you that they're, intellectuals. They have their own little classes. They have their own little subgroups. But you'll never make atheism work. No, it's just never. You need the only reason why secularism even remotely works in this country is because it's based off of the Christian faith. That's what really gives our institutions powers, what gives our laws powers, and it's a Christian country, regardless of what an atheist says.
Christianity is the only religion that separates church and state.
Yeah, it's the only religion that separates church and state. And you look at the Muslim countries, they're theocracies. And they're in a hell of a lot better shape than us, to be honest with you. You go and look at the Kuwaiti dinar. You go back and look at the Jordanian currency, dinar. You go back and look at the other one. One of the other ones. You go look at the top 10 strongest currencies, and the top 3 are theocracies. They're Muslim theocracies. Like I said, if you go back to their countries, they use their oil, which is exactly what I said we should do with the American Springs, to go ahead and provide. They have free health care. They have affordable housings. Their government takes care of them. And they use their GDP, the stuff that they get from this oil, to take care of their people. Here, they're just looking to steal from us. They're looking to go ahead and inflate our currency. They have no care about trying to provide any fucking thing for here, only taking away from the taxpayer, the one who produces. This is, their fucking ideology. It's complete secularism. They take away from the people who produce to go ahead and give to the people who don't plan on producing. And they always get us to go against our best interest. Well, they're pretending to look out for our best interest. And
let this man cook.
And like I said, one thing that they don't have a lot of over there in those theocratic countries? Crime. They don't have a lot of crime over there. Now, like we have here, not have a high prison population, because you know what? They have laws that they follow. Here, they fling shit on the wall and pray for it to stick. The people up in fucking D.C. Make laws against us that they have no intentions of following. But they'll prosecute us for it, but they're not going to prosecute themselves.
Yeah, they won't hold themselves accountable.
So, yeah, I think that, if anything happens in this country, it's going to be a reverse French Revolution. And I do think that, well, like I said, if I look at scriptures, everything goes back to Rome, right?
Yeah.
And so I could sit there and totally see that, these secular institutions haven't done, the Republicans or the Democrats haven't done fuck all for us
Facts.
at all.
Facts.
And so at some fucking point in time, what's going to end up happening is people are going to get tired of voting for the lesser of two evils. And this is the one thing,
I'm already at that point. Remember me and you've already talked about sitting out this election.
Yeah. And so when people start losing interest in that media and the propaganda that you're pushing, I can guarantee you that, like you said, they want to go ahead and collapse that dollar, right? That's what they're aiming to do, so they can go to the digital currency.
And they want to enslave us so that we're going to have to work for Bitcoin. They can also control where the money's going. They can control how much you're making and how much you have to pay in taxes. And if you try to revolt, they can shut your Tesla down and they can shut your Bitcoin down.
Here's the only thing about that, right? First off, nobody trusts them, right? They can't even sell the propaganda shit that they have on the media right now. You've already killed your confidence from everybody here right now. Nobody trusts you well enough to do that anyways, to do the Bitcoin. Nobody trusts the government that much. What's going to happen whenever they say we're going to shut down the fucking economy, we're going to close down the banks, and you can't withdraw your money? I may not have my $1,100 that I made this week, but I do have a gun, and I know how to get the motherfucker by going up to fucking DC. All these other motherfuckers, I'm going to tell you, whenever it happens, whenever the shit goes down, it's not going to be, it's going to be my army buddies are like, hey, we're forming up, come get in the fucking truck, Poston. We know you. We're going to sit here. We're going to bring you along. I already know what my job's going to be. I already know what the fuck it's going to be because I've already done the shit. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
So when these guys start to sit there and get, what's going to end up happening is once you get a fucking movement and a resistance, and you're looking at 18 million Americans, right? Let's just say half of that, 9 million, decide that they're had enough. We're going to take out the government. You have the Trump base, right?
Yeah.
They're already fed up. They're pretty much past fed up. So let's take half of that. Let's go ahead and take 37 million, right, of that. So you have 9 million vets, and we'll say that, half of that, 4.5 million, was already a part of that 7 million. So, you have about 40 million vets or so, close to 45 million, let's say. You have 45 million people led by 9 million vets. That's way more than anything that the government can sustain. They could not be able to sustain any kind of real civil war. It's not going to be a civil war. It's going to be a complete and utter fucking revolution in this country. It's going to be probably a faith-based revolution. And the last thing that I would want to be whenever these Kenneth Copeland, Alex Jones motherfuckers are sitting there, fire and brimstone wanting to punish the wicked is a fucking leftist, a fucking government shill at this point. Because whatever that's hit, whenever that fucking Pandora's box is open, you're not going to be able to close it after that. I can tell you right now, a lot of these guys were fucking lifelong military guys that probably got out under Obama. And the thing is that once they engage and they win a battle and they win the war, they're going to have to fight other wars. You know what I'm saying? And by this point in time, with something that large, then yeah, it could really end up escalating. And, because you think about it, okay, the United States, this is just to sit there and say that every other country doesn't revolt after the United States revolt. We'll say hypothetically the other countries don't revolt and they're just waiting to see what happens in the United States. If they go and take out the government in DC, well, they're like, okay, well, we need to worry about our neighbors now, because I guarantee you Canada is going to be a threat and Mexico is going to be a threat. So they're going to want to form up some sort of resistance against Canada and Mexico. So they're going to want to go take out Trudeau, and they're going to want to take out whoever the president is in Mexico, because now they're a threat. I'm just telling you what the motherfuckers are going to think. Once they start to form up, they already know strategy. And they're going to say,
Facts.
okay, well, Canada's going to be a threat, Mexico's going to be a threat. Well, if you go through Mexico, you might as well just go ahead and go all the way down into South America. Well, and like I said, as you're going, you're probably ending up picking up more resistance towards the government while you're marching through these communities to take these motherfuckers out than you are meeting any kind of real resistance.
Facts.
So you're probably not going to lose that many people. So you go all the way down to South America. Okay, well, you have this place called China over there that has the biggest military. They could be a threat. Then we might need to go and deal with Russia as well. You see what I'm saying? I guarantee you in China, you probably hit more resistance in Russia, but I guarantee you start marching through China and some of those communist sectors where a lot of these people just want to be freed. So they won't give a shit. You know what I'm saying? So we might as well take out that government. Well, now we got to go deal with Europe. You know what I'm saying? And the Middle East, they may be, you know what? We've had a problem with these people. We have no problems. We're willing to work with you. So that's what's going to end up happening is you're going to open up a Pandora's box that you're not going to be able to close. So all these people like your fucking that nobody really trusts. Nobody trusts Bill Gates or fucking Clown Swab or whatever dude that they're going to put in charge. You're really, really close to, and like I said, whenever I look at Trump, I think that Trump is pretty much being elected to be a judge right now. I don't think that Trump is as a president, but I do think that it's very possible as a Jesuit you're going to end up getting that. You're going to get at that Project 2025, and I think that the power shift is going to be a big paradigm shift, which I already told you about. I think everything's going to swing radically.
World order. It sounds kind of crazy, but I think that Trump would be that guy you would put in a position like that. And a lot of people look at me like I'm weird. I talk about this at work with my buddies, and they're like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "Well, yeah, because they fear Trump. People fear Trump. So if the Vatican is going to spread, that the religious part, he needs somebody who's going to be the enforcer. Well, you're not going to have Biden because Biden's a guy that people don't fear. In fact, they think he's a klutz. Trump's a guy that a lot of people fear. You would put that guy in charge for that reason, to run the military branch. I know
I don't
popular about that. Many Trump supporters aren't going to be popular with us talking like this, but that's the truth.
I don't think that I would see Trump as any kind of because I think that Trump is just going to be put in to go ahead and send back, give power back to the papacy. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He's there to try and get America to go back and embrace papal law, basically, to go ahead and give the authority back. I see it creeping back that direction. I know that I can tell you right now that the Pope is not doing himself any favor by jumping on the climate change bullshit and jumping on the LGBTQ bullshit. Because, first off, your followers right now don't agree with the shit because we're being force fed it every day. And, listening to it. I get the climate change is supposed to be a way to basically, it's their version of scripture. And it's funny how the atheists have their own little version of scripture. They'll fucking tell you that the world is in danger and is going to end, just like the Bible will, but it's based on their science. And so I can tell you right now that everybody agrees that we're getting pretty close to the end time. Everybody agrees. Even the fucking atheists agree.
I hate to say it, but even when I was an atheist, I felt the same way.
So, yeah. And everybody's starting to feel like there's going to be a change, regardless. It's coming.
It sounds scary, doesn't it? It sounds scary, and especially because it's the willing of the unknown. I think that's what makes it more scarier.
Yeah, but if you're a Christian, then you already understand, so it doesn't scare me as much.
It's like, for example, if let's say they told you the world's going to end at 2030, just hypothetical, and you knew it, like I said, okay, that the world's not going to. This is the evidence. Okay, fine. Let's just say for sake of argument, it's true, and then you would be like, okay, so you kind of know it's coming. You're not going to be nervous till probably about 2029. You're like, oh fuck, what am I going to do? You're going to cringe. You're like, can we find a new plan to live on? But it'd be different if they're like, okay, we're going to tell you between now and 5 years the world will end. We're not going to tell you the day, but it will. We're just going to give you a hint it's going to happen. You're like, what the fuck? Because you'll be like, is it tomorrow? Is it in 5 minutes? You're going to panic a lot more. The fearing of the unknown, right?
Yeah, well, it doesn't bother me that much because I already know. Like I said, I fucking read the Bible. I believe in it. It's been right so far. And in fact, a lot of people sit there and say, well, how do you know this shit's going to happen ahead of time like you do? How are you able to get, because I fucking read the Bible, all right? I've seen this shit happen in the Bible. It says it happens this way. And if we repeat the same stuff, why would I expect a different outcome? And so,
Go ahead.
I was going to say, so, I mean, that's how I fucking know is you see the pattern. And
so, let me ask you this. If you had to make a guesstimate, you said we're in the sixth seal, right?
Yeah.
If you had to make a guesstimate as to when you think the world is going to end, if you just had to throw a guess out there, if you could pinpoint a year or time period, when do you think that's possible? 10 years, 20 years? I mean, is there, or you don't have the info? I mean, I want to get in your head if you were to give a guesstimate, I guess.
Well, the world isn't going to end necessarily. You know what I'm saying? This world will pass away. Don't get me wrong; it'll pass away, just like it says in the Bible. But there'll be a new heaven and a new earth, and that's what the Bible says. So that means that there'll be a new heaven and a new earth. So if you think that the world's just going to explode and that's going to be it, that's not how it happens.
We've also heard the ice caps thinning out too. Where they melt and the water levels rise.
Yeah, but look at who the motherfuckers that are telling you all this shit. They've been telling me this shit.
What are they? The global warming. What
are they've been saying this shit since the 80s. All right, I have a book somewhere that will tell you the same exact shit that they're saying right now, and saying that New York, Boston, Florida would all be underwater by 2000. And this book was made in like 1983, 1984, 1985, something like that. And these people were making the same. They just called it the greenhouse effect. It's the only difference, but it's the same shit. The propaganda that they're saying is the same stuff. So if you're listening to these fucking secular scientists, I can tell you right now that they're flinging shit on the wall and praying for it to stick.
Facts.
And the reason why I say that is because they know that these plagues are going to come in the Bible. They don't know when, no more than you and I do. Now, if I was to go ahead and say, based on what I see right now, no, none of the shit that I could say could ever be verified. No man knoweth the hour or the day. So this is just basically off of what I'm seeing off of the pattern. We're going to have some kind of event. Society is going to radically change in some way, shape, or form. It may be going into that total theocracy and maybe all that power going back to the Pope by 2027. And the reason why I say this is because the cultists that are in charge of society like to use signs in the heavens, solar eclipse, solar alignment, lunar eclipse. They use this shit to, push their agendas and stuff because they understand that if they correlate this stuff with these events, people will sit there and freak out because it's signs in the heavens, right? So they use that to their advantage. So 2027, like we've had two solar eclipses here, right? You had the one in 2017, and then you had another one, 2020. Yeah, it was 2017 and 2024.
Yeah.
Those eclipses in 2027 and 2034 will be over there in Israel. And when you look at the Bible, Where does all that stuff start? It starts over there in Babylon. It starts over there in the Middle East. And so I think that it'll probably kick off in 2027 and 7 years, because everybody reads the Bible and they're like, oh, well, it's going to be 7 years. So whatever they're going to have to do, they'll have 7 years to do it. It's a magical number for God. So if I was to sit there and say, if this is the time frame that we're on, which it totally could be, it's going to be somewhere in between 2027 and 2034. But here's the thing. Jesus says that no man knoweth the hour or the day. So that would just be my guess based, but it could be before that, it could be after that. It could totally be okay, and then from 20, everything resets to a totally new earth in 2034. Who knows? I don't know.
Now between 2027 and 2034, if you had to make a guesstimate how it ends, I mean, many people say we may head to a nuclear war. Do you think that could be it? Do you think it'll be self-induced, or do you think it'll be Mother Nature, maybe by fire or water or an asteroid hitting us, or maybe the sun going out? I mean, how does this end if you had to make a guess?
Well, like I said, there'll be signs in the heaven and the earth, and everything is going to be from, the Creator's in control. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You have people on this earth right now that are Luciferian. They're, essentially, when you go back and you read the Bible, all these, Cain was the first murderer, and Cain is the first one. And if you go back and you compare Cain to Lucifer, you see a lot of similarities. So we can pretty much guarantee you that Cain was the body of Lucifer. And he's had that mark on him ever since he was in heaven. He was going to be better than God. He had all this iniquity. Whenever you look at iniquity, that's just injustice, which is what the Democrats are. And so, like, a lot of these people that are running society right now are these people who practice iniquity, who, you look at the Justice Department right now. And so they're the ones that are manipulating and controlling a lot of this shit. And, their whole reason for doing this is to get you to go and they blame it on God. They never take responsibility. Whenever they sit there and they do the Holocaust, or whenever they sit there and, drop a nuclear bomb on Hiroshima, it's always God. Why would God let this happen? God gave us free will. God said, He made man. He made man in His own image. Man rejected God by eating the apple, by trying to be like God, and man can't seem to figure out that man is man's own great. It has nothing to do with God. God, says, you know what? I'll come down. I'll send my only begotten Son to tell you, because, like, God's not going to live here with sin. And it doesn't matter what anybody thinks. All these people that push the transgender, lust and desires, the drugs. I mean, if every fucking drug addict that's addicted to drugs, every liar, every thief, every cheat, all these people that are unsavory, every killer, murderer, whatever, if everybody was just allowed to keep their sin and go into heaven, then it wouldn't be heaven. It would be just as fucked up as this place is. So they don't understand is that being Christian doesn't mean you're going to be perfect. What being Christian is, it means I was better today than I was yesterday. And I'm going to try and be better tomorrow than I am today. And it's just progressively getting better and being tried by fire to get to be worthy to be in that place. Everybody just wants to accept themselves, and that's what society teaches you, is that you're perfect the way you are. No, but what did I tell you? I always tell you, work on yourself. Whenever you start talking about, women are this, and, women reject me, don't worry about what women want. Just worry about making yourself better go ahead and invest, go ahead and, build yourself up, whether it's working out, whether it's learning a new language, whether it's, working in your career, putting effort in to give yourself more value.
Working on my personality, working on my attitude like I want to do.
Right. And make yourself a better person. And then whenever the time is right, you're going to meet that woman that y'all are going to complement each other very well. And you've put yourself in a position, you've made yourself a better person, you've made yourself better instead of like these NG-toe motherfuckers that blame everybody for everything. That's what Democrats do. Oh, it's somebody else's fault. It's not my fault. You know what I'm saying? And society's holding me down. Instead of working on their issue and trying to fix their problem, they sit there and focus on the problem and then blame other people for their problem. Well, it's not my job to fix your fucking problem. It's your job to fix your fucking problem. And, if you're going to sit there and cry about your problem instead of trying to fix your problem, well, then why should I sit back and contribute part of my wealth to help you out? You know what I'm saying? Fix your own stuff.
It's like when my old man told me, I only want to help people who are only trying to help themselves. And I never really thought about that when I was younger, but he was so right,
Yeah, because you could sit there and try to help somebody, but you have to know when. And this is why I don't really like debating fucking atheists on Twitter anymore. Is because you can go ahead and lay out a lot of facts, and they'll go ahead and give you some snide remarks, and then they'll sit there and say, well, that's not evidence. And it's like, well, we'll see. Let a third party come in here. Let somebody that's not one of your fucking sock accounts come down here and read this exchange and see if they agree with you and see if they agree with what I'm saying right now. Right. And then we'll let them decide. Because guess what? I don't honestly give a shit if you want to sit there and accept the information that I've just given you. It's your life. You can do whatever you want to. I laid it down, so you choose to go ahead and deny that. That's on you right now. But you don't get to make a choice of anybody from a third party. A lot of these people on Twitter are just mainly stock accounts that are trying to sit there and convince me that somehow they still have some sort of popularity, which I already know that they don't. So, I mean, I've been doing the internet long enough to understand what a stock account looks like. I, been doing YouTube, been doing all this shit. So we were kind of like the originators of this stuff. So we know that there's no legitimacy in a lot of the shit that they push.
Damn, that shit is fucking. Marvin said, let this man cook. I know. I told you, man, Prodigal Hill, when he hits his shit, and he hits it on stride. So Marvin asked a question for Prodigal. He said, when do you think you'll be able to come out with your book once it's all completed?
Probably pretty soon. I probably should have did some editing today, but what I'll probably do is do a little bit of work on it at work, and then kind of start to edit. If I get it into adding in some other stuff, making sure I kind of want to read over it first, and then because I don't want it to be I want it to go, like I said, chronological. So when you get to one chapter, you kind of have already caught up to where we're at in society. And to try and kind of slow walk everybody to what society is right now, how we got to society where it is. And then I go into a little bit of what I expect to happen now. What I expect to happen.
What do you expect to happen?
What I expect to happen, what I was going to say is what I expect to happen, which is kind of already went over you to a degree. That doesn't mean that it's going to happen. You know what I'm saying? It could totally not happen. But the whole point of my book is to put it out there. So whenever all this shit starts to happen, these people can't sit there and say, oh, well, I didn't have access to it. Everybody will have access to it. You know what I'm saying? And like, my whole point is, I have nothing against like Muslims or other faiths. Seems to be that the atheists seem to think that I think that all the Muslims are going to go to hell and all the Buddhists are going to go to hell. And I don't believe that that's true at all. First off, hell is the grave anyways. That's what it means. We all go to hell, including myself, because I'll eventually have to fucking pass away at some point in time.
So hell is the grave?
That's what hell means, yeah. Now, that doesn't mean that every Buddhist and every Muslim is going to go into the lake of fire at all. And So, they have their own relationship with God. Uh, you know, they try to live their lives as best as they can. Um, they if they live a quality life and stuff like that. I do believe that you're going to have to accept Jesus. And like I said, between the Jews and the Muslims, as a Christian, I get more respect from Muslims than I do. Like, I'm not, we'll say all Jews, but like a number of Jews are kind of like, they just kind of look down on you. And it's, they try to sit there and cast you like they believe that they should be worshipped. And not all Jews, like I said, I have Jewish friends and whatnot that I get along with. But like, you look at a guy like Ben Shapiro and stuff, right? And he believes he's better than everybody. He's like,
yeah, I know. That's one thing I can't stand about Ben Shapiro.
And like, we like fuck yeah, his own people. He's like, oh well, for him it's just like, oh well, I should be, have the best of everything. I like to drink fine wine, and this is, he wanted to get rid of fucking Candace Owens because she didn't agree with bombing fucking wiping fucking Palestine out.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like, well, why don't you consider what her fucking side of the issue before you say, oh well, we should let go of Candace Owens. Why is Candace Owens so upset about it? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And like, if you're talking about like the Jews as a country, they've been kicked out of 109 countries. They've been kicked out of 109 countries.
Oh,
and yeah, and now you can't even get along with your neighbors. What the fuck is going on? Let's go ahead and fix the problem.
Facts.
And instead of talking about genociding motherfuckers, let's see what the problem is and see if we can't fix it first. Why does everything got to be an immediate irrational reaction? Plus, you're talking about Hamas, which is state-backed bullshit, which we already know what state-backed bullshit is with fucking Ukraine. So we could probably fix it pretty fucking easy. But, people are never going to stop and consider anything. They're just going to, and that's how society is right now. So no doubt that, like for me, that's why it's like, I'm kind of like, oh, okay, well, I don't think I'm going to vote because I don't have a lot of confidence in Biden for damn sure, but I don't have that much more confidence in Trump. So,
So let me ask you this, food for thought. If Trump does get in office, does he end these wars, or do they continue, or does it get worse, or what do you think?
I mean, they're all proxy anyways, and I don't even know how much legitimacy is in any of this shit, to be honest with you, because, like I said, at this point in time, the media is dying. There's no doubt about that. And a lot of people have a lot less confidence in the mainstream media. Now they're making an extension of that Operation Mockingbird here on the internet. So the internet's starting to die. So who's fighting these wars now? You know what I'm saying? If people stop investing and believing in you, then that's a problem.
Okay, well, let me ask you. Trump did say if he wins, he ends the war in Ukraine in under 24 hours. Is that cap, or do you any belief to that, or you think it's just bullshit to get votes? Where's your stance on that? When he makes a comment.
So what's he gonna do? Is he gonna stop funding the Savota Party? Because if that's the case, it can totally be done. I mean, the fucking shit that you see on TV right now is probably, most of it's probably just scripted. So ultimately, you could just go ahead and repeal HR 5736, and that would probably solve a lot of fucking problems in this country, to be honest with you. It just means that you could be held liable if you're a mainstream media running propaganda trying to deceive the public.
Yeah, that's the propaganda bill.
Right. So, after your 185,000th mass fucking shooting, people are no longer buying into your mass shootings. After you run all these fucking riots and lootings and shit,
Facts.
people are going to be more skeptical and they're not going to trust in you. If people have no confidence in you, you have to get the confidence of the people back. And you're certainly not going to get the confidence of the people back if you decide we're going to go ahead, push this digital currency, and we're just going to stop your payment and do a hard stop like they've been trying to do. Because motherfuckers have guns in here, and it doesn't matter, where you think you're at, or if you think you're in the in crowd and you think you're going to be protected, you're probably not. Because those motherfuckers that are trying to push this agenda don't give a shit about the fucking puppets trying to push it. You know what I'm saying? You failed them, you're no more use to them. So if those people get pissed off, just like they did against fucking Mussolini, you're just going to be hung from a fucking rafter somewhere. What's going to happen?
Marvin said that he thinks that Trump is part of the New World Order along with Biden and them. You think so?
I don't believe that the New World Order is actually a thing. They're kind of, like I said, a plot device, pretty much. Now, that doesn't mean that motherfuckers in that plot device don't believe that they're in the New World Order. I just don't believe that they have the power that they had. So, the New World Order doesn't really scare me that much. You know what I'm saying? They're kind of like pawns. They're not too different than us. They're given marching orders and they're trying to fling shit on the wall and make it stick. Like I said, it's not going to be a New World Order at the end of days. It's going to be a proxy. You're just being put up as whenever they used to do sacrifices, they used to sacrifice a goat, but you also had the scapegoat, which they'd tie up and leave out there in the middle of the desert. Then they would sacrifice the one sacrifice goat. What they're going to be is they're going to be that sacrificial lamb that's going to have to be sacrificed in order to go ahead and install the one world religion. So if you think that you're a part of the New World Order, if you think you're on top of the world, today, then ultimately you're going to be the ones that are going to be taken out. And you're just gonna be that straw man for the religious people to go ahead and knock down to come in and institute their one world religion. That's what's gonna end up happening, I think. And like I said, Trump is a Jesuit. What's that dipshit's name in Canada? The idiot. Oh, Trudeau's a Jesuit.
Yeah, him too.
Biden's a Catholic. Pelosi's a Catholic. Kamala Harris is a Catholic. DeSantis is a Catholic. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is a Catholic. You have 6 of the 9 Supreme Court justices are Catholic. We can kind of see where the shit's going to go.
Yeah. So you said that the theocracy worked well in Muslim countries, but you're saying in this case it probably wouldn't work well out here in the United States.
Well, here's the funny thing about the Muslim countries, right? Muslim is an extension of Catholicism. If it wasn't, Catholicism is the whole reason you have Muslim, the Muslim faith. They're the ones that, helped Muhammad or instructed Muhammad. This is what Muhammad should do. And so the Catholics are really behind those Islamic faiths. So those countries could probably easily be entered into the Catholic faith. I don't know how it's going to turn out. I don't even know how, the Catholic theocracy coming back, it would be essentially the Holy Roman Empire Part 2. Basically, is what you're seeing. I don't know how the Second Holy Roman Empire. I can tell you this though, is that whenever you leave authority up to man to go ahead and make authorities and stuff, then it never works out well. Man just is just incapable governing. You know what I'm saying? Even if it was
especially
me.
like if you leave them in office for a long time, they tend to become complacent and corrupt. That sounds like natural human nature.
Right. And so, man isn't capable of governing his own affairs, to be honest with you. And we have to be purified. We have to that's why, we would need a creator and we needed a savior and we needed Jesus to come to go ahead, die for our sins and to accept him. So God understands now that those who are willing to accept Jesus as their Lord and Savior are, wanting to be saved. They're wanting to be cured. They're wanting to be, willing to go through this process. And those who reject, him are not wanting to be saved. That are wanting to live in sin and in their indulgence. They don't care about being saved. And that's the whole fucking point. You needed a savior. And that's the whole point of Christianity.
Do you think God is angry with us? Marvin asked.
Um,
Like if he's looking down on us in the way we are, like being wicked. And I mean, I know that man is ultimately sin, and we just talked about that just now. But do you think God is angry with the wars and the way we treat each other? And do you ultimately think that he's angry at us?
I don't think that he's angry. I think that God lives out of like I said, God lives out of space and time. And here's the thing: this is the issue, and this is why it's really kind of hard to talk about like God with anybody, especially if you're a Christian. Is that God doesn't exist in our space and time? He's outside of it. So God already knows the beginning and the end. He's already seen it. It's just like you watching an old Stephen Rose, me and Stephen Rose talking on something. It's like you watching that old video. You already know how the video began and how it ended.
And how it ends, and word for word, yeah.
Right. God already knows how everything began and how everything ended and how it turned out. So, no doubt that, God understands that, like, it's not God judging us. I want to make this perfectly clear, is that it's it's the people who have been running, it's the descendants of Cain, it's the descendants of Jezebel, it's the descendants of all these people who've always had control over the society ever since the beginning, whenever Cain slew Abel and started to build those cities, and then that led to like Sodom and Gomorrah, and it led to Babylon, and it led to Egypt, all these people trying to control society. This is why it says, wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities. That's what the Bible says. And so, it's these people that are causing these plagues. You go back and you look at the Euphrates drying up, just like it said. Why is it drying up? Because the people over there in Turkey are damming up their portion of it, which is where the Euphrates flows from. Then you got Syria doing their part, damming it up. Well, whenever it gets to Iraq and all these other countries that rely on the Euphrates, understand that wasn't God putting judgment. That is the wickedness in the hearts of these men. God puts the wickedness the wickedness. God already knows that there's wickedness in the hearts of men. He may put something in their mind, and they may end up doing that. But understand that God's not for that. He just gives us the chance, and man always does the wicked thing. Man, always, even like I said, even if it was me, I have wickedness in my heart. Stephen has wickedness in his heart. And like I said, it's only like, it's like a condition. And what we're trying to do is like going to AA, we're trying to cure our conditions. You know what I'm saying? And trying to get rid of that wickedness.
Is there any way for man to get rid of his wickedness? Like, I mean, I know it's to repent, but is there any way that we can cleanse free, or is that just impossible for man to do? Because like you said, man isn't.
Yeah. Well, we'll always have wickedness in our hearts. And there's not one of us that doesn't. Even the Pope has wickedness in his heart. And it says this in the Bible. And so, no, God's got to cleanse us. God will cleanse us with the blood of Christ. And that's what's going to happen. He'll give us robes and we'll be new people. We'll have new bodies. And like that's the only reason that we die is because we have this wickedness in us. We sin. You know, the wages of sin is death. It says this in the Bible. That's the whole reason we die is because of sin, because we are wicked. We are wicked. We have wickedness in us.
Yeah.
So that's why we have to die. We must die. And so it's the only way we can is by having the, Jesus had to come down to earth, be born of a woman, and to live on earth and to go ahead and preach the gospel and to make a new covenant. Because whenever God, at first God chose the Hebrews, when even the fucking, he chose the Hebrews, he chose Abraham, that essentially became the Israelis, they became Jacob, and so he chose that group of people. Whenever Jesus came down, and Jesus went ahead, and this is, they tried to go ahead and preach this to the Jews. The Jews, for the most part, now I'm not saying every Jew back then, I'm not saying every Israeli back then, they rejected Jesus, and they still reject Jesus for the most part today. Most of the people who practice Judaism reject Jesus. They rejected Jesus, and they decided, that's whenever, the Stephen came back. He tried to preach the gospel to the Jews. They end up stoning him. That's when you get Paul. What happened was, whenever the Jews did that, that's whenever they got that's whenever the Romans came back. They destroyed the temple. They got taken into captivity. You know what I'm saying? And so they made their choice right then and there to accept Jesus, to deny Jesus. Then, Jesus, when God said, okay, if the Jews are not going to listen, go to the Gentiles. And that's whenever Christianity got, taught in Gaul, which is where the Romans started to hear it, and it became popular in Rome. The Greeks, the Persians, it started to spread. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And if there wasn't a divine presence behind that, if there wasn't some outside force pushing Christianity, there'd be no way in a fucking Roman Empire that would ever happen. So, like I said, the atheist will feed you a whole lot of shit and claim that they know what they're talking about, but they have not the faintest fucking clue. The sheer fact is that everything that they, come up with has been based on Christianity. And a lot of the stuff that they have right now is because of Christianity. And, granted that the Christianity that came here to the Americans originally was a Puritan form, it wasn't the Catholic form. You had the Puritans, and then you had the Protestant Reformation, which was going on in Europe at the time. And the Puritans migrated over here because they didn't believe that the Protestant Reformation went far enough, especially in the UK. Well, they, came over here into this country. And then, like I said, that's where you got the Second Beast come up. We've already discussed this on your channel. And so now we're getting to that point to where we're getting to that crescendo, I think. And I think it's going to be pretty soon. But like I said, I'm not like to claim that I'm any kind of prophet. I'm just saying off of what I'm seeing right now in society. And this is based on the same motherfuckers that have been manipulating us for years. So don't think that I can't be wrong with the shit.
Rachel said she has a question for you. She says, do you think that we on Earth, as humans, do you think we're in a worse position we were now than, let's say, I don't know, thousands of years ago, like from, I guess, the beginning of time till now? Do you think we're at our worst? I know you said sick still. Do you think we're at our worst where, like, it's definitely shit's hitting the fan?
Well, I'll tell you this, right? And I've said this to a lot of people. I look at my grandpa whenever he was 60 years old, right? And this motherfucker was like carrying bricks and roofing shit and building chimneys and stuff. He'd be carrying up buckets of fucking mortar in both hands, climbing up a ladder. And whenever I was 10, I was like, fuck, dude, this guy in his 60s is doing this shit. Holy shit. And I guarantee you that a fucking 20-year-old today couldn't do half the shit that my grandpa used to do. I don't think I'm in the shape that my grandpa used to be in. You go back and look at his grandpa, they were like living off the land. You know what I'm saying? Traveling across this country on fucking horseback, living, on fucking nothing but the fucking, sleeping on dirt and shit, building a house, So I don't, we know that the evolution is a myth. People today, like I said, we're not evolving, we're being domesticated. Oh, you know, got air conditioning now. You have the computer. We can contact a little bit greater, but we're not being able to travel. We're not making those social connections, like you said. We're we're not becoming as efficient as we used to be.
Yeah,
Effectively being quality.
Marvin said. I agree.
Yeah, I agree. And so we can tell that. And this is one thing that I pissed off the amazing atheist with, because he was sitting there calling Tim Pool had said something stupid, and mind you, I'm not a big Tim Pool fan. But he said that women like masculine men. You know what I'm saying? That they still are attracted to masculine men, no matter what the society said. And then Amazing Atheist decides he's going to say something smug and say, "Oh yeah, because Tim Pool is such a masculine motherfucker." And I'm like, dude, none of you motherfuckers are really that masculine. You're as fucking soy as any of the rest of them. I said, as far as like me working with a lot of these different generations and stuff, because I'm having to work twice as hard as that fucking millennial whenever I was unloading those trucks to make sure we got our quota met, I'm having to unload a truck and a half with a 57-year-old while these 33-year-olds are sitting there looking at their iPhones, looking at internet thoughts and shit. And so it's not like a lot of you motherfuckers are, really, it's like, I told him, I said straight out, I said, you better hope us fucking Gen Xers live to be 1,000 years old. Because whenever we go, y'all motherfuckers think everything's slave labor. You don't want to put in the work. And whenever that production starts to go down, whenever Gen Xers start to leave this earth and stuff, and you're not willing to go out there and, unload these trucks and to put the shit on the store shelves, and you're not going to be able to go out there and get it for yourself and be a productive member of society, whenever the last productive member of society ends up going towards Jesus, well, then what the fuck are you gonna do?
You can see that's what I was like talking about the other day with Marvin on the phone. Marvin, what I'm talking about. I was talking about how like even some of the baby boomers I know work hard. Like some of the guys who work here in these factories that are like 60 years old that work in like security with me or work at Walmart with me. They work real hard, and I'm like, they're having 60, 70, 80-year-old men doing the job when they should already be retired or hitting retirement. And I'm like, well, the only ones you got after that are Gen Xers. And I'm like, well, what happens after the Gen Xers? Because like you're going to have millennials that'll be like in their 40s or 50s or damn near mid 50s. And then you're going to have the Gen Zers that are probably like 30s and 40s, and you're going to have Generation Alpha. And it's like if you literally got 3 generations that are living off the video games or video game and nerd culture, or whatever you want to call it, domesticated, what's going to happen with a society like in an apocalyptic scenario where if we run, like, let's say, for example, if the internet goes away and you have to rely on that hands-on training skills and you lack those hands-on training skills, how are we going to build bridges? How are we going to build roads? How are we going to build houses? How are we going to do all this? Like, what are we going to do?
But that's like exactly what I told. That's what I was trying to explain to fucking Amazing Atheist, because he ends up being the problem. Amazing Atheist can sit there and point his finger at Tim Pool, and Tim Pool can go on his video and point his finger right back to the Amazing Atheist. And they can sit there and claim each other is the problem of fucking society. But whenever that internet isn't there and nobody gives a fuck what you're saying, and you don't have that income anymore, and your dollar isn't worth shit, and you're going to have to actually be a productive member of fucking society, do you have the ability? And let me go ahead and answer that question for you right now. A lot of these people that are like that don't have the capability of, maybe very few of them that do the internet can be a productive member of society, but it's not very many. And I guarantee you that fucking amazing atheist believes that he should be entitled to his views, his broadcast, his money coming from the internet, and Temple believes the same fucking thing. Getting these motherfuckers to go ahead and actually be productive members of society is going to be a task that will only take starvation for them to understand where they're fucking making a mistake.
And see, that's the thing, Prodigal. I get in debates with like even my own generation about this. I'm like, what are we going to do in a apocalyptic scenario where we have literally 2 to 3 generations of people? Like, if you include Gen Alpha, because they'll probably come up like that too. What are we going to do when we can't like cook, or we can't build homes, or we can't build roads because we were dependent on those older generations to do that because we're now, comfortable living behind the computer screen? What do we do when they're gone?
Yeah, and
They're
that's
not
what
going
I
to be
was
here
trying to.
forever, and I think like they're forgetting that. And they're
And
like,
that's
well,
what
we shouldn't have to worry about it now. I'm like, well, then when should we worry about it?
And that's what I was trying to sit there and fucking explain to the fucking amazing atheist. And all the motherfucker did was take my fucking photo from my damn Twitter account, posted it in the fucking the thread, and say, "Look at you! You should be talking about." I'm like, oh, what the fuck is that supposed to be? You just took my goddamn photo that's on my profile, put it in the thread like a fucking retard, and then you're gonna sit there and mock me because of my looks, because I say that you're probably not gonna be able to fucking survive unless the fucking Gen Xers live to be a fucking 1,000 years old, because you're not gonna take care of yourself. And he does. He just
And
refuses
what they're
to.
doing is they're dependent on AI technology. Is they're saying, well, the AI robots are. I'm like, dude, I don't see that happening. Like, not in our lifetime.
No. And in fact, what's the intelligence based off of for AI? Because I can tell you right now, I work with AI, and it's, they're getting the bugs worked out of it, but the fucking intelligence of the AI is still based off of these gamer nerds. You know what I'm saying? So
Facts.
you're not going to be able to use AI just to fucking as a fucking solve all problem. It's just not going to work. And unless everybody becomes super fucking lazy and it ends up being like Wally, and that's not going to work because AI is not going to be able to garden. And
Oh, the movie Wall-E, where everybody's like sitting in the fucking spaceship and we all weigh like 400 fucking pounds.
I think that's what they think, dude. I think that's what they
all like
want.
400 fucking pounds, dude. Because none of them moved around in space, and they just fucking ate, and that's all they did. And then when Wally or when those humans came out, they were all like fucking 400 or 500 pounds.
Yeah, I think that's what they think that that's what that's what it's, and that's not how it's going to be.
Dude,
And
that's just we're living in scary times. And a lot of people don't think about that because we live on that whole Jerry Springer theatric, internet, and everybody likes the whole gender wars. Which I'm not gonna lie to you, Prodigal. I bit the gun for a long time, and because I wanted the views and the subs and to grow my channel, and I lived on that, and then I lived on other bullshit drama and stuff because it paid more to be dumb. And it's just like I look back, I deleted all those videos, and it's like I want to get down to like how we save ourselves.
yeah, well, at some point in time, people are going to have to start talking about these conversations. Now, granted, I've done my shit too that was pretty fucking dumb, but it's pretty much for entertainment purposes. But I damn sure wasn't jumping on those socialist causes and all this stupid rhetoric politically.
Gender war, race wars, all this bullshit, dude.
It just because I knew it was just nothing but bullshit. And
Facts.
jumping on fucking racist bullshit at the fucking time to get some cheap views. How do you feel about it now? Because now you've already set up, and like I said, the thing is that a lot of these problems can be solved pretty quick, but people just don't want to do it, and they'll give themselves every excuse.
Facts. I've been saying that for a while. I said we can solve a lot of these issues tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. Think about this, right? I've had a Twitter account shut down. I've had 6 Twitter accounts shut down. My Facebook, my original Facebook, terminated. My original, well, actually, this is my 3rd YouTube channel that I'm on right now. But I've had 2 YouTube channels struck down. You know, you're not getting any real organic traffic on any of these social media sites.
Facts.
And it's like I tell people, if you really wanted to solve the problem with these social media sites, it would only take a 1-day boycott for all of us just to get together, pick a day, and boycott that site. We're not going to be on that site. We're not going to post anything on that site. We're going to let all the motherfuckers on that site worry about that site. Whether it's Facebook, whether it's YouTube, whether
We
it's...
can even do 2 days out of the week. Like just say Mondays and Tuesdays, no internet. Like no social media sites for 2 days.
Yeah, and then let these motherfuckers, that would send them a message that these people are not playing. And, you know, my job doesn't fucking, I go to work and I do my job. If you're going to sit there and ruin these sites, well, you know what? Not only whenever you do that, fuck it. Boycott the media one day. Boycott Disney. You know what I'm saying? Boycott all these companies that are attached to BlackRock. And then let's see how BlackRock feels about it when they're trying to force their fucking New World Order bullshit on us without us, with your fucking COVID fucking Event 201 bullshit on us, Let's see how well you think about that shit when we start to go ahead and blackball you and see if you're still willing to push this shit. And, if you are, well, then you probably deserve to go out of business. I mean, the only bad thing about BlackRock is they take so many people's pensions and they put the shit in there, and that needs to be addressed. They need to really do some sort of antitrust suit against BlackRock, Vanguard.
And also, we need to address foreign investors. Like China can buy property here, but you have to be a Chinese citizen to buy property in China. Make that make sense. And then not to mention that large corporations are getting tax breaks, which is not my argument, but they're allocating all that money in real estate.
Yeah.
And that's the problem with the rise in the cost of that. So, for example, like we got 12 acres of property over here in Rosenberg, right?
Okay.
If I were to tell you that there's 4,000 acres across from me, and I told you who owned it, you'd be like, what? Guess who owns it? Memorial Hermann Hospital owns 4,000 acres of land. They're literally taking tax write-offs and investing in real estate. And it's messing with all the other people that own property around there. Why? Because your property taxes go up.
Yeah.
And so this is a problem.
Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, taxation is theft. I mean, I don't mind paying like taxes. I don't mind paying like a sales tax for the most part. I don't believe you should. You pay property tax for a property for like say 5 years maybe, and you should be done. It should be paid off. I don't mind paying like taxes, especially if I could see where that money goes.
But to sit there and
pay an income tax, right? Like, the government brought in $5.3 trillion in income tax revenue last year. 5.3 trillion.
Yeah, 5.3.
Now, if even half of that went back into the fucking economy, you wouldn't have to worry about putting out stimulus. That money would be generating to the economy, and it would be going into people's pockets. It's even just half of that, $2 trillion going back into the economy.
Facts.
If you $5.3 trillion, you have 39 million motherfuckers living in poverty right now across the United States. This is what the fucking socialist fucking Democrats will tell you, right? All these people living in poverty. Well, if you had, with that $5.3 trillion, that's $140,000 for every person living in poverty. That could be going back into the society, you wouldn't have no fucking poverty. The
So
fucking
where's all that money going to? Where's all that money at?
probably going into fucking Dan Crenshaw, your fucking senators, whenever he's like, we need to send $500 billion to $1 trillion to fucking Ukraine. Yeah, that's where it's going. They're fucking swindling all that money and putting it, locating it into their pockets and shit. And like, people are just, they know about it, but they just don't want to do anything, But
It goes to Ukraine. It goes in Zelensky's pocket. He buys a yacht over there, and then the rest of that money allocates towards these politicians to hedge funds.
Yeah, exactly what fucking happens. And
then they take that money and they put it in fucking digital currency, or they're investing themselves in real estate.
Yeah,
unbelievable.
And see, here's the deal, right? You remember those countries that I told you about with the strongest currencies that were a theocracy that had free housing, free health care for their people and shit?
Yeah.
You know how much they pay in income tax? They pay zero in income tax. They don't pay an income tax over there. And the ones that do tax very, very little. Not even close to what we fucking tax over here. So to sit there and say that you fucking socialist idiots running this shit from the UK have any fucking idea what the fuck you're doing is absolutely insane. If anything, these taxes that they put on us have not done anything but really harm society. And so, like I said, this NWO thing, that's why it's destined to fail. There's no structure to it. It's all based on greed. And these people are consumed by greed. And so, whenever people have had enough, it's we've seen what happened in the French Revolution.
That if you're doing dumb shit online, like these Twitter or these like TikTok dances or trends, or just like pointing at something, giving bullshit reactions to certain videos or whatever, as if you're contributing to some weird conversation that doesn't exist. And like those videos get the algorithm. They get the check. People fighting amongst each other, the division, the race, everything. Those get the view. But if we had this conversation here, 4 viewers right now, and a partridge in a pear tree, and then the algorithm would go to the back burner. They don't want us talking about these issues, because why? If enough people were listening, we'd want answers.
Yeah, and see, that's the deal, right? Is that who does the algorithms? The people that work at YouTube, the people that work at Facebook, the people that work at Twitter. They're the ones that decide, okay, we're going to go ahead and put this one on top. We want more people to see this one. So it's still them controlling the shit through these institutions, because, you have HR 5736, which gave the media the opportunity to go ahead and put out propaganda bullshit. Well, right after that, you had HR 5181, which Obama put the Counter Propaganda Act.
May 10th, 2016.
Yeah, where they're able to go ahead and censor the internet, hold down and manipulate that shit so they could go ahead, still do their Operation Mockingbird. Because there were times where you've had videos go viral, I've had videos go viral, Dark Horse, and, ultimately, the people decided who was going to go and where these videos would go. Like I said, I've had videos whenever Trump was running, where I was getting 20,000 views. Dark Horse was getting 20,000 views. I know you've had videos where you went back and forth with Kevin Smith, and you've had videos go viral too. You've been on ESPN before.
I talked about college was a waste of time, and I had like 30,000 views and still counting. I had to delete those videos.
Yeah,
I just got tired of them.
Yeah, and like there may be some videos I've had go viral on this channel, but most of my views that I've had viral were on my original Prodigal Hill. And so we've had videos go viral before, and it was the internet that decided who would go viral back in those days. But now it's less synthetic, where they're pushing the algorithms towards mostly, and like I said, most of these YouTubers that are on here don't really have that much talent. Um, their shows are kind of boring. You have a lot of gamer channels now, which is saturated. Which there's only going to be so much of a market for that.
Well,
Um,
it's everybody's just doing the same thing. So like
yeah,
now, like for example, every week we got a new prankster, right? That's doing prank videos, and it's basically he's just emulating the prankster before. It's really nothing new that you're seeing, and it's like that's everybody's just piggybacking off the next guy. There's no creativity anymore, and they're doing dumbed down TikTok trends and videos and pointless, you know, like this. Like, look at what this person and like pointing and acting like they're giving some sort of input to the conversation, and it's like all this dumb shit gets promoted. But if you were to have real conversation, they don't want that.
yeah. Or you have real creativity. You put out something new that may end up, taking away from one genre or the other. Well, like I said, we're working on a project. We start talking about sports, but we start talking about it and having fun with it like WWE. That's something new that they're not doing on the internet right
Yeah,
now.
absolutely.
Everybody else covers sports like it's legitimate. They may sit there and make fun of, like you just did whenever the Colts went ahead and run out of bounds, but nobody's sitting there scripting it like WWE talking about, oh, here comes Nick Saban. Oh, we could, it's an idea that I come up with that you're interested in. If Vic have wants in on it, to talk about talk about the NFL from a WWE perspective.
Mm.
Um, and so, yeah, nobody, they all kind of copy off of each other and then they all support each other. So it's kind of like this Operation Mockingbird of this is what Twitter is too. It's grifters and shills marketing their shit to other grifters and shills, in their sock accounts and whatnot.
Here's the thing, though, it's like their simple answer is we'll just get on the internet, make the money on there, and you'll be fine. But I'm like, okay, but when the dollar collapses, you have $1 million or let's say you got $30 million you made from the internet, and it's only worth maybe 4 or 3. When it becomes so the dollar keeps continuing to lose value, then they switch to digital currency. And then your dollar becomes worthless, and then you end up having to go back to get a regular job anyway. It's just a bunch like so. In other words, you got $30 million. To me, that's just 30 million rolls of toilet paper when that time comes.
Right, and this is the same thing that I told about Paradise whenever she was talking about security or whatever it was on her channel.
Yep.
I said, say you were to save up, like let's say, back in, 10, 15 years ago, you and your spouse, whoever you're with at the time, saved up $2 million. And you figure, hey, this $2 million will have us living comfortably for the rest of our lives, right? As long as we keep this $2 million, we won't have to work again. Well, that $2 million is now worth 600,000 in today's money. So that means that you have to adjust your lifestyle, and you better be able to adjust it to live off of $600,000, right? Well, now you go say about 5 more years. That $600,000 may be down to 300,000 or $150,000. Well, oh shit, you thought you were going to be able to retire off this $2 million, but now, in another 10 years, that $2 million, that $150,000 has went down to like 10,000 something. And so now you need to go back to work.
Because in Zimbabwe, I don't know if you heard about this, but I read about this article about a year ago. Marvin gave me actually the article the other day, but I remember roughly reading about it, but I didn't understand it. In Zimbabwe, in Africa, you can borrow money from the bank, right? Up to, I think it's like $20 trillion. And you're like, wow, that's a lot of money. Like the bank's just willing to hand me that. Like, that's pretty cool. But it only costs 75 US cents to borrow that money, which means that the money's worthless.
Yeah. Yeah. I knew about that.
Article, hey, I'm going to give you 10 million,
all you have to do is give me $2 for it. Aren't you going to look at me weird?
Yeah.
You're going to start questioning the money. You're like, what kind of fucking money are you giving me?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm a trillionaire in Zimbabwe, motherfucker.
In fact, bro, if I told you, hey, Prodigal, I'll trade you this $5 bill, or I'll trade you my $100 bill for your $5 bill, you're gonna be like, really? Show me, and I show you $100 bill. You're gonna be like, wow, you mean tell me I'm gonna pay $95? I'm like, sure. So we make the trade. You go home, you're like, man, I just ripped that fat motherfucker off right there. And you go and you sit home, and then you flip on the TV and they're like, breaking news, your $100 bill is only worth $1.75. So then my $5 trumps your 100.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that fucking Zimbabwe's on the euro now, but so they're not on that
there was
currency.
a point in time where it costs $1 U.S. money to borrow $20 trillion for them.
Yeah, I knew about that. I knew about that years ago.
That means the money was so inflated that it was just it was actually worth less than toilet paper.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, you might as well take the money, put it in the center of your room, and take a big pile of shit on it. It's all worth more.
Yeah. It'd be fun just to have, one of those little fucking $20 trillion fucking reserve notes, just to have it,
Remember we talked about the bowl game, and you said that Saban gives a thumb up to the winner, and you're like, yeah, that thumbs up's worth actually more than the trophy. I said Saban's going to come out and he's going to prep up that SEC matchup with Georgia, and then after the game he's going to go like this from the backfield. He's going to go like this, and then have his middle finger out, and then you're like, yeah, that thumb and that middle finger is worth more than the trophy they're receiving.
It probably is, though. It probably is. That trophy isn't worth shit anymore. They've inflated
the good job, Kirby. You won your bowl game, and he's gonna be like,
they've inflated the fucking Alabama victory so much.
and you're like, and if I can clip it, we're actually show you in the video. You're like, yep, and that middle finger, that thumb's worth more than the trophy.
It's a line, though.
I can see Kirby's like, appreciate it, man. We won 63-3. And Saban's like, man, appreciate it, man. Hey, good looking out for us. Fuck you. And Kirby's like, what do you think you're doing, you motherfucker? I'll kick your fucking ass for that. And Saban's just like, locker room.
I can already tell you that the infighting in the fucking SEC fucking next year, the infighting in the fucking SEC chat groups where Georgia's going to be like, we won our bowl game.
No, how about this one? You know, in Evolution, when they fucked Batista up, like Triple H did the thumbs up, then he went like this, and then Orton was just looking because he knew, like, oh shit. And then that's when Batista just slammed him. That's what they're going to do to Kirby, in Georgia. Like, he's going to come out, man, lift him up, man, put him up, y'all. I knew you were better than Florida State. I told you about the SEC, boy. I told you. There you go, boy, just like this. And he's going to go. And then that's when that fucking Tennessee Vols guy, you might as well say Cavi, has like Kirby like this and just does like an atomic death drop on him, And then all the SEC guys are like all stomping the shit out of him, because they're kicking him out of the fucking group,
Yeah, they got Texas and Oklahoma probably over there talking the most shit. And,
Dude, I hope we run Alabama off. Remember how you were saying that the last show? I agree.
Yeah, they run Alabama back to the Big 12, and then they run fucking Georgia off to the ACC.
Just like we ran everybody out of the Big 12. I hope we do that. I hope we become a cancer. You remember when the NWO came back in WWE and Ric Flair was trying to warn Vince McMahon not to do that? Like, that's kind of like us, like us walking into the SEC with OU. And then we're like, yeah, we pull that speech out. We're like, yeah, we're doing electric guitar. And then all of a sudden we cause havoc, and then we end up chasing some of the SEC guys out of the car. And Saban's going, "What do you think you're doing?" We're like, "We're shaking the fucking motherfucker. We're trimming some fat around this motherfucker. The NWO is for life."
Booker T, you're a part of the NWO now.
Oh yeah, you're the problem.
And Booker T didn't. And Booker T has been feuding with the NWO his whole fucking career. Is like, oh, okay, fuck it, I'm part of the NWO now.
Bro, I'm telling you that's I'm dead ass. That's what I think. Texas is going to chase some of these smaller schools out, and I think it's going to piss Bama and Georgia off.
Yeah.
And then they're probably going to kick us out. And I'm like, well, fuck it. Well, then let us go back to the fucking Big 12, you know?
Let's just form our own little conference with fucking Notre Dame, Florida State, and Michigan, and all the fucking USC and all these other fucking things that they
Bro, I almost want to go back to the Big 12 just to screw OU over. Like, just to say, fuck you, you know, like the rivalry's dead between us. Like, no more Big Red rivalry. Go fuck yourself. We're going back to the Big 12. You can either come with us or go fuck yourself.
I'm telling you, fucking, just fucking, hey, just fucking troll the SEC, troll the SEC. Texas says, okay, look, we're going to sit down with Ohio State, Notre Dame, Michigan. We're going to sit down with Florida State. Did I say Florida State?
Yeah.
Miami. We're going to sit down with USC. We're going to sit down with Oregon. We're going to sit down with all these other big teams. And we're going to sit there and make our own little fucking club, and the SEC can't play. We'll take all these other little
record, bro. 6 hours and 9 minutes. And I'm a snippet tomorrow when I upload this video. I'm a snippet from the 338 because that's where we started talking other than football, and we got into the whole religious thing from 338 to the 6 hour mark. It's going to be 3 hours, and I'm going to re-upload that. Well, I'm going to keep this video up, but I'm going to re-upload that segment to this video. If you want, you can re-upload it to your channel too.
Yeah. It may be a while.
I don't mean to keep you up this late, brother. We went for 6 hours. I know you didn't see that coming.
Yeah. Well, we did have a game. The Prodigal Hill. Do you believe will illegalize sports gambling and casinos? It really should be its own. They shouldn't have as much effect on the sports as they do, and that ends up being a problem, I think, with a lot of sports. Is because a lot of these outcomes are based on betting lines and shit.
Yeah, I know, and that's the only thing that's fucked up about it, But gambling has kind of ruined sports, but it's given the individual a chance to get rich off of it if you hit your numbers right. I see some of my buddies here in the trash talk circle. They'll win like $5,000 and only put up like $400 to bet. I'm like, dude, that's pretty cool, I was even thinking about jumping into it, and start betting the like over under and shit, on some of these games. Maybe try to cash out. But no, anyways, Prodigal, how much are you charging for your book?
I don't know. I have to get it uploaded, and then it's all going to be based on where I can get it edited, where I can get it published, and what all goes into it. I don't know if I'll even be the one setting the price. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, even if you charge $40-$50, I'll still pay for it. I'll support.
I don't think it'll be that much. Like I said, it'll have to go off of something. Because somebody's going to have to publish it and do all that stuff with it.
Yeah, they got to do that and all that. So, what? How many chapters you got so far?
Probably 10. And like I said, right now I'm at 70 pages.
Okay.
75, something like that. But like I said, I got to add in some more stuff in there. Proofread, make sure that I got everything that I want to say in the chapters and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, whenever I'm doing it, especially I have a lot of shit going on because a lot of the shit I wrote at work.
Yeah.
So I need to be at home whenever it's quiet and I don't have to listen to all this stuff. But like I said, I want to make sure that I get all the subject matter into it. And then I may have like repeating subject matter that I got to get rid of. And then I have to take out, add some other stuff in that it's like, okay, well, I forgot to mention this, edit it in, because like I said, whenever you're having to get up and move around and do other stuff, then you're going to have to, like I said, it's probably a disaster right now. So I have to go back and just make sure I edit it.
Okay. Well, yeah, I guess after you finish the touches, but I mean, regardless of what you charge for the book, I'll buy it. I'll support you and buy a copy. That's for sure, man. Definitely give us some updates on it. I mean, even if it probably takes another year for you to come out with it,
It took me so far to get it, all the stuff, the chapters and stuff like that I wanted. Well, actually, you know what? Yeah, I may have to add some more to the end of it too. So it's probably going to be longer. It's probably going to be like maybe 80 or 90. So there is some more stuff I got to add to it. So it's not quite finished, but it's pretty close. I've already got all the chapters up. What I'm going to put into it, I have to go back and reread the chapters. I know that there is stuff that I got to add on the end of it because, like I said, for the most part, whenever people are reading it, if they start reading it, they'll probably get pretty. It'll be interesting at first, but then they're going to start to get a little concerned, a little worried. And, the ending is, I don't want to say it's up to you, really. You write your own destiny at the end of it. You know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the life, do you want to be a good person? Do you want to go ahead and deserve to be in heaven? Are you going to accept, that you are a sinner and that you need a savior? And are you going to accept that forgiveness, or are you going to reject it? It's all up to you at the end of the day. So, all anybody and all these Christians that try to pray for you and try to give you, say, hey, you need Christ and you should accept Jesus. They're not doing this to be, anything other than they just want to see as many people get saved as they can,
Sounds
and good. The atheist can sit there and, do what atheists do, which is treat you like a fucking mushroom, feed you shit and keep you in the dark. That's all atheists do. You can listen to them, but while you're sitting there listening to these atheists, just go back and look at them. Are they happy people? Are the people around them happy? Are they, producing quality? If not, then you probably want to take everything that they say with a grain of salt.
Oh, and former atheists, I can tell you that most atheists I've ever met or known of were very miserable people. And like I said, that was a small phase of my life. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, and you would blame everything on everybody else. You didn't get the woman that you wanted. It was somebody else's fault. It was the Chad's fault. It was, the Tyrone's fault. If you didn't get the job that you wanted, it was somebody else. Somebody else was, you were the victim in everything. And society just,
down.
Right. And if you have that mindset, you're never gonna get anywhere. You're gonna continuously be in that mindset because you're not fixing any of your problems. Just fix one of your problems. Doesn't have to be all of your problems.
Yeah.
Just fix one and then go from there. Your life gets a little bit better, fix another problem. And then go from there. Fix another problem. Just do it small steps at a time until the next thing you know, your life will progressively, you're fixing yourself, your life will get better. And like I said, whenever you, go to Christian, like I said, Christianity is, I'm better today than I was yesterday, and I want to be better tomorrow than I am today. That's what it is. So you're making yourself better. You're going through it in phases. And like I said, you can sit there and say what you want to and give yourself every excuse not to sit there and trust the Bible and that the Bible was written by man. And that never makes any fucking sense. What did you want the Bible to be written by? A dolphin? How are you going to fucking read it? That doesn't. Of course, it's going to be written by man because it's man's relationship with God, not God's relationship with man. So, just take the Bible for what it is. Understand that there's a lot of truth in the Bible, and that there's certain stuff in the Bible that could have only been come from, a deity of some sort that had the scientific foreknowledge, that understands the prophecies, that understands how this is going, giving messages to men in that book, and you can give yourself any kind of excuse that you want to not to go ahead and invest in the Bible, but at the end of the day, whenever that time comes and you're stuck in the position that you're in, understand that that people like me have come out and said that this is what you need to do. You'll know it. Like if you become Christian and you start investing into Christianity, you're not going to be the richest motherfucker. You're not going to be Bill Gates. You're not going to be, but you're going to, your life, you're going to appreciate the things that you do have in life. And the stuff that you don't have, it's not going to bother you that much. You're going to be a little bit more satisfied, and you're going to feel a little bit more complete. This is why atheists are so miserable, is because they can be rich, they can have all the money, and they can have all the drugs, and they can have everything that they always claim that they want, but it'll never be enough. And then they're always searching for the next thing, and so they'll never be complete. And you look at every fucking atheist, amazing atheist, fucking atheist girl on Twitter, and fucking godless Liz that fucking stalks me and has a picture of my fucker, takes my profile picture and shows it to me all the time. I understand. I got a fucking profile picture. I don't know why you got to take the motherfucker and show it to me all the time. You better not be fapping to the motherfucker. That's all I can sit there and say. But whatever the fuck it is, they're all fucking miserable people. And, it's just, you can tell it whenever they type and shit like that. And then they, it's fun to troll them. That's about it. That's about what you're good for. But, if you think you're going to convince me on anything, well, I got another thing for you. You can't even convince your own self of atheism. How the fuck are you going to convince me of it,
Facts. All right, well, hey, Prodigal, man, it's already almost 2:00 a.m., and I'm going to let you get some sleep, and I got to be at work at 7, so I'm going to try to get 4 hours of sleep, man. So I appreciate for having you on. I'm going to snip this clip from 3:38 to 6:20, roughly 3 hours of this particular part of the clip, and I'll re-upload that to YouTube. I'm going to keep this video up so you can always go back and watch it, but appreciate you having you on, man. I hope we do this again, man. But this is a new record, 6 hours and 20 minutes, man.
All right, man. Well, I'll talk to you later, dude.
All right,
have a good one.
Bye. Y'all take care, too.